Unique and Its Property. By Max Stirner. Introduction. Why a new translation? First of all, I enjoy the play of languages and the play of words. For me, making a translation is a form of play. It has aspects of a puzzle, aspects of a complex joke, aspects of an alchemical experiment. What will come of the attempt to draw concepts from one language into another? All of this moves me to translate, recognizing that every translation is an interpretation. When I first read The Ego and Its Own, I recognized that there was a great deal of humor, sarcasm, and satire throughout the book. I never understood how anyone could call Stirner humorless, yet certain critics, particularly those who wanted to present him as a precursor of the political right or some other sort of supreme evil in their eyes, accused him of precisely this. After translating Stirner's critics and the philosophical reactionaries, I realized the extent of his mocking, sarcastic, and at times bawdy humor and the breadth of his wordplay. My play with these translations and talks with Jason McQuinn clarified some of the flaws I had recognized in the existing English translation of Der einzige und sein Eigentum, and the pleasure I find in the activity of translating moved me to take up the project. The first English translation of Stirner's book appeared in print under the title The Ego and His Own in 1907. It was the work of Stephen T. Byington, an individualist anarchist involved with the circles around Benjamin Tucker. Tucker funded the project and published the result. He insisted on the use of ego in the title, even though it is not at all an accurate translation of Einzige. Byington was very skilled with languages and worked most of his life as a translator and proofreader. So it isn't a surprise that Tucker would turn to him to translate Stirner's work. But there are some reasons to question whether Byington was the best choice. Though he was an individualist anarchist, he was also a Christian, not a fundamentalist, obviously, but an active member of the Ballard Vale Congregationalist Church, now the Ballard Vale United Church, in Andover, Massachusetts, and its clerk for 32 years. He made a lifelong project of translating the Bible into modern English under the name of the Bible in Living English. Could a good Christian translate a work like Stirner's without twisting the basic meaning? I have my doubts. I will not deny the value of Byington's translation. Without it, I would not have read Stirner or been motivated to revive my skills in the German language. But no one has even thought of doing another translation. John Carroll drastically abridged it and made a few revisions. David Leopold revised it to get rid of anachronisms, and supposedly to add sentences and phrases left out in Byington's translation, but Leopold must have missed a few things himself. But otherwise this translation has been treated almost like a sacred text, an irony in light of its content. I decided to do a new translation because, on reading the German, I realized that the mistranslation of the title and the first and last sentence were not the only major flaws in Byington's effort. Throughout the book a reader will find the word ego used not only to translate I, but also at times to translate Einzelner, individual, and Einzige, unique. In addition, there were the occasional crudities that Byington chose to clean up, and humor that he seemed not to get. But most of all, after reading Der Einzige in the original German, I felt that Byington had lost enough of Stirner's playful ferocity that I wanted to make another attempt with the aim of bringing more of this out. And besides, as I said, I like playing with language. I like the wrestling match of trying to bring not just a meaning, but a feeling, from one language into another. I knew I had a challenge of several years. I started working on this in 2010. It was a challenge I would enjoy. For whom did I do this? I have given the most significant answer to this question already, but obviously if I were doing this only for myself, I wouldn't get it published. However much I may enjoy playing with myself, I always find an added pleasure when I play with others. This is why I want to toss my translation out to certain others to make the game more exciting, but not just to anyone. So I will start by saying a bit about those for whom I did not do this. I did not make this translation for academics, for institutional intellectuals who want to dissect this unflinching and playful critique of all fixed ideas as a mere text in order to maintain their career. I know some academics will make use of it for their own purposes in any case, and to the extent that they are doing this for their own enjoyment, I would expect nothing less. In turn, Some of them may provide me with fodder for furthering my own egoistic purposes. But I will not cater to them. Because, to the extent that they accept their role within the institutional structure, i.e., to the extent that they are and act as academics, they are as distant from the immense, reckless, shameless, conscienceless, proud, crime that willful self-creation and self-enjoyment require as any bureaucrat, any police officer, any other government employee, and so could never be my accomplice in my self-creation. I made this translation instead for those who rebel against all that is held sacred, against every society, every collectivity, every ideology, every abstraction that various authorities, institutions, or even other individuals try to impose on them as a higher power, for those who know how to loot from a book like this, to take from it those conceptual tools and weapons that they can use in their own defiant, laughing, mocking self-creation, to rise up above and against the impositions of the mass. In other words, I did this translation for those who know how to treat a book not as a sacred text, to either be followed, or hermeneutically dissected, but as an armory or a toolbox from which to take whatever will aid them in creating their lives, their enjoyments, their relations, and their conflicts in the ways that give them pleasure. So my notes to Stirner's writing are brief, intended to provide just enough historical and contextual clarification to make it easier for potential rebellious accomplices to more easily draw out the tools and weapons they desire. The academics who want to build a career on Stirner can do their own research, or check Leopold's overly lengthy notes in the Cambridge edition. Having said this, I think that it will be useful to the rebellious readers if I say a bit about Stirner's project as I understand it, and about some of my translation choices. Stirner, the wise guy. Almost every scholar of Stirner, whether self-taught or university-trained, insists on referring to the author of The Unique as a philosopher. I can't recall Stirner ever referring to himself as such, and certainly, by the time he wrote his book, he had concluded that philosophy was a joke that its purveyors took far too seriously, buffoonery deserving only laughter. And to call the mocker of philosophy a philosopher is as absurd as calling the impious atheist a theologian. Philosophers pursue answers in the ultimate sense. Universal answers. And so they are, indeed, lovers of wisdom. They conceive of wisdom as something objective, as something that exists in itself, beyond any individual, and so as something they have to pursue, rather than as their own property, their attribute, to use as they see fit. They are still attached to the idea of a wisdom that is greater than them, you or me. Stirner called them pious atheists, a particularly biting barb in a country where the most extreme Christians were known as pietists. So long as a person continues to pursue this external, supposedly universal wisdom, he may well be a wise man, whatever that means, but he will never be a wise guy. Stirner was a wise guy, because he recognized that there is no ultimate, universal wisdom to find. The philosopher's goal is a pipe dream worthy only of mockery and laughter. And Stirner mocked and laughed often in the most delightfully crude ways in his writings. Unfortunately, both his critics and his disciples have largely missed the joke. And explaining a joke is never as much fun as playing the joke. Hence, Stirner's increasing exasperation, still humorously and even savagely expressed, in Stirner's critics and the philosophical reactionaries. Despite the tedium of explaining a joke, I will make the effort to do so to some extent, largely because some who have taken Stirner too literally and seriously have drawn the most ridiculous conclusions about him, and those rebels who have found his writings useful in developing their own rebellious thought. To begin with, Stirner is mocking philosophy itself. This is evident in his comments on Socrates in The Unique and its property, as well as in the philosophical reactionaries, though he certainly aimed his laughter most fiercely at the philosophy and the philosophers of Germany in his time, Hegel, his precursors, his disciples and his left Hegelian critics. Stirner's mocking, playful logic undermines the whole of the philosophical project, leaving no place for metaphysics, ontology, ethics, etc., beyond an individual's own personal preferences in behavior. The main focus of his mockery is the Hegelian method, as this had become the dominant philosophical method in Germany at the time Stirner lived. And his joke is woven throughout this book. First of all, he carefully constructed the outline of The Unique to parallel that of Hegel's The Phenomenology of the Spirit and Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity, while undermining the foundations of both works. Some scholars have called him the ultimate Hegelian, because he makes use of Hegel's dialectical method in his book. However, in The Philosophical Reactionaries, Stirner explains that this too was part of the joke. Do you philosophers actually have an inkling that you have been beaten with your own weapons? Nothing but an inkling. What retort can you hearty fellows make against it, when I again dialectically demolish what you have just dialectically put up? You have shown me with what eloquence one can make all into nothing and nothing into all, black into white and white into black. What do you have against it, when I turn your neat trick back on you? But with the dialectical trick of a philosophy of nature, neither you, nor I, will cancel the great facts of modern natural research, no more than Schelling and Hegel did. Stirner chose to use the methods of those he was mocking to undermine what they claimed those methods showed, not because he believed in those methods, but because he wanted to show that, at best, they were mere intellectual tools, ones that could be turned to damn near any use in the realm of ideas. In fact, what Stirner has to say leaves no room for any sort of universal or historical progress, dialectical or otherwise. It is no accident that Stirner begins and ends his book with the same words, taken from Goethe's poem, Vanitas. Vanitatum vanitas. I have translated these words, fairly literally, as, I have based my affair on nothing. Goethe's poem has the feel of a drinking song, something friends might sing laughingly together at a bar. Stirner's use of it at the beginning and the end of the book was a way of saying, I'm having fun, and that's all that matters, so don't take any of this too seriously. And what he proposes, fully aware self-enjoyment and self-creation for your own enjoyment, are as thoroughly ahistorical and anti-progressive, in any universal or historical sense, as moralists and ideologues of the left and right may claim. But this is what makes his proposal genuinely rebellious and genuinely anti-authoritarian. Because history and progress have always been the history and the progress of ruling powers who want everyone to live for them, and the ideals and values they impose. In light of Stirner's anti-historical, anti-progressive, thoroughly in the moment, self-centered perspective, readers need to realize that any talk of historical processes and any apparently progressive descriptions in Stirner's book are part of the joke, part of his mockery of the positions he is tearing apart. I recently read a pamphlet in which one of the writers assumes that the section in the Unique entitled, A Human Life, expresses Stirner's view of how individuals develop. But in the very title of this section, Stirner gave us a heavy-handed hint that this is not his viewpoint, that it is part of the joke. Though Stirner's mockery is an attack on all fixed ideas, on all ideals placed above each unique being and his self-enjoyment, its central attack is on the humanism that Feuerbach, Bruno and Edgar Bauer, and the other critical critics, and the various liberals and radicals of the time, put forward as the replacement for Christianity and theism. When Stirner speaks of a human life, he is not talking about his life, your life, my life, or the life of humanity in general, since for Stirner, humanity itself is a mere phantasm, as he explicitly says more than once. He is telling the reader who gets the joke that he is presenting a caricatured, mocking perspective of how his opponents view human development, with the intent of twisting it against them. In the same way, the picture Stirner presented of a supposed historical progress in Part 1, humanity, and particularly in the hierarchy, was not his own perspective on history. Stirner was quite intentionally ahistorical. Instead, he was making a mockery of Hegel's dialectically progressive view of history in order to twist it back on those who used this Hegelian view to support their perspectives. The apparent racial hierarchy found in the perspective Stirner was mocking comes straight out of Hegel, though Hegel, like most of the progressive thinkers of the time, did not understand race biologically and assumed all humanity could eventually achieve the progressive transformation in which he believed, and Stirner's mockery is a delightfully politically incorrect joke on the cultural hierarchy Hegel assumed. Stirner's playful argument is that, even if you assume that there is a history that progresses, by Hegel's own logic, you have to end up back at egoism. All that progress won't bring us anywhere else. And his attribution of Mongolism to his German contemporaries shows that even one of his tactics for avoiding the censors, using China or Japan instead of Germany whenever he was making a critical reference to the German authorities of his time, was part of the joke. In fact, Stirner may well have been making a deeper joke here. I realized on my first reading of Byington's translation of Stirner that there were many parallels between Stirner's ideas and aspects of Taoism and Buddhism. Already, in 1906, Alexandra David Neal compared Stirner's ideas to those of the Taoist Yang Shu. Stirner emphasized the transience of each individual and rejected any crystallized, permanent I, as much as any other permanent idea, seeing it as yet another phantasm. He saw getting beyond the limits of thought as a necessary part of living fully as one's transient self, here and now. He saw self-enjoyment as most fully achieved in self-forgetfulness. And in Stirner's critics, he spoke of the unique, der Einzige, in ways quite similar to those used to speak of the Tao in the Tao Te Ching. Stirner names the unique and says at the same time names don't name it. He utters a name when he names the unique, and adds that the unique is only a name. What Stirner says is a word, a thought, a concept. What he means is neither a word, nor a thought, nor a concept. What he says is not the meaning, and what he means cannot be said. Was Stirner aware of these similarities? I don't know which of Hegel's lectures Stirner attended while he was at the university in Berlin, but I have confirmed that Hegel gave lectures on Eastern philosophy. This indicates that Buddhist, Taoist, and other Eastern writings were available in Germany at the time. And I would like to think that Stirner read some of these and, as is appropriate for an egoistic self-creator, took what he found appealing and useful from these writings to enhance his own way of living and viewing the world. If so, this adds a certain ironic depth to his play on German Mongolism. I could go on, trying to explain more of Stirner's jokes, more of his humor, his sarcasm, his mockery, but as I said above, explaining jokes is never as much fun as making them. For Stirner, there was no ultimate aim of history, no inherent progress, and so, for him, the dialectic could never be anything more than a tool. The use he found for this tool was precisely that of using the dialectic to undermine the dialectic. And this worked best through mockery and sarcasm. Stirner was a thoroughly impious atheist, what I like to call a bare-fisted atheist. He had no need or desire for a god in his life, not even some ultimate crystallized I to be achieved, and he was willing, and in fact took pleasure in, accepting the full implications of his godlessness. Without a god there is no basis for morality, without a god there is no basis for the sacred, without a god there is no universal meaning, no universal aim, no universal purpose, in fact, no universal universe. The universe is an absurdity. The only meanings, aims, purposes, and universes are the very ephemeral, transient ones that individuals create for themselves. In the face of this overall absurdity, you could choose to ignore it and assume the universality of your own meanings, thus becoming what Stirner called a duped egoist. This is the path typical of the religious, including ideologues like Marx and his followers, Hitler and his, or Mises and his. You could let it overwhelm you and fall into a new religion of cosmic pessimism, where the absurdity is a horrifying god, whether you call it by that name or not, and so again become a duped egoist. Or you could do what Stirner did, and see the humor in the ultimate absurdity, recognizing that this lack of universal meaning and purpose is what gives you and I the capacity to willfully create our lives for ourselves. Stirner willfully grasped his own self-creative power and took aim at all that was considered sacred with the intention of demolishing it. He knew the best weapon for demolishing the sacred is mocking laughter. Instead of being a wise man, Stirner chose to be a wise guy, and if you don't get the joke's on you. About the translation. As I said above, I enjoy translation. At the same time, every translation has its frustrations, and particularly one of this scope. One of the greatest frustrations for me was that Stirner used a great deal of wordplay in the original, most of which I could not translate into English. This wordplay does a lot to show the playful, joking, mocking nature of Stirner's writing. Unfortunately, footnotes showing wordplay don't have the same feel as the wordplay itself, just as the explanation of a joke doesn't evoke laughter. Nonetheless, I did put in footnotes intended to show the extent of the wordplay in this book. Where you see a series of footnotes in a passage that show only the German words, I intended this to show where Stirner was using wordplay. Another thing that could be frustrating for a translator is that translation is always, unavoidably, interpretation. I do not find this aspect frustrating, since I intend to make any writing I read and enjoy my own in any case. However, I do think it could be useful to readers for me to explain some of the choices I made in doing this translation. The title contains two of the words central to Stirner's intent. They are Einzige and Eigentum. In Stirner's critics, Stirner made it clear that Einzige was, for him, merely a name, a word used to point to something indescribable and inconceivable because it was incomparable, and every description, every conception, requires comparison. What is this inconceivable, indescribable, incomparable entity? It is me, here and now in this moment, you, here and now in this moment, each utterly transient individual being existing only in the immediate present. Any words used to describe this will be inadequate, because they will fall into a comparison, and so a lie. So Stirner chooses simply to give it a name. I found that there were a few ways to translate Einzige. In most instances, I chose to translate it as the unique. Not the unique one, because Stirner did not intend for Einzige to describe a being, but to rather simply to give a name to that which is beyond description in order to point to it in writing. In my translation, the unique is that name. However, another possible way to translate Einzige is the only one. There are a few passages in the unique where this translation gets the sense across better, and there I used this phrase. Where Einzige is used as an adjective, I simply translate as unique. My choice to translate Eigentum as property was an easy choice. The German word, like the English property, has a broad spectrum of meanings not limited to the economic one. In Der Einzige und sein Eigentum, Stirner mostly used it in the broadest sense, to mean all the traits, experiences, actions, things, etc. that make an individual in the moment utterly unlike any other individual. How broadly Stirner understood both the unique and its property is quite clear in this passage from Stirner's critics. You, the unique, are the unique only together with your property. Meanwhile, it doesn't escape you that what is yours is still itself its own at the same time, i.e., it has its own existence, it is the unique the same as you. So there is nothing humanistic in the unique. Every animal, every tree, every rock, etc. is also, for itself, the unique with its own property, its own world, that extends as far as its capacities, as Stirner would put it. And for Stirner, my property is precisely the whole of my world to the extent that I can grasp it. Your property is the whole of your world to the extent that you can grasp it. Property then is a phenomenology of perception combined with my capacity to take in and act on that perception. When I become aware of my own power in this, why would I ever choose to reduce my property to what the state permits to me? How could I ever limit it to economics? When Stirner talks about specifically economic property in my intercourse, he points out that private property is also state property, not my own property, because it exists only by law, that is, by permission of the state. For myself, I own worlds. To the state, I can only own what it permits, i.e., what those who benefit from the existence of those relationships you and I call the state allow. When Stirner talked about property, he was talking about the worlds of experience, perception, imagination, and action that you and I take and create, devour, and destroy for ourselves. This is what you have to keep in mind if you want to understand what Stirner said about property, the unique and its property. By Max Stirner. Introduction. Why a new translation? First of all, I enjoy the play of languages and the play of words. For me, making a translation is a form of play. It has aspects of a puzzle, aspects of a complex joke, aspects of an alchemical experiment. What will come of the attempt to draw concepts from one language into another? All of this moves me to translate, recognizing that every translation is an interpretation. When I first read The Ego and Its Own, I recognized that there was a great deal of humor, sarcasm, and satire throughout the book. I never understood how anyone could call Stirner humorless, yet certain critics, particularly those who wanted to present him as a precursor of the political right or some other sort of supreme evil in their eyes, accused him of precisely this. After translating Stirner's critics and the philosophical reactionaries, I realized the extent of his mocking, sarcastic, and at times bawdy humor and the breadth of his wordplay. My play with these translations and talks with Jason McQuinn clarified some of the flaws I had recognized in the existing English translation of Der einzige Unsinn Eigentum, and the pleasure I find in the activity of translating moved me to take up the project. The first English translation of Stirner's book appeared in print under the title The Ego and His Own in 1907. It was the work of Stephen T. Byington, an individualist anarchist involved with the circles around Benjamin Tucker. Tucker funded the project and published the result. He insisted on the use of ego in the title, even though it is not at all an accurate translation of einziger. Byington was very skilled with languages and worked most of his life as a translator and proofreader. So it isn't a surprise that Tucker would turn to him to translate Stirner's work. But there are some reasons to question whether Byington was the best choice. Though he was an individualist anarchist, he was also a Christian, not a fundamentalist, obviously, but an active member of the Ballard Vale Congregationalist Church, now the Ballard Vale United Church, in Andover, Massachusetts, and its clerk for 32 years. He made a lifelong project of translating the Bible into modern English under the name of the Bible in Living English. Could a good Christian translate a work like Stirner's without twisting the basic meaning? I have my doubts. I will not deny the value of Byington's translation. Without it, I would not have read Stirner or been motivated to revive my skills in the German language. But no one has even thought of doing another translation. John Carroll drastically abridged it and made a few revisions. David Leopold revised it to get rid of anachronisms, and supposedly to add sentences and phrases left out in Byington's translation, but Leopold must have missed a few things himself. But otherwise this translation has been treated almost like a sacred text, an irony in light of its content. I decided to do a new translation because, on reading the German, I realized that the mistranslation of the title and the first and last sentence were not the only major flaws in Byington's effort. Throughout the book a reader will find the word ego used not only to translate ich, I, but also at times to translate einzelner, individual, and einziger, unique. In addition, there were the occasional crudities that Byington chose to clean up, and humor that he seemed not to get. But most of all, after reading Der Einzige in the original German, I felt that Byington had lost enough of Stirner's playful ferocity that I wanted to make another attempt with the aim of bringing more of this out. And besides, as I said, I like playing with language. I like the wrestling match of trying to bring not just a meaning, but a feeling, from one language into another. I knew I had a challenge of several years. I started working on this in 2010. It was a challenge I would enjoy. For whom did I do this? I have given the most significant answer to this question already, but obviously if I were doing this only for myself, I wouldn't get it published. However much I may enjoy playing with myself, I always find an added pleasure when I play with others. This is why I want to toss my translation out to certain others to make the game more exciting, but not just to anyone. So I will start by saying a bit about those for whom I did not do this. I did not make this translation for academics, for institutional intellectuals who want to dissect this unflinching and playful critique of all fixed ideas as a mere text in order to maintain their career. I know some academics will make use of it for their own purposes in any case, and to the extent that they are doing this for their own enjoyment, I would expect nothing less. In turn, some of them may provide me with fodder for furthering my own egoistic purposes. But I will not cater to them. Because, to the extent that they accept their role within the institutional structure, i.e., to the extent that they are and act as academics, they are as distant from the immense, reckless, shameless, conscienceless, proud, crime that willful self-creation and self-enjoyment require as any bureaucrat, any police officer, any other government employee, and so could never be my accomplice in my self-creation. I made this translation instead for those who rebel against all that is held sacred, against every society, every collectivity, every ideology, every abstraction that various authorities, institutions, or even other individuals try to impose on them as a higher power, for those who know how to loot from a book like this, to take from it those conceptual tools and weapons that they can use in their own defiant, laughing, mocking self-creation, to rise up above and against the impositions of the mass. In other words, I did this translation for those who know how to treat a book not as a sacred text, to either be followed, or hermeneutically dissected, but as an armory or a toolbox from which to take whatever will aid them in creating their lives, their enjoyments, their relations, and their conflicts in the ways that give them pleasure. So my notes to Stirner's writing are brief, intended to provide just enough historical and contextual clarification to make it easier for potential rebellious accomplices to more easily draw out the tools and weapons they desire. The academics who want to build a career on Stirner can do their own research, or check Leopold's overly lengthy notes in the Cambridge edition. Having said this, I think that it will be useful to the rebellious readers if I say a bit about Stirner's project as I understand it and about some of my translation choices. Stirner, the wise guy. Almost every scholar of Stirner, whether self-taught or university-trained, insists on referring to the author of The Unique as a philosopher. I can't recall Stirner ever referring to himself as such, and certainly, by the time he wrote his book, he had concluded that philosophy was a joke that its purveyors took far too seriously, buffoonery deserving only laughter. And to call the mocker of philosophy a philosopher is as absurd as calling the impious atheist a theologian. Philosophers pursue answers in the ultimate sense. Universal answers. And so they are, indeed, lovers of wisdom. They conceive of wisdom as something objective, as something that exists in itself, beyond any individual, and so as something they have to pursue, rather than as their own property, their attribute, to use as they see fit. They are still attached to the idea of a wisdom that is greater than them, you or me. Stirner called them pious atheists, a particularly biting barb in a country where the most extreme Christians were known as pietists. So long as a person continues to pursue this external, supposedly universal wisdom, he may well be a wise man, whatever that means, but he will never be a wise guy. Stirner was a wise guy, because he recognized that there is no ultimate, universal wisdom to find. The philosopher's goal is a pipe dream worthy only of mockery and laughter. And Stirner mocked and laughed often in the most delightfully crude ways in his writings. Unfortunately, both his critics and his disciples have largely missed the joke. And explaining a joke is never as much fun as playing the joke. Hence, Stirner's increasing exasperation, still humorously and even savagely expressed, in Stirner's critics and the philosophical reactionaries. Despite the tedium of explaining a joke, I will make the effort to do so to some extent, largely because some who have taken Stirner too literally and seriously have drawn the most ridiculous conclusions about him, and those rebels who have found his writings useful in developing their own rebellious thought. To begin with, Stirner is mocking philosophy itself. This is evident in his comments on Socrates in The Unique and its property, as well as in the philosophical reactionaries, though he certainly aimed his laughter most fiercely at the philosophy and the philosophers of Germany in his time, Hegel, his precursors, his disciples and his left Hegelian critics. Stirner's mocking, playful logic undermines the whole of the philosophical project, leaving no place for metaphysics, ontology, ethics, etc., beyond an individual's own personal preferences in behavior. The main focus of his mockery is the Hegelian method, as this had become the dominant philosophical method in Germany at the time Stirner lived. And his joke is woven throughout this book. First of all, he carefully constructed the outline of The Unique to parallel that of Hegel's The Phenomenology of the Spirit and Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity, while undermining the foundations of both works. Some scholars have called him the ultimate Hegelian, because he makes use of Hegel's dialectical method in his book. However, in the philosophical reactionaries, Stirner explains that this too was part of the joke. Do you philosophers actually have an inkling that you have been beaten with your own weapons? Nothing but an inkling. What retort can you hearty fellows make against it, when I again dialectically demolish what you have just dialectically put up? You have shown me with what eloquence one can make all into nothing and nothing into all, black into white and white into black. What do you have against it, when I turn your neat trick back on you? But with the dialectical trick of a philosophy of nature, neither you, nor I, will cancel the great facts of modern natural research, no more than Schelling and Hegel did. Stirner chose to use the methods of those he was mocking to undermine what they claimed those methods showed, not because he believed in those methods, but because he wanted to show that, At best, they were mere intellectual tools, ones that could be turned to damn near any use in the realm of ideas. In fact, what Stirner has to say leaves no room for any sort of universal or historical progress, dialectical or otherwise. It is no accident that Stirner begins and ends his book with the same words, taken from Goethe's poem, Vanitas. Vanitatum vanitas. I have translated these words, fairly literally, as, I have based my affair on nothing. Goethe's poem has the feel of a drinking song, something friends might sing laughingly together at a bar. Stirner's use of it at the beginning and the end of the book was a way of saying, I'm having fun, and that's all that matters, so don't take any of this too seriously. And what he proposes, fully aware self-enjoyment and self-creation for your own enjoyment, are as thoroughly ahistorical and anti-progressive, in any universal or historical sense, as moralists and ideologues of the left and right may claim. But this is what makes his proposal genuinely rebellious and genuinely anti-authoritarian. Because history and progress have always been the history and the progress of ruling powers who want everyone to live for them, and the ideals and values they impose. In light of Stirner's anti-historical, anti-progressive, thoroughly in the moment, self-centered perspective, readers need to realize that any talk of historical processes and any apparently progressive descriptions in Stirner's book are part of the joke, part of his mockery of the positions he is tearing apart. I recently read a pamphlet in which one of the writers assumes that the section in the Unique entitled, A Human Life, expresses Stirner's view of how individuals develop. But in the very title of this section, Stirner gave us a heavy-handed hint that this is not his viewpoint, that it is part of the joke. Though Stirner's mockery is an attack on all fixed ideas, on all ideals placed above each unique being and his self-enjoyment, its central attack is on the humanism that Feuerbach, Bruno and Edgar Bauer, and the other critical critics, and the various liberals and radicals of the time, put forward as the replacement for Christianity and theism. When Stirner speaks of a human life, he is not talking about his life, your life, my life, or the life of humanity in general, since for Stirner, humanity itself is a mere phantasm, as he explicitly says more than once. He is telling the reader who gets the joke that he is presenting a caricatured, mocking perspective of how his opponents view human development, with the intent of twisting it against them. In the same way, the picture Stirner presented of a supposed historical progress in Part 1, humanity, and particularly in the hierarchy, was not his own perspective on history. Stirner was quite intentionally ahistorical. Instead, he was making a mockery of Hegel's dialectically progressive view of history in order to twist it back on those who used this Hegelian view to support their perspectives. The apparent racial hierarchy found in the perspective Stirner was mocking comes straight out of Hegel, though Hegel, like most of the progressive thinkers of the time, did not understand race biologically and assumed all humanity could eventually achieve the progressive transformation in which he believed, and Stirner's mockery is a delightfully politically incorrect joke on the cultural hierarchy Hegel assumed. Stirner's playful argument is that, even if you assume that there is a history that progresses, by Hegel's own logic, you have to end up back at egoism. All that progress won't bring us anywhere else. And his attribution of Mongolism to his German contemporaries shows that even one of his tactics for avoiding the censors, using China or Japan instead of Germany whenever he was making a critical reference to the German authorities of his time, was part of the joke. In fact, Stirner may well have been making a deeper joke here. I realized on my first reading of Byington's translation of Stirner that there were many parallels between Stirner's ideas and aspects of Taoism and Buddhism. Already, in 1906, Alexandra David Neal compared Stirner's ideas to those of the Taoist Yang Shu. Stirner emphasized the transience of each individual and rejected any crystallized, permanent I, as much as any other permanent idea, seeing it as yet another phantasm. He saw getting beyond the limits of thought as a necessary part of living fully as one's transient self, here and now. He saw self-enjoyment as most fully achieved in self-forgetfulness. And in Stirner's critics, he spoke of the unique, der Einzige, in ways quite similar to those used to speak of the Tao in the Tao Te Ching. Stirner names the unique and says at the same time names don't name it. He utters a name when he names the unique, and adds that the unique is only a name. What Stirner says is a word, a thought, a concept, What he means is neither a word, nor a thought, nor a concept. What he says is not the meaning, and what he means cannot be said. Was Stirner aware of these similarities? I don't know which of Hegel's lectures Stirner attended while he was at the university in Berlin, but I have confirmed that Hegel gave lectures on Eastern philosophy. This indicates that Buddhist, Taoist, and other Eastern writings were available in Germany at the time. And I would like to think that Stirner read some of these and, as is appropriate for an egoistic self-creator, took what he found appealing and useful from these writings to enhance his own way of living and viewing the world. If so, this adds a certain ironic depth to his play on German Mongolism. I could go on, trying to explain more of Stirner's jokes, more of his humor, his sarcasm, his mockery, but as I said above, explaining jokes is never as much fun as making them. For Stirner, there was no ultimate aim of history, no inherent progress, and so, for him, the dialectic could never be anything more than a tool. The use he found for this tool was precisely that of using the dialectic to undermine the dialectic. And this worked best through mockery and sarcasm. Stirner was a thoroughly impious atheist, what I like to call a bare-fisted atheist. He had no need or desire for a god in his life, not even some ultimate crystallized I to be achieved, and he was willing, and in fact took pleasure in, accepting the full implications of his godlessness. Without a god there is no basis for morality, without a god there is no basis for the sacred, without a god there is no universal meaning, no universal aim, no universal purpose, in fact, no universal universe. The universe is an absurdity. The only meanings, aims, purposes, and universes are the very ephemeral, transient ones that individuals create for themselves. In the face of this overall absurdity, you could choose to ignore it and assume the universality of your own meanings, thus becoming what Stirner called a duped egoist. This is the path typical of the religious, including ideologues like Marx and his followers, Hitler and his, or Mises and his. You could let it overwhelm you and fall into a new religion of cosmic pessimism, where the absurdity is a horrifying god, whether you call it by that name or not, and so again become a duped egoist. Or you could do what Stirner did, and see the humor in the ultimate absurdity, recognizing that this lack of universal meaning and purpose is what gives you and I the capacity to willfully create our lives for ourselves. Stirner willfully grasped his own self-creative power and took aim at all that was considered sacred with the intention of demolishing it. He knew the best weapon for demolishing the sacred is mocking laughter. Instead of being a wise man, Stirner chose to be a wise guy, and if you don't get the joke's on you. About the translation. As I said above, I enjoy translation. At the same time, every translation has its frustrations, and particularly one of this scope. One of the greatest frustrations for me was that Stirner used a great deal of wordplay in the original, most of which I could not translate into English. This wordplay does a lot to show the playful, joking, mocking nature of Stirner's writing. Unfortunately, footnotes showing wordplay don't have the same feel as the wordplay itself, just as the explanation of a joke doesn't evoke laughter. Nonetheless, I did put in footnotes intended to show the extent of the wordplay in this book. Where you see a series of footnotes in a passage that show only the German words, I intended this to show where Stirner was using wordplay. Another thing that could be frustrating for a translator is that translation is always, unavoidably, interpretation. I do not find this aspect frustrating, since I intend to make any writing I read and enjoy my own in any case. However, I do think it could be useful to readers for me to explain some of the choices I made in doing this translation. The title contains two of the words central to Stirner's intent. They are Einzige and Eigentum. In Stirner's critics, Stirner made it clear that Einzige was, for him, merely a name, a word used to point to something indescribable and inconceivable because it was incomparable, and every description, every conception, requires comparison. What is this inconceivable, indescribable, incomparable entity? It is me, here and now in this moment, you, here and now in this moment, each utterly transient individual being existing only in the immediate present. Any words used to describe this will be inadequate, because they will fall into a comparison, and so a lie. So Stirner chooses simply to give it a name. I found that there were a few ways to translate einzige. In most instances, I chose to translate it as the unique. Not the unique one, because Stirner did not intend for einzige to describe a being, but to rather simply to give a name to that which is beyond description in order to point to it in writing. In my translation, the unique is that name. However, another possible way to translate einzige is the only one. There are a few passages in the unique where this translation gets the sense across better, and there I used this phrase. Where einzige is used as an adjective, I simply translate as unique. My choice to translate Eigentum as property was an easy choice. The German word, like the English property, has a broad spectrum of meanings not limited to the economic one. In Der einzige und sein Eigentum, Stirner mostly used it in the broadest sense, to mean all the traits, experiences, actions, things, etc. that make an individual in the moment utterly unlike any other individual. How broadly Stirner understood both the unique and its property is quite clear in this passage from Stirner's critics. You, the unique, are the unique only together with your property. Meanwhile, it doesn't escape you that what is yours is still itself its own at the same time, i.e., it has its own existence, it is the unique the same as you. So there is nothing humanistic in the unique. Every animal, every tree, every rock, etc. is also, for itself, the unique with its own property, its own world, that extends as far as its capacities, as Stirner would put it. And for Stirner, my property is precisely the whole of my world to the extent that I can grasp it. Your property is the whole of your world to the extent that you can grasp it. Property then is a phenomenology of perception combined with my capacity to take in and act on that perception. When I become aware of my own power in this, why would I ever choose to reduce my property to what the state permits to me? How could I ever limit it to economics? When Stirner talks about specifically economic property in my intercourse, he points out that private property is also state property, not my own property, because it exists only by law, that is, by permission of the state. For myself, I own worlds. To the state, I can only own what it permits, i.e., what those who benefit from the existence of those relationships you and I call the state allow. When Stirner talked about property, he was talking about the worlds of experience, perception, imagination, and action that you and I take and create, devour, and destroy for ourselves. This is what you have to keep in mind if you want to understand what Stirner said about property. Two other words of significance in Stirner's writing are egoismus and egoist. I don't bring these up because there is any question about how to translate them. Clearly, egoism and egoist are fine translations. But there are a few dunderheads around who seem to think that egoism means a belief in something called the ego, and an egoist is a believer in this thing. No, egoism is acting as the center of your world, and an egoist is one who recognizes himself as such. So aware, willful egoism is nothing other than facing your world selfishly, or better, in a shamelessly self-centered manner. In attacking the sacred, Stirner attacked the Geist. You can find variations, in noun, adjective, and adverb form, of the word throughout the book. Geist has a broader range of meaning than any of its English equivalents, and so I wasn't able to choose just one word to use for it throughout the book. Among the possible translations are spirit, mind, and intellect. In different contexts, one or the other of these words makes more sense, so I made my choices based on context. In the same way, adjective forms of this word, for example, geistlich, can be translated as spiritual, mental, intellectual, and the like. Again, I made my decision based on context. But I think it would be useful to those of you reading this book to know that whenever any of the English words mentioned above comes up, they refer to the single German word Geist. Stirner's attack is against all that is sacred, but at the time he wrote, Feuerbach, Bruno, and Edgar Bauer, and a good number of reformists and revolutionaries of various perspectives were putting forward various versions of humanism as a replacement for Christianity. As Stirner pointed out, these pious atheists were creating a new version of the sacred, a new higher power. So Stirner particularly attacked this humanism with vicious sarcasm. For this reason, I decided that it was important to translate the genderless noun Mensch as human being rather than man. In addition, Since Unmensch is specifically a German word that is used to name monsters, I felt I could more clearly express Stirner's intent in distinguishing the ideal Mensch from the actual Unmensch by using inhuman monster for the latter. Byington's unmanned simply seemed to me to lack the sarcastic punch Stirner intended. Wesen, like Geist, is another term with great significance in Hegelian philosophy. In most cases, I have translated it as essence, because it does not refer to the actual being of flesh and blood individuals, but to a higher conception of what such individuals should be. The few times I use being rather than essence to translate Wesen are in passages in which Stirner used Höchster Wesen, supreme being, to refer to God. Stirner made fairly frequent use of the word lump throughout the book. Byington translated this term as ragamuffin. I chose instead to translate it as pauper, because I think this latter term more clearly expresses what Stirner wanted to get across with this term, someone who identifies as a victim of the surrounding world and so as propertyless and therefore takes up begging as their way of life. Another term Stirner used frequently throughout the book is Spuk. This is actually the noun form of the German word spuken, which would translate into English as to haunt. The most literal translation of Spuk would probably be haunting used as a noun, but although I felt that spook has too much of the connotation of some sort of haunting thing, I felt haunting wasn't quite concrete enough. So I chose to translate spook as phantasm. This term seems to me to express that for the believer this source of haunting seems concrete enough, but most likely it is all imaginary. The haunted person is being haunted by his own creation. Finally, I could have translated Bürger as bourgeois, citizen, or commoner, but the term always has the connotation of someone who owns legal property, as opposed to a proletarian which, in Stirner's time, referred to someone who was legally propertyless. Since Stirner made use of this distinction in a number of places in the book, after all, among those whose ideas he was criticizing were the communists of the time, I have usually translated the word as bourgeois, although occasionally, where it made more sense in context, I translated it as citizen. I think this is a sufficient explanation of my choices in this translation. I understand that each of these choices reflects an interpretation I have made. I made these interpretations because I think that they both more clearly reflect Stirner's intentions, and make the book more useful for the self-creative rebels for whom I made this translation effort. A few final words. Though obviously anyone can read this book and use it as they see fit, I made this translation first of all for my own pleasure, and secondly as a gift to other aware, willful, and rebellious self-creators as a tool and a weapon in their project of creating their lives on their own terms against all that would impose upon them. Stirner's ideas and words have quite a bit to offer, but even more, his method provides a most useful and enjoyable weapon, merciless and mirthful mockery, the sarcastic use of his opponents' methods to twist their own ideas back against them, the cruel and joyful laughter of one who sees past the delusions that keep others in chains. Stirner combined the small jokes of wordplay, mostly, subtle lewdness, and sarcasm with an overarching joke that undermined the edifices of philosophy, religion, politics, and all systems of overarching thought to demolish the foundations of the sacred. But this is a battle that each one of us has to fight for her or himself. Stirner found enjoyment in writing this. His grin stretches across the pages and reminds all of us who rebel and create for ourselves that this is all one great, wild, joyful joke played on every higher value, a book intended to pull the rug out from under everything that anyone holds sacred. Wolfi Landstreicher. The unique and its property. I have based my affair on nothing. What is not supposed to be my affair? Above all, the good cause, then God's cause, the cause of humanity, of truth, of freedom, of humaneness, of justice, furthermore, the cause of my people, my prince, my fatherland, finally, even the cause of mind and 1,000 other causes. Only my own cause is never supposed to be my affair, down with the egoist who only thinks of himself. Let's see then how they deal with their cause, those for whose cause we are supposed to work, sacrifice ourselves, and be filled with enthusiasm. You are able to report thoroughly on God, since you have investigated the depths of divinity for thousands of years, and have seen into its heart, so that you can probably tell us how God himself deals with God's cause, which we are called to serve. Nor do you conceal the Lord's activities. Now what is his cause? Does he make an alien cause, the cause of truth or love, his own, as he expects us to do? You are outraged at this misunderstanding, and you inform us that God's cause is indeed the cause of truth and love, but this cause cannot be called alien to him, because God himself is truth and love. You are outraged at the assumption that God might resemble us poor worms by promoting an alien cause as his own. Should God promote the cause of truth, if he is not himself truth? He cares only for his own cause, but since he is all in all, therefore all is his affair. But we are not all in all, and our affair is utterly small and contemptible, therefore, we must serve a higher cause. Now it is clear, God cares only for what is his, deals only with himself, thinks only of himself, and looks out only for himself. Woe to all that is not well-pleasing to him. He serves nothing higher and satisfies only himself. His cause is a purely egoistic affair. How does it stand with humanity, whose cause we should make ours? Is its cause perhaps that of another, and does humanity serve a higher cause? No, humanity sees only itself, humanity wants to promote only humanity, humanity itself is its own cause. So that it develops, it lets people struggle away in its service, and when they have accomplished what humanity needs, it throws them on the dung heap of history in its gratitude. Isn't humanity's cause a purely egoistic affair? I don't at all need to show that everything that tries to push its cause over on us is concerned only with itself, and not with us, only with its well-being, and not with ours. Just have a look for yourselves at the rest. Do truth, freedom, humaneness, justice, want anything else than that you get enthusiastic about them and serve them? They all do exceptionally well when they are zealously revered. Take a look at the nation, which is defended by devoted patriots. The patriots fall in bloody battle or in the fight against hunger and need. What does the nation say about that? With the manure of these corpses, the nation becomes a blossoming nation. Individuals have died for the great cause of the nation, and the nation sends some words of thanks after them, and profits from it. I would call this lucrative egoism. But just look at the Sultan who so lovingly cares for his own. Isn't he pure selflessness itself, and doesn't he sacrifice himself hour after hour for his own? Yes, of course, for his own. Try just once to show yourself not as his own, but as your own. For escaping his egoism, you will take a trip to his jail. The Sultan has based his affair on nothing but himself. He is for himself the all in all and the only one, and tolerates no one who dares not to be his own. And won't you learn from these shining examples that the egoist gets on best? I, for my part, take a lesson from them, and instead of serving those great egoists unselfishly anymore, I would prefer to be the egoist myself. God and humanity have based their affair on nothing but themselves. I likewise base my affair on myself, this I, who just like God am the nothing of all others, this I who am my all, this I who am the unique. If God, if humanity, as you affirm, have enough content in themselves to be all in all to themselves, then I feel that I would lack it even less, and that I would have no complaint to make about my emptiness. I am not nothing in the sense of emptiness, but am the creative nothing, the nothing out of which I myself create everything as creator. Away then with every cause that is not completely my affair. You think that at least the good cause must be my affair? Which good, which bad? I am myself my own affair, and I am neither good nor bad. Neither makes any sense to me. The divine is God's affair, the human cause is humanity's. My affair is neither the divine nor the human, it is not the good, the true, the just, the free, etc., but only my own, and it is not general, but is unique, as I am unique. For me, there is nothing greater than me. 1. Humanity. For the human being is the supreme being, Feuerbach says. The human being has just now been discovered, Bruno Bauer says. Well then, let's take a closer look at this supreme being and this new discovery. 1. A human life. From the moment that he sees the world's light, a human being tries to extract himself from its confusion, in which he too is tossed about along with everything else, and finds himself. But everything that comes in contact with the child also defends itself against these encroachments and maintains its own existence. Consequently, since each one holds to itself and at the same time continually comes into collision with others, the battle for self-assertion is unavoidable. Victory or defeat, the fortune of the battle wavers between the two alternatives. The victor becomes the lord, the defeated one, the subject. The former exercises supremacy and the rights of supremacy, and the latter carries out the duties of the subject with awe and respect, but the two remain enemies and always lie in ambush. They lie in wait for each other's weaknesses, the child for those of her parents, the parents for those of their child. For example, fear, either the stick vanquishes the human being or the human being vanquishes the stick. In childhood, liberation takes the course wherein we try to find the reason for things, to get at what's behind things, therefore we spy out the weaknesses of all, for which, as everyone knows, children have a sure instinct. Therefore, we find pleasure in breaking things, in rummaging through hidden corners, prying into what is covered up or out of the way, and trying our hand at everything. Once we get at what's behind things, we know ourselves with confidence. When we discover, for example, that the rod is too weak against our defiance, we no longer fear it, we have outgrown it. Behind the rod, more powerful than it, stands our defiance, our defiant courage. We slowly get at what's behind everything that was weird and scary to us, behind the weirdly dreaded power of the rod, the father's stern look, etc. And behind all of it we find our tranquility, i.e., imperturbability, fearlessness, our counterforce, superior strength, invincibility. Before the things that once inspired fear and respect in us, we no longer shyly withdraw, but take courage. Behind everything, we find our courage, our superiority. Behind the sharp command of parents and bosses, our courageous choice or our outwitting cunning still stands. And the more we feel ourselves, the smaller that, which once seemed insurmountable, appears. And what is our trickery, cunning, courage, and defiance? What else but mind? For quite some time, we are spared a conflict that leaves us so short of breath later, the fight against reason. The most beautiful childhood passes without requiring us to fight against reason. We pay it no mind at all, don't deal with it, accept no reason. We are convinced of nothing through persuasion, and are deaf to good reasons, principles, etc., but we find caresses, punishment, and the like hard to resist. This sharp life struggle with reason comes in later, and begins a new phase. In childhood we scamper about without too much reflection. Mind is the name of the first self-discovery, the first banishment of God from the divine, that is, from the uncanny, the phantasms, the powers above. Our fresh feeling of youth, this feeling of self, is no longer impressed by anything. The world is explained to its discredit, because we are above it, we are mind. Only now do we see that we have not viewed the world mindfully at all, we've only stared at it. We exercise our first powers on natural forces. Parents impress us as a natural force, later we say, father and mother are to be left behind and all natural forces considered as broken. They are vanquished. For the rational, i.e., the intellectual human being, there is no family as a natural force, a refusal of parents, siblings, etc. appears. If these are born again as mental, rational forces, they are not at all what they were before. And a young person doesn't just vanquish parents, but human beings in general. They are no obstacle to him, and he doesn't take them into consideration, for now he says, one must obey God rather than men. Everything earthly steps back to a contemptible distance beneath this high standpoint, since this standpoint is the heavenly. Now, the attitude has completely turned around. The youth takes up a mindful manner, whereas the boy, who did not yet sense himself as mind, grew up in mindless learning. The former does not try to grasp things, for example, to bring the data of history into his head, but rather the thoughts that lie hidden in things, therefore, for example, the spirit of history. The boy, on the other hand, most likely understands connections, but not ideas, the spirit, and so he strings together whatever he can learn, without proceeding a priori and theoretically, i.e., without searching for ideas. If in childhood one had to overcome the resistance of the laws of the world, now in everything one plans, he bumps into an objection of the mind, of reason, of his own conscience. That is unreasonable, unchristian, unpatriotic, and so on. The conscience calls to us and, frightens us away from it. We fear neither the power of the vengeful Eumenides, not Poseidon's wrath, not God, as far as he sees even the hidden, nor the Father's punishing rod, but rather, conscience. Now we dwell on our thoughts and follow their orders just as earlier we followed parental, human ones. Our actions conform to our thoughts, ideas, conceptions, beliefs, as in childhood they conform to the orders of our parents. However, we were also already thinking as children, and our thoughts were not fleshless, abstract, absolute, i.e., nothing but thoughts, a heaven for itself, a pure world of thought, logical thoughts. On the contrary, they had only been thoughts that we had about a thing. We thought about the thing in this way or that. Thus we may have thought, the world we see there, was made by God, but we didn't think of, or investigate, the depths of divinity itself. We may have thought, this is true about this thing, but we didn't think about the true or truth itself, nor bring together in one sentence, God is truth. We did not touch the depths of divinity, which is truth. Pilate doesn't linger over logical, i.e., theological questions, what is truth, but has no hesitation, therefore, in determining in the individual case, what is true in the thing, i.e., whether the thing is true. Every thought tied to a thing is not yet nothing but a thought, absolute thought. To bring pure thought to light, or to cling to it, this is the desire of youth, and all the shining lights in the world of thought, like truth, freedom, humanity, the human being, etc., enlighten and inspire the youthful soul. But if the spirit is recognized as the essential thing, it still makes a difference whether the spirit is poor or rich, and therefore one tries to become rich in spirit. The spirit wants to spread out to found its empire, an empire not of this world, the world just vanquished. So then, it longs to be all in itself. In other words, although I am spirit, I am not yet perfectly spirit, and must first strive for the perfect spirit. But with that, I, who had just found myself as spirit, immediately lose myself again, in that I bow before the perfect spirit, not as my own, but as otherworldly, and feel my emptiness. Indeed, spirit is essential for everything, but is every spirit also the right spirit? The right and true spirit is the ideal of the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. It is not my, or your spirit, but simply, an ideal, otherworldly one. It is God. God is spirit. And this otherworldly Father in heaven gives to those who ask him. The man is distinguished from the youth in that he takes the world as it is, instead of presuming that it is everywhere in the wrong, and wanting to improve it, to mold it to his ideal. In him, the view that one has to deal with the world according to his interest, and not his ideal, is established. As long as one knows himself only as spirit, and puts all his value in being spirit, it becomes a light thing for the youth to give his life, his bodily life, for nothing, for the silliest point of honor, for so long he also only has thoughts, ideas that he hopes to be able to realize once he has found a sphere of action. Thus, in the meantime, one has only ideals, unfulfilled ideas or thoughts, only when one grows fond of himself in the flesh, and enjoys himself just as he is, but it is in mature years, in the man, that we find this. Only then does one have a personal or egoistic interest, i.e., not only an interest of the spirit, for example, but rather total satisfaction of the whole fellow, a selfish interest. Just compare a man with a youth, and see if he doesn't seem harder, less noble, more selfish. Is he therefore worse? No, you say, he has only become more certain, or, as you also call it, more practical. But the main thing is this, that he makes himself more the center, than does the youth, who gets enthused about other things, for example, God, the fatherland, and so on. Therefore the man shows a second self-discovery. The youth found himself as spirit and lost himself again in the general spirit, the perfect, Holy Spirit, the human being, humanity, in short, every ideal. The man finds himself as embodied spirit. Boys had only non-intellectual interests, i.e., thoughtless and devoid of ideas. Youths had only intellectual interests. The man has bodily, personal, egoistic interests. If the child lacks an object to occupy itself with, it feels boredom, because it does not yet know how to occupy itself with itself. Conversely, the youth throws the object to the side, because for him, Thoughts arose out of the object, he occupies himself with his thoughts, his dreams, occupies himself intellectually, or his mind is occupied. The young person deals with everything non-intellectual under the contemptuous name of outward appearances. If he nonetheless sticks to the pettiest outward appearances, for example, student club customs and other such formalities, it happens because and if he finds mind in them, i.e., if they are symbols to him. As I find myself behind things, that is, as mind, so I must later also find myself behind thoughts, namely, as their creator and owner. In the time of mind, thoughts grew in me until they were over my head, though they were its offspring, they hovered about me and shook me like the fevered dreams, a horrifying power. The thoughts had become embodied for themselves, were ghosts, such as God, Emperor, Pope, Fatherland, etc. If I destroy their embodiment, then I take them back into my own, and say, I alone am embodied. And now I take the world as what it is to me, as mine, as my property, I relate everything to myself. If as spirit I pushed the world away in the deepest contempt, as owner, I push spirits and thoughts away in their vanity. They have no more power over me, as no earthly force has power over the spirit. The child was realistic, involved with the things of this world, until bit by bit he succeeded in getting at what was behind these very things. The youth was idealistic, enthused by thoughts, until he worked his way up to being the man, the egoistic one, who deals with things and thoughts according to his heart's desire, and places his personal interest above everything. Finally, the old man? When I become one, there'll be time enough to talk about that. 1-2. Human beings of ancient and modern times, how each of us developed, what he strove for, attained, or missed, what objectives he once pursued and what plans and wishes his heart is set on for the moment, what changes his views have gone through, what shocks his principles have suffered, in short, how he came to be today what he was not yesterday or years ago. He brings this back out again with more or less ease from his memory and feels with particular vividness the changes that have gone on in himself when he has another's life unrolling before his eyes. Let's look then into the activities which ensnared our ancestors. 1-1. The Ancients. Since tradition once gave our pre-Christian ancestors the name of the ancients, we won't advance it against them that, in comparison with us experienced people, they actually should be called children, and instead still honor them as our fine ancients. But how have they come to be out of date, and who could edge them out with his alleged newness? We are quite familiar with the revolutionary innovator and disrespectful heir, who himself profaned the Sabbath of the fathers to sanctify his Sunday, and interrupted the flow of time to begin a new era with himself. We know him and recognize that he is the Christian, but does he stay forever young, and is he still the new one today, or will he also be surpassed, as he surpassed the ancients? The ancients themselves were the ones who gave birth to the young one who carried them to the grave. So let's eavesdrop on this procreative act. To the ancients, the world was a truth, says Feuerbach, but he forgets to make the important addition, a truth whose untruth they tried to get behind, and finally actually did. It is easy to recognize what is meant by these words of Feuerbach, if they are placed alongside the Christian theorem of the vanity and transience of the world. For as the Christian can never convince himself of the vanity of the divine word, but believes in its eternal and unshakable truth, which the more its depths are searched, has to come all the more brilliantly to light and triumph, so the ancients for their part, lived in the feeling that the world and worldly circumstances, for example, the natural ties of blood, were the truth before which their powerless eye must bow. The very thing on which the ancients placed the greatest value is discarded as useless by the Christian, and what the former recognized as truth, the latter brand as idle lies. The importance of the fatherland disappears, and the Christian must view himself as a stranger on the earth. The sanctity of funeral rites, from which arose a work of art like Sophocles' Antigone, is referred to as something wretched. Let the dead bury their dead. The inviolable truth of family ties is represented as an untruth from which one can't unchain oneself quickly enough, and so on with everything. Seeing now that the two sides consider opposite things to be truth, the one side the natural, the other the spiritual, the one side earthly things and relations, the other heavenly, the heavenly fatherland, the Jerusalem that is above, etc., it still remains to be seen how the new time and that undeniable reversal could arise out of antiquity. But the ancients themselves worked to make their truth a lie. Let's plunge straight away into the midst of the most brilliant years of the ancients, into the century of Pericles. That's when sophistic culture proliferated, and Greece pursued as an amusement what had hitherto been a hugely serious matter to her. The fathers had been enslaved by the power of unshaken existence for too long for the descendants not to have to learn from bitter experience to feel themselves. Thus the sophists, with courageous impudence, speak the encouraging words, "Don't be perplexed," and spread the enlightening teaching, "Use your reason, your wit, your mind, against everything, with good and practiced reasoning, one gets on best in the world, prepares for himself the best lot, the most pleasant life." They recognize in the mind the human being's real weapon against the world. This is why they so strongly hold to dialectical agility, language skills, the art of disputation, etc. They proclaim that the mind is to be used against everything, but they are still far from the sacredness of the mind, because they value it as a means, a weapon, just as cunning and defiance serve children for the same purpose. Their mind is incorruptible reason. Nowadays we would call this a one-sided intellectual education, and would add this admonition: don't just cultivate your intellect, but also, and especially, your heart. Socrates did the same. For if the heart was not freed from its natural impulses, but remained filled with the most random contents, and as an uncriticized covetousness, remained completely in the power of things, i.e., nothing but a vessel for various appetites, then it was inevitable that the free intellect would serve the bad heart and was ready to justify everything that the wicked heart desired. Therefore Socrates said that it wasn't enough to use the intellect in all things, but it was important to know for which cause one was exerting it. We would now say, one must serve the good cause. But to serve the good cause is, to be moral. Thus Socrates is the founder of ethics. Certainly the principle of sophistry had to lead to this, that the blindest and most dependent slave of his desires might still be an excellent sophist, and, with intellectual sharpness, lay out and prune everything in favor of his crude heart. What could there be for which one couldn't find a good reason, and which one wouldn't let oneself struggle through? Therefore Socrates says, you must be pure of heart, if one is to respect your wisdom. This is where the second period of Greek intellectual liberation begins, the period of purity of heart. The first came to its end with the sophists, because they proclaimed the omnipotence of reason. But the heart remained worldly minded, remained a slave of the world, always affected by worldly desires. From now on, this crude heart was to be molded, the era of the education of the heart. But how is the heart to be molded? What reason, that one side of the mind achieved, namely the ability to play freely with and above all content, the heart also approaches this. Everything worldly must come to shame before it, so that finally one gives up family, community, fatherland, etc., for the heart, i.e. for blessedness, the blessedness of the heart. Everyday experience confirms that one's reason may have long since renounced a thing, while the heart goes on beating for it for many years, so also sophistic reason had come to master the dominant, ancient powers so much, that they now only had to be driven from the heart, where they dwelt unmolested, to finally have no part left in humanity. Socrates opened this war, and its peaceful end does not occur until the dying day of the old world. The examination of the heart has its beginning with Socrates, and all the contents of the heart are inspected. In their last and most extreme efforts, the ancients threw all the content out of the heart, and didn't let it beat for anything. This was the act of the skeptics. The same purity would be achieved for the heart in the skeptical age, as was achieved for reason in the sophistic age. Sophistic education brought it to pass that one's reason won't stand still before anything, and skeptical education, that the heart won't be moved by anything. As long as the human being is involved in the turmoil of life and entangled in relations to the world, and he is so up to the end of antiquity, because his heart still has to struggle for independence from the worldly, for so long he is not spirit, because spirit is bodiless, and has no relation to the world and physicality. The world and natural ties do not exist for it, but only the spiritual and spiritual ties. Therefore, the human being must first become so ruthless and reckless, so completely disconnected, as he is represented in skeptical education, so utterly indifferent to the world that its collapse would not touch him, before he can feel himself as worldless, i.e., as spirit. And this is the result of the vast effort of the ancients, that the human being knows himself as an essence without relations or world, as spirit. Only now, after all worldly care has left him, is he all in all, only for himself, i.e., spirit for the spirit, or, more clearly, he cares only for the spiritual. In the Christian wisdom of serpents and innocence of doves, the two sides of the ancient spiritual liberation are so perfected that they seem young and new again, and neither one lets itself be perplexed by the worldly and natural any more. So the ancients also soared to spirit, and strove to become spiritual. But a person who wants to be active as a spirit is drawn to quite different tasks than he was able to set for himself before, to tasks which actually give the spirit something to do, and not just sense or keen perception, which only makes an effort to become the master of things. The spirit strives solely after the spiritual, and seeks in all things the traces of spirit. To the believing spirit, everything comes from God, and interests him only insofar as it reveals this origin. To the philosophic spirit, everything appears with the stamp of reason, and only interests him insofar as he can discover reason, i.e., spiritual content, in it. So the ancients did not exert the spirit, which has absolutely nothing to do with the unspiritual, with anything, but only with the essence that exists behind and above things, with thoughts, for they didn't yet have it. No, they only struggled toward it, longed for it, and therefore sharpened it against their overpowering enemy, the world of sense. But wouldn't this still have been sensual for them, since Jehovah or the gods of the pagans were still a long way from the conception God is spirit, since the heavenly fatherland had not yet taken the place of the sensible one, etc.? They sharpened their sense, their keen perception, against the world of sense. Even today, the Jews, those precocious children of antiquity, have not come further, and with all the subtlety and strength of wisdom and reason, through which they become the master of things with little difficulty, and force these things to serve them, cannot find spirit, which makes nothing at all of things. The Christian has spiritual interests, because he allows himself to be a spiritual person. The Jew doesn't even understand these interests in their purity, because he doesn't let himself ascribe no value to things. He doesn't achieve pure spirituality, a spirituality like the one religiously expressed, for example, in the faith of Christians, which alone justifies, without works. Their lack of spirituality forever sets Jews apart from Christians, for the spiritual is incomprehensible to the unspiritual, as the unspiritual is contemptible to the spiritual. But the Jews only have the spirit of this world. The ancient sharpness and depth of perception lies as far from the spirit and the spirituality of the Christian world as earth lies from heaven. One who feels himself to be a free spirit does not get depressed or frightened by the things of this world, because he has no respect for them. If one still feels their burden, he must be narrow-minded enough to give them weight, as is evidently the case when one is still concerned for his dear life. The one for whom everything depends on knowing and conducting himself as a free spirit raises few questions about how wretchedly it fares with him, and doesn't think at all of the arrangements he has to make to have a thoroughly free or enjoyable life. The inconveniences of a life dependent on things doesn't disturb him, because he lives only spiritually and on spiritual food, but aside from this, almost without knowing it, he merely feeds or gulps things down, and when the food gives out on him, of course, dies bodily, but as spirit he knows he is immortal and closes his eyes with a devotion or thought. His life is preoccupation with the spirit, is thought. The rest doesn't matter to him, if he may deal with the spiritual as he always can and wants, in devotion, in contemplation, in philosophical insight. His doing is always thinking, and thus Descartes, to whom this finally became clear, could put forth the proposition, I think, therefore I am. Here it says my thinking is my being or my life. Only when I live spiritually do I live. I truly am only a spirit, or, I am spirit through and nothing but spirit. Unlucky Peter Schlemiel, who lost his shadow, is the portrait of this person who's become spirit, because the spirit's body is shadowless. In contrast, how different with the ancients. However strong and manly they might act against the power of things, they still had to acknowledge the power itself, and got no further than protecting their life against it as well as possible. It was only later that they recognized that their true life was not the one they led in the struggle against the things of this world, but rather the spiritual life. When they turned away from these things, and saw them as they were, they become Christians, i.e., moderns and innovators against the ancients. But life turned away from things. Spiritual life no longer draws any nourishment from nature, but rather lives only on thoughts, and so is no longer life, but thinking. But one shouldn't assume now that the ancients were unthinking, just as one shouldn't conceive of the most spiritual person as if he might be lifeless. Rather, they had their thoughts about everything, about the world, human beings, the gods, etc., and proved themselves extremely active in bringing all this to their awareness. But they didn't know thought, even though they thought of all sorts of things and were plagued by their thoughts. You can compare them with the Christian saying, "My thoughts are not your thoughts, as the heaven is higher than the earth, so are my thoughts higher than your thoughts," and remember what was said about our child thoughts. So what was antiquity seeking? The true enjoyment of life, the pleasure of living. In the end it will prove to be the true life. The Greek poet Simonides sings, "Health is the noblest good for mortal man, the next after this is beauty, the third is wealth acquired honestly, the fourth the enjoyment of social pleasures in the company of young friends. These are all the good things of life, the joys of life." What else was Diogenes of Sinope looking for, if not the true enjoyment of life, which he found in having the least possible wants? What else Aristippus, who found it in good spirits under every circumstance? They are seeking for cheerful, unclouded courage to face life, for cheerfulness. They are seeking to be of good cheer. The Stoics want to realize the sage, the man with life wisdom, the man who knows how to live, therefore, a wise life. He finds him in contempt for the world, in life without development, without expansion, without friendly interactions with the world, i.e., in the isolated life, in life as life, not in life with others. Only the Stoic lives, all else is dead for him. The Epicureans on the other hand require a moving life. Because they have a desire for good things, the ancients call for good living, Jews, in particular, for a long life, blessed with children and goods, for eudaimonia, for well-being in the most varying forms. Democritus, for example, praises as such peace of mind, in which one lives placidly, without fear and without excitement. He thinks that with this he gets on best, provides the best lot for himself, and gets the best from the world. But since he can't get away from the world, and in fact can't do so for the very reason that all his activity rises from his endeavors to get away, therefore in pushing the world away, for which it is still necessary that what is to be pushed away and rejected continues to exist, otherwise there would be nothing more to push away. Thus, at most, he reaches an extreme degree of liberation, differing from the less liberated only in degree. If he himself achieved the deadening of the earthly senses, which only allows the monotonous whispering of the word Brahm, he would still not differ essentially from the sensual human being. Even the Stoic attitude and manly virtue only go this far, that one has to maintain and assert oneself against the world, and the ethics of the Stoics. Ethics was their only science, since they could tell nothing of the spirit except how it should behave toward the world, and nothing of nature, physics, except that the boys have to assert themselves against it, are not a teaching of the spirit, but only a teaching of disgust for the world and self-assertion against the world, and this consists in imperturbability and equanimity of life, and so in the most explicit Roman virtue. The Romans, Horace, Cicero, etc., took it no further than this life wisdom. The well-being, hedon, of the Epicureans is the same life wisdom the Stoics teach, only craftier, more deceitful. They only teach another behavior against the world, only admonish taking a cunning attitude against the world must be deceived, because it is my enemy. The break with the world is completely carried through by the skeptics. My whole relationship to the world is worthless and truthless. Timon says, the feelings and thoughts we gather from the world contain no truth. What is truth? Pilate cries. In Pyrrho's teaching, the world is neither good nor bad, neither beautiful nor ugly, rather these are attributes which I give to it. Timon says that, in itself nothing is either good or bad, but the human being only thinks of it as this or that. The only ways left for facing the world are ataraxia, imperturbability, and aphasia, becoming silent, or, in other words, isolated inwardness. There is no more truth to be recognized in the world, things contradict themselves, thoughts about things are undiscriminating, good and bad are all the same, so that what one calls good another finds bad, so knowledge of the truth has ended, and only the person without knowledge, the person who finds nothing to recognize in the world, remains, and this person just lets the truth-empty world be and takes no account of it. So antiquity finishes with the world of things, with the world order, with the world as a whole, but it isn't just nature that belongs to the world order or to the things of this world, but all the relationships into which the human being feels that nature places him, for example, the family, the community, in short the so-called natural bonds. Then Christianity begins with the world of the spirit. The person who still stands on guard against the world is the ancient, the heathen, to which the Jew too, as a non-Christian, belongs, the person who is guided by nothing except his heart's desire, his sympathy, his compassion, his spirit, is the modern, the Christian. As the ancients worked toward the conquest of the world and strove to release human beings from the heavy, entangling bands of relationship with others, so they came at last to the disintegration of the state and the preference for everything private. Communities, families, etc., as natural relationships, are tiresome inhibitions which curtail my spiritual freedom. 122. The moderns. If any man be in Christ, he is a new creature, old things have passed away, behold, all has become new. Since it was said above, for the ancients the world was a truth, we must say here, for the moderns the spirit was a truth, but here, as there, we mustn't omit the addition, a truth whose untruth they sought to get behind, and finally actually did. A course similar to that which antiquity took can also be detected in Christianity, in that up to the time preparatory for the Reformation, reason was held prisoner under the rule of Christian dogmas, but in the century before the Reformation reason rose up sophistically and pursued a heretical game with all dogmas. Thus, it was then said, especially in Italy and at the Roman court, if only the heart remained Christian-minded, the reason may, in any case, enjoy its pleasures. Long before the Reformation, people were so thoroughly accustomed to subtle squabbling that the Pope and most others at first looked on Luther's appearance as mere monkish squabbling. Humanism corresponds to sophistry, and as in the time of the sophists Greek life stood in its fullest bloom, the Periclean age, so the most brilliant things occurred in the time of humanism, or as one might also say, of Machiavellianism, the art of printing, the New World, etc. The heart at this time was still far from wanting to rid itself of its Christian content. But finally the Reformation, like Socrates, put the heart itself into action, and since then, the heart has become noticeably more unchristian. Since with Luther people began to take the thing to heart, this step of the Reformation would have to lead to this, that the heart would also be relieved of the heavy burden of Christianity. The heart, day by day more unchristian, loses the content with which it had occupied itself, until finally nothing is left to it but empty warm-heartedness, the thoroughly universal human kindness, the love of humanity, the consciousness of freedom, self-consciousness. Only in this way is Christianity finished, because it has become barren, dead, and void of content. There is now no more content against which the heart does not rebel, unless it has crept up on it unaware or without self-consciousness. The heart criticizes to death everything that wants to intrude with ruthless heartlessness, and is capable of no friendship, no love, except unconsciously or when taken by surprise. What would there be in human beings to love, since they all alike are egoists, none of them the human being as such, i.e., none only spirit? The Christian loves only the spirit, but where could there be one who would actually be nothing but spirit? To have love for the embodied human being with hide and hair, well, that would no longer be spiritual warm-heartedness, it would be a betrayal of pure warm-heartedness, of theoretical concern, for one doesn't imagine pure warm-heartedness to be like that easy-going pleasantness which gives everyone a friendly handshake. On the contrary, pure warm-heartedness is warm-hearted to no one, it is only a theoretical concern, an interest in human beings as human beings, not as persons. The person is disgusting to it, because he is egoistic, because he is not this idea, the human being. But it has a theoretical interest only for the idea. For pure warm-heartedness or pure theory, human beings are only there to be criticized, mocked, and thoroughly despised. They are for them, no less than for the fanatical priests, only filth, and other such fine things. Pushed to the extremity of disinterested warm-heartedness, we must finally become aware that the spirit, which is all that the Christian loves, is nothing, or that the spirit is a lie. What has been insisted upon here, and most likely as yet dashed off incomprehensibly, will, I hope, become clear further on. Let's take up the inheritance left to us by the ancients, and, as active workers, do with it as much as can be done with it. The world lies despised at our feet, far beneath us and our heaven, into which her mighty arms no longer reach and her intoxicating scent does not penetrate. As seductive as she may act, she can bewitch nothing but our senses, she cannot lead our spirit astray, and after all, we are in truth only spirit. Once it had gotten behind things, the spirit also got over them, and became free from their bonds, emancipated, with an otherworldly freedom. So spiritual freedom speaks. The spirit, which, after long efforts, has rid itself of the worldless spirit, has nothing left after the loss of the world and the worldly except the spirit and the spiritual. But since it has only removed itself from the world and made of itself an essence free of the world, without actually being able to destroy it, the world remains an offense to it that can't be removed, a disreputable essence, and since, on the other hand, it knows and recognizes nothing but the spirit and the spiritual, it must constantly bring with it the desire to spiritualize the world, i.e., to redeem it from the shit pile. Therefore, it goes about like a young man with plans for the redemption or improvement of the world. As we saw, the ancients served the natural, the worldly, the natural world order, but they incessantly wondered if they couldn't then relieve themselves of this service, and when they had grown dead tired in their ever-renewed endeavors at revolt, then, amidst their last sighs, there was born to them the God, the overcomer of the world. All their activity had been nothing but worldly wisdom, a striving to get behind and over the world. And what is the wisdom of the many centuries that followed? What did the moderns try to get behind? No longer behind the world, since the ancients had achieved that, but rather behind the God which the ancients bequeathed to them, behind the God who is spirit, behind everything that is the spirit's, the spiritual. The activity of the spirit, which investigates even the depths of the Godhead, is the study of divinity. If the ancients have nothing to show but worldly wisdom, so the moderns never took or take it further than theology. We will see later that even the newest revolts against God are nothing but the most extreme endeavors of the study of divinity, i.e., theological insurrections. 1221. The Spirit. The realm of the Spirit is tremendously large, there is an endless amount of the spiritual. Still, let's see what the Spirit, this legacy from the ancients, really is. It emerged from their birth pangs, but they could not express themselves as spirit, they could give birth to it, but it had to express itself. The born God, the Son of Man, first spoke the word that spirit, i.e., he, the God, has nothing to do with earthly things and earthly relationships, but only with the spirit and spiritual relationships. Is my courage, indestructible under all the world's blows, my inflexibility and defiance, already spirit in the full sense, since the world cannot touch it? In this way it would still be at enmity with the world, and its activity would be limited to not being defeated by it. No, so long as it is not dealing with itself alone, so long as it does not have to do only with its own world, the spiritual, it is not free spirit, but only the spirit of this world, the one fettered to it. The spirit is free spirit, i.e., actual spirit, only in a world of its own. In this one, the earthly world, it is a stranger. Only in the midst of a spiritual world is the spirit actually spirit, because this world doesn't understand it and doesn't know how to keep the girl from the foreign land from leaving. But where is this spiritual world supposed to come from? Nowhere else but from itself. It must reveal itself, and the words that it speaks, the revelations in which it unveils itself, these are its world. As a dreamer lives and has his world only in the fanciful patterns that he himself creates, as a fool generates his own dream world, without which he wouldn't even be able to be a fool, so spirit has to create its spirit world for itself and, until it creates this, is no spirit. Thus its creations make it spirit, and in its creations one recognizes it, the creator, it lives in them, they are its world. Now, what is the spirit? It is the creator of a spiritual world. Also in you and me one first recognizes spirit when he sees that we have appropriated something spiritual to ourselves, for example, thoughts, although they were perhaps presented to us, we have nonetheless brought them to life in ourselves, since as long as we were children one could have presented us with the most edifying thoughts without our wanting or being able to recreate them in ourselves, so also the Spirit only exists when it creates the spiritual, it is only actual together with the spiritual, its creation. Since we recognize it because of its works, the question is this: what are these works? But the works or children of the Spirit are nothing other than spirits. If I had Jews before me, Jews of the true metal, I would have to stop here and leave them standing before this mystery as they have remained standing before it, unbelieving and without knowledge, for almost 2,000 years. But since you, my reader, are at least not a full-blooded Jew, for such a one won't go this far astray, we'll go a little bit further together until you too perhaps turn your back on me, because I'm laughing in your face. If someone told you that you were Holy Spirit, you would take hold of your body and not believe him, but would answer, I probably have a spirit, but don't exist only as spirit, but rather as a human being with a body. You would still distinguish yourself from your spirit, but, he replies, it is your destiny to one day become a blessed spirit, even if now you still go along in the shackles of the body, and however you may imagine the future appearance of this spirit of yours, this much is still certain, that you will take off your body in death and nonetheless keep yourself, i.e., your spirit, for all eternity. Therefore, the spirit is what is eternal and true in you, and the body is only an earthly home, which you can leave and perhaps exchange for another. Now you believe him. For the present, indeed, you are not just spirit, but one day, when you have to leave your mortal body, then you'll have to make do without a body, and this is why it is necessary that you take care and provide for your true I in time. What would it profit a man if he gained the whole world but lost his soul? But even granting that the doubts raised over the years against Christian beliefs have long since robbed you of your belief in the immortality of your spirit, you have still left one tenet unshaken, and you still cling without inhibitions to the one truth, that the spirit is your better part, and that the spiritual has greater claims on you than anything else. Despite your atheism, you come together with the believers in immortality in your zeal against egoism. But whom do you imagine under the name of egoist? A human being who, instead of living an idea, i.e., a spiritual thing, and sacrificing his personal advantage to it, serves the latter. A good patriot, for example, brings his sacrifice to the altar of the fatherland, but it cannot be disputed that the fatherland is an idea, since for animals with no capacity for mind, or children who are still mindless, there is no fatherland and no patriotism. Now, if someone does not prove himself to be a good patriot, he betrays his egoism in relation to the fatherland. And so it goes in countless other cases. Whoever makes use of a privilege in human society sins egoistically against the idea of equality. Whoever exercises dominance is chastised as an egoist against the idea of freedom, etc. So you despise the egoist because he neglects the spiritual in favor of the personal, and looks after himself, whereas you would like to see him act from love for an idea. You differ from him in that you make the spirit, whereas he makes himself, the central point, or in that you divide your I in two and raise up your true I, the spirit, as the master of the worthless remainder, whereas he wants to know nothing of this division, and pursues spiritual and material interests just as it gives him pleasure. Indeed, you think that you are striking out only against those who have no spiritual interests at all, but in fact you curse at everyone who doesn't see the spiritual interest as his true and highest interest. You carry your nightly service for this beauty so far as to claim that she is the only beauty in the world. You don't live for yourself, but for your spirit and what is the spirit's, i.e., ideas. Since the spirit only exists while it creates the spiritual, let's look around us for its first creation. If it has first accomplished this, from then on a natural reproduction of creations follows, as according to the myth only the first human beings had to be created so that the rest of the race could reproduce itself. However, the first creation must arise out of nothing, i.e., the spirit has nothing but itself for its realization, or rather, it doesn't have itself yet, but must create itself. Its first creation is thus itself, the spirit. As mystical as this sounds, we nonetheless go through it as an everyday experience. Are you a thinking being before you think? When you create the first thought, you create yourself, the thinking being, because you don't think before you think a thought, i.e. have a thought. Isn't it your singing that makes you a singer, your speaking that makes you a speaking human being? Now, so too it is the producing of the spiritual that first makes you a spirit. Meanwhile, as you distinguish yourself from the thinker, singer, and speaker, you no less distinguish yourself from the spirit, and very much feel that you are something other than spirit. But just as, in the thinking eye, hearing and sight easily fade in the enthusiasm of thought, so spirit enthusiasm has seized you, and now you long with all your might to become wholly spirit and to merge into spirit. The spirit is your ideal, the unattained, the otherworldly. Spirit is the name of your God, God is spirit. You are a fanatic against everything that is not spirit, and therefore you rail fanatically against yourself, as you aren't rid of a non-spiritual remainder. Instead of saying, I am more than spirit, you contritely say, I am less than spirit, and I can only think about spirit, pure spirit, or the spirit that is nothing but spirit, but am not this, and since I am not this, it is another, it exists as another, whom I call God. It lies in the nature of the thing, that the spirit which is supposed to exist as pure spirit must be an otherworldly one, for since I am not it, it can only exist outside of me. Since a human being doesn't fully merge into spirit, then pure spirit, spirit as such, can only be outside of human beings, beyond the human world, not earthly, but heavenly. Only from this conflict in which I and the spirit lie, only because I and spirit are not names for one and the same thing, but different names for entirely different things, only because I am not spirit and spirit is not I, only from this does one get the completely tautological explanation of the need for the spirit to live in the other world, i.e., to be God. From this it also follows how thoroughly theological, i.e., based in the study of divinity, the liberation Feuerbach strives to give us is. In particular, he says that we had only misjudged our own essence and therefore looked for it in the other world, but now, when we see that God is only our human essence, we have to again recognize it as our own and take it back from the other world into this one. Feuerbach names the God, who is spirit, our essence. Can we put up with this, that our essence is brought into opposition with us and that we get split up into an essential and a non-essential I? Don't we move back again in this way into the unhappy misery of seeing ourselves exiled from ourselves? What do we gain then, when, for a change, we install the divine that was outside us into ourselves? Are we that which is in us? As little as we are that which is outside us. I am as little my heart as I am my sweetheart, this other I of mine. Precisely because we are not the spirit that dwells in us, precisely for this reason we had to move it outside ourselves. It was not we, it did not come together as one with us, and therefore we could do nothing other than to think of it as existing outside of us, beyond us, in the other world. With the strength of desperation Feuerbach grips the whole substance of Christianity, not to throw it away, no, to usurp it, to pull it, the long-awaited, ever-distant, with one last effort out of its heaven and keep it with him forever. Isn't that a grip of final desperation, a life-or-death grip, and isn't it at the same time the Christian longing and desire for the other world? The hero doesn't want to go into the other world, but rather to draw the other world into himself, and force it to become this world. And since then, doesn't all the world cry, with more or less consciousness, that this world is what matters, and heaven must come down to earth and be experienced here? We will briefly set Feuerbach's theological view and our contradiction over against each other. The essence of the human being is humanity's highest essence. Now, of course, for religion, the highest essence is named God and is looked upon as an objective essence, but in truth it is only humanity's own essence, and therefore the turning point of world history is that from now on God should no longer appear to the human being as God, but rather the human being should appear as God. To this we reply, the highest essence may be the human essence, but precisely because it is his essence and not he himself, it doesn't matter at all whether we see it outside him and view it as God, or find it in him and call it human essence or the human being. I am neither God nor the human being, neither the highest essence nor my essence, and so, on the whole, it doesn't matter whether I think of the essence as in me or outside of me. Indeed, we actually always think of the highest essence in both kinds of otherworldliness, the inner and the outer, at the same time, because God's Spirit, in the Christian view, is also our spirit and dwells in us. It dwells in heaven and dwells in us. We poor things are just its dwelling, And if Feuerbach destroys its heavenly dwelling and forces it to move, lock, stock and barrel into us, then we, its earthly lodgings, will be very much overcrowded. But after this digression, which, if we meant at all to go like clockwork, we would have had to save for later pages to avoid repetition, we return to the Spirit's first creation, the Spirit itself. The Spirit is something other than I. But this other. What is it? 1222, the possessed. Have you ever seen a spirit? No, not I, but my grandmother. You see, it's the same with me too. I myself haven't seen any, but they ran every which way between my grandmother's feet, and from trust in our grandmother's honesty we believe in the existence of spirits. But didn't we have grandfathers, and didn't they shrug their shoulders every time our grandmothers talked about their ghosts? Yes, those were unbelieving men who have damaged our good religion, those Enlightenment philosophers. We'll feel that. What would form the basis then for this warm belief in ghosts, if not the faith in the existence of a spiritual essence in general, and isn't the latter itself disastrously shaken when one allows insolent rationalists to rattle the former? The Romantics thoroughly felt the blow the very belief in God suffered by the denial of the belief in spirits or ghosts, and sought to remedy the disastrous consequences not only through their reawakened fairy world, but finally, and particularly, through the intrusion of a higher world, through their somnambulists, visionaries of Prevorst, etc. The good believers and church fathers did not realize that along with the belief in ghosts, religion would be deprived of its basis, and that since then it has been floating in the air. One who no longer believes in ghosts only needs to follow through consistently in his unbelief to see that there is no separate essence at all behind things, no ghost or, what is naively considered synonymous in our use of words, no spirit. Spirits exist. Look around in the world and tell yourself whether a spirit doesn't look at you out of everything. From the lovely little flower speaks the voice of the Creator, who has formed it so wonderfully. The stars proclaim the Spirit who has placed them in order, the spirit of grandeur blows down from the mountain tops, a spirit of longing rushes up from the waters, and, from human beings millions of spirits speak. The mountains may cave in, the flowers wither, the world of stars collapse, the human beings die. What does the downfall of these visible bodies matter? The Spirit, the invisible Spirit, remains eternally. Yes, the whole world is haunted. Only is haunted? No, it itself haunts, it is eerie through and through, it is the changing apparent body of a spirit, it is a phantasm. What else is a ghost but an apparent body, but an actual spirit? Now the world is vain, is empty, is only dazzling appearance, its truth is solely the spirit, it is the apparent body of a spirit. Look around near or far, a ghostly world surrounds you everywhere, you always have apparitions or visions. Everything that appears to you is only the appearance of an indwelling spirit, is a ghostly phenomenon. The world is to you only a phenomenal world behind which the spirit moves its essence. You see spirits. Are you perhaps thinking of comparing yourself to the ancients who saw gods everywhere? Gods, my dear modern, are not spirits. Gods do not reduce the world to an appearance and do not spiritualize it. But to you, the whole world is spiritualized and has become a mysterious ghost, so don't be surprised if you also find nothing but a phantasm in yourself. Doesn't your spirit haunt your body, and isn't the former alone the true and the real, the latter only the transitory, empty, or an appearance? Aren't we all ghosts, eerie essences, who await deliverance, that is to say, spirits? Since the Spirit appeared in the world, since the Word became flesh, since then the world has been spiritualized, enchanted, a phantasm. You have spirit, because you have thoughts. What are your thoughts? Spiritual essences. And so not things? No, but the spirit of things, the main point of all things, their innermost aspect, their idea. So what you think is not just your thought. On the contrary, it is the most real aspect, what is really true in the world, it is the truth itself. If I only truly think, I think the truth. Of course I can be mistaken about the truth and fail to recognize it, but when I recognize it, then the object of my knowledge is the truth. So do you strive at all times to recognize the truth? The truth is sacred to me. It may well happen that I find a truth imperfect and replace it with a better one, but I cannot abandon the truth. I believe in the truth, Therefore I search into it, nothing surpasses it, it is eternal. The truth is sacred, eternal, it is the sacred, the eternal. But you, who let yourself be filled and led by this sacred thing, yourself becomes sanctified. Also, the sacred is not for your senses, and you never as a sensual being discover its trace, but rather through your faith, or more particularly still, through your spirit, because it is itself a spiritual thing, a spirit, it is spirit through the spirit. The sacred in no way allows itself to be as easily gotten rid of as many who no longer take this unseemly word into their mouths presently claim. If even in a single respect I still get scolded as an egoist, then the thought remains of another that I am supposed to serve more than myself, and which must be more important to me than everything, in short, something in which I would have to seek my true well-being, something sacred. If this sacred thing appears human, if it is the human itself, this does not take away its sacredness, but rather, at most, changes it from an unearthly to an earthly sacred thing, from a divine to a human one. Sacred things exist only for the egoist who doesn't recognize himself, the involuntary egoist, for the one who is always out for his own, and yet does not consider himself the highest essence, who only serves himself and at the same time always thinks of serving a higher being, who knows nothing higher than himself and yet is crazy about something higher, in short, for the egoist who doesn't want to be an egoist, and degrades himself, i.e., fights his egoism, but at the same time degrades himself so that he will be exalted, and thus gratify his egoism. Because he wants to stop being an egoist, he looks about in heaven and earth for higher beings that he can serve and sacrifice himself to, but however much he shakes and chastises himself, in the end he does everything for his own sake, and the disreputable egoism never gives way in him. This is why I call him the involuntary egoist. His effort and care to get away from himself are nothing but the misunderstood drive for self-dissolution. If you are bound to your last hour, if you must babble today because you babbled yesterday, if you can't transform yourself in every instant, you feel yourself in slave's shackles and frozen. This is why, beyond each moment of your existence, a fresh moment of the future beckons to you, and developing yourself, you get away from yourself, i.e., from your current self. As you are in each moment, you are your own creation, and now in this creation, you don't want to lose yourself, the creator. You are yourself a higher essence than you are, and you outdo yourself. But that you are the one who is higher than you, i.e., that you are not mere creation, but likewise your own creator, this you fail to recognize as an involuntary egoist, and so the higher essence is for you, an alien thing. Every higher essence, like truth, humanity, etc., is an essence over us. Alienation is a hallmark of the sacred. In everything sacred, there is something eerie, i.e., alien, in which we are not quite familiar and at home. What is sacred to me is not my own, and if the property of others, for example, were not sacred to me, I would look upon it as mine and would take it for myself when a good opportunity arose, or on the other hand, if the Chinese emperor's face were sacred to me, it would remain alien to my eyes, and I would close them at its appearance. Why is an irrefutable mathematical truth, which might even be called eternal in the ordinary sense of the word, not sacred? Because it is not revealed, or it is not the revelation of a higher essence. When one only understands so-called religious truths as revealed, one goes very wrong, and completely underestimates the breadth of the concept higher essence. The atheists carry on their mockery of the higher essence, which also gets worshipped under the name of the highest or être suprême, and trample one proof of its existence after another into the dust, without noticing that, out of a need for a higher essence, they only destroy the old one to make room for a new one. Isn't the human being a higher essence than an individual human being, and aren't the truths, rights, and ideas that arise from the concept of it supposed to be revered as revelations of this concept and held as sacred? Because if one were to again abolish some truth that seemed to be manifested by this concept, this would only give evidence of a misunderstanding on our part, without in the least doing harm to the sacred concept itself or taking its sacredness from the truths that must rightly be seen as revelations of the same. The human being reaches beyond each individual human being, and though it is his essence, it is in fact not his essence, which would instead be as unique as he, the individual himself, but rather a universal and higher, indeed, for the atheists, the highest essence. And as divine revelations were not written down by God's own hand, but were revealed through the Lord's tools, so also the new highest essence doesn't write out its revelations itself, but lets the news reach us through true human beings. Only the new essence in fact betrays itself as a more spiritual conception than the old God, because the latter was still pictured with a kind of full-bodiedness or form, whereas the new has retained an unclouded spirituality, and no special material body is attributed to it. Still, it does not lack embodiment, which even becomes still more seductive, because it looks more natural and worldly, and consists in nothing less than every bodily human being or simply in humanity or all people. Thus, the phantasmicality of the spirit in an apparent body has become quite solid and popular once again. So the highest essence is holy, along with everything in which this highest essence reveals or will reveal itself, but those who recognize this highest essence together with its own, i.e., with the revelations of itself, are sanctified. The sacred in turn sanctifies its worshipper, who through worship becomes a sacred being himself, as likewise what he does is sacred, a sacred transformation, sacred thoughts and actions, writings and aspirations, etc. The conflict over what is worshipped as the highest essence can only be understood as meaningful, so long as the most embittered opponents concede to each other the main point, that there is a highest essence to which worship or service is due. If one smiles compassionately at the whole struggle over a highest essence, like a Christian, for example, at the war of words between a Shiite and a Sunni or a Brahmin and a Buddhist, then the hypothesis of a highest essence is empty for him, and the conflict over it an idle game. So whether the one or the triune God, whether the Lutheran God or the Etre Supreme or no God at all, but rather the human being may signify the highest essence, this makes no difference at all to the one who denies the highest essence itself, because in his eyes those servants of the highest essence are altogether pious people, the fiercest atheist no less than the most devout Christian. So in the foremost place in the sacred stands the highest essence, and the belief in this essence, our holy faith. 12221. The phantasm. With ghosts we arrive in the spirit realm, the realm of essences. What haunts the universe, and creates its mysterious inconceivable essence, is precisely the arcane phantasm that we call the highest essence. And to get to the bottom of this phantasm, to conceive it, to discover actuality in it, to prove the existence of God, this is the task human beings have set for themselves for thousands of years, the awful impossibility, the endless damned labor, of transforming the phantasm into a non-phantasm, the unreal into a real thing, the spirit into a complete and embodied person. They struggled away at this. Behind the existing world they sought the thing in itself, the essence, behind the thing they sought the absurdity. When one looks to the bottom of a thing, i.e., investigates its essence, one often discovers something entirely different than what it appears to be: honey-sweet speech and a lying heart, pompous words and miserable thoughts, etc. By emphasizing the essence, one thus degrades the previously misjudged phenomenon to a mere appearance, to a deception. The essence of the world, so attractive and marvelous, is for the one who sees through it vanity. Vanity is world essence. Now, one who is religious doesn't deal with deceptive appearance, nor with vain phenomena, but rather looks into the essence, and in the essence has the truth. The essences which arise from certain phenomena are bad essences, and conversely those from others are good. The essence of human feelings, for example, is love, the essence of human will is the good, that of his thought, the truth, etc. What was first taken for existence, such as the world and its like, now seems like mere appearance, and the truly existent is rather the essence, whose realm is filled with gods, spirits, demons, i.e., with good or bad essences. Only this inverted world, this world of essences, now truly exists. The human heart may be loveless, but its essence exists, the God, who is love. Human thought can wander into error, but its essence, truth, exists, God is truth, etc. To recognize and acknowledge only essences and nothing but essences, that is religion. Its realm is a realm of essences, phantasms, and ghosts. The urge to make the phantasm tangible, or to realize the nonsense, has brought about an embodied ghost, a ghost or spirit with an actual body, a full-bodied ghost. How the strongest, most brilliant Christians have martyred themselves to get a conception of this ghostly phenomenon. But there always remained the contradiction of the two natures, the divine and the human, i.e., the ghostly and the sensual. There remained the most wondrous phantasm, the absurdity. Never yet was a ghost more soul-torturing, and no shaman, who goads himself into a fury and nerve-wracking convulsions to banish a ghost, can endure such anguish of the soul as Christians suffered from that most inconceivable ghost. At the same time, only through Christ the truth of the thing had come to light, that the true spirit or ghost is the human being. The embodied or full-bodied spirit is just the human being. He is himself the terrifying essence and at the same time the essence's appearance and existence or presence. From now on, the human being no longer trembles at ghosts outside himself, but at himself. He frightens himself. Deep in his breast dwells the spirit of sin, even the slightest thought, and this is itself a spirit, can be a devil, etc. The ghost has put on a body, God has become a human being, but the human being is now himself the terrifying phantasm, which he tries to get behind, to banish, to fathom, to bring to actuality and speech. The human being is spirit. Let the body wither, just so long as the spirit is saved, everything depends on the spirit, and the welfare of the spirit or soul becomes the sole focus. The human being has himself become a ghost, an eerie phantasm, to which a specific seat in the body is even assigned, though there is dispute over the seat of the soul, whether in the head, etc. You are not to me, and I am not to you, a higher essence. Nonetheless, a higher essence may be stuck in each of us, and call forth a mutual reverence. To immediately take the most general, the human being lives in you, and me. If I didn't see the human being in you, what reason would I have to respect you? To be sure, you aren't the human being in his true and suitable figure, but only a mortal husk of his, from which he can withdraw without coming to an end, but still for now this general and higher essence dwells in you, and, since an imperishable spirit has assumed a perishable body in you, so that your figure is actually only an assumed one, you bring to my mind a spirit that appears in you, without being bound to your body and to this particular mode of appearance, thus, a phantasm. This is why I don't look at you as a higher essence, but rather only respect that higher being that haunts you. I respect the human being in you. The ancients disregarded any such thing in their slaves, and the higher essence, the human being, still found little response. Instead they saw in each other ghosts of another sort. The people is a higher essence than an individual and, like the human being or the human spirit, is a spirit haunting the individual, the spirit of the people. Therefore they revered this spirit, and only to the extent that he served this or some other spirit related to it, such as the family spirit, etc., could the individual appear significant. Only for the sake of the higher essence, the people, was any value ceded to the member of the people. Just as you are made sacred to us through the human being that haunts you, so individuals in every time were made sacred by some higher essence such as the people, the family, and so on. Only for the sake of a higher essence has anyone ever been honored, only being regarded as a ghost for a sanctified, i.e., protected and established, person. If I embrace and cherish you, because I have love for you, because my heart finds nourishment, and my need satisfaction in you, it is not for the sake of the higher essence whose sanctified body you are, thus not because I see a ghost, i.e., an appearing spirit in you, but out of egoistic pleasure. You yourself, with your essence, are of value to me, because your essence is not a higher one, not higher and more general than you, it is unique like you yourself, because it is you, but it is not only the human being, but everything, that haunts. The higher essence, the spirit, that haunts everything, is at the same time bound to nothing, and only, appears in it. A ghost in every corner. Here would be the place to let the haunting spirits drift past, if they didn't have to come out again further on in order to vanish before egoism. Therefore, let's give only a few more notable examples of them, in order to immediately lead into our attitude toward them. For example, above all, the Holy Spirit is sacred, the truth is sacred, right, law, the good cause, majesty, marriage, the common good, order, the fatherland, etc., etc., are sacred. 12222. Bats in the belfry. Man, your head is haunted, you have bats in your belfry. You're imagining big things and painting for yourself a whole world of gods that is there for you, a haunted realm to which you are called, an ideal that beckons to you. You have a fixed idea. Do not think that I am joking or speaking figuratively when I look upon those who cling to something higher, and, since this includes the vast majority, almost the whole human world, as veritable fools, fools in a madhouse. What then is called a fixed idea? An idea that has subjected people to itself. When you recognize such a fixed idea as folly, you lock its slave up in an asylum. And the truth of the faith, which one is not to doubt, the majesty of the people, which one must not question, whoever does so is a traitor to the crown, virtue, against which the censor must not let a word pass, so that morality will remain pure. Aren't these fixed ideas? Isn't all the foolish chatter, for example, in most of our newspapers, the babble of fools, who suffer from the fixed ideas of morality, legality, Christianity, etc., and only appear to walk about freely because the madhouse in which they wander covers such a vast space? If you touch the fixed idea of such a fool, you will immediately have to guard your back against the lunatic's treachery. In this as well, these great lunatics are like the little so-called lunatics, in that they treacherously attack anyone who touches their fixed idea. First they steal his weapon, steal his free speech from him, and then they fall upon him with their nails. Every day now reveals the cowardice and vindictiveness of these madmen, and the stupid populace cheers on their great measures. One only has to read the daily papers of this period, and hear the Philistines speak, to get the terrible conviction that one is locked in a house of fools. You shall not call your brother a fool, if you do, etc. But I do not fear the curse, and I say my brothers are arch-fools. Whether a poor fool in the madhouse is possessed by the delusion that he is God the Father, Emperor of Japan, the Holy Spirit, etc., or whether a comfortable bourgeois imagines that it is his purpose to be a good Christian, a faithful Protestant, a loyal citizen, a virtuous person, etc., in both cases, these are one and the same fixed idea. Anyone who has never tried and dared not to be a good Christian, a faithful Protestant, a virtuous person, etc., is imprisoned and entangled by faith, virtue, etc., just as the scholastics only philosophized within the faith of the Church, just as Pope Benedict XIV wrote huge tomes within the papist superstition, without ever calling this belief into question, just as authors fill whole volumes on the state without questioning the fixed idea of the state itself, just as our newspapers are filled with politics because they are bewitched with the delusion that the human being was created to be a zoon politikon, so also subjects vegetate in subjection, virtuous people in virtue, liberals in humanity, etc., without ever having put the sharp knife of critique to these fixed ideas of theirs. Unshakable, like a madman's delusion, those thoughts are on firm footing, and anyone who doubts them, attacks the sacred. Yes, the fixed idea, this is truly the sacred. Do we only ever encounter those possessed by the devil, or do we just as often encounter those possessed by the opposite, possessed by the good, by virtue, by morality, by the law, or by any other principle? Possessions by the devil are not the only ones. God acts in us, and so does the devil, the former, acts of grace, the latter, acts of the devil. Possessed people are set in their opinions. If you don't like the word possession, then call it prepossession. Indeed, since the Spirit possesses, and all inspirations come from it, call it exaltation and enthusiasm. I add that complete enthusiasm, since one can't stop with the lazy and halfway sort, is called fanaticism. Fanaticism is at home precisely among refined people, because the human being is refined to the extent to which he is interested in spiritual things, and an interest in spiritual things, when it is lively, is, and must be, fanaticism. It is a fanatical interest in the sacred, fanum. Observe our liberals, look into Die Sächsischen Vaterlandsblätter, hear what Schlosser says. Quote, Olbach's company constituted a literal plot against doctrine and the existing system, and the members were just as fanatical on behalf of their unbelief as monks and priests, Jesuits and pietists, missionary and Bible societies are, for mechanical worship and orthodoxy. Unquote. Pay attention to how a moral person behaves, who today often thinks that he is done with God and throws off Christianity as something spent. If you ask him whether he's ever doubted that copulation between siblings is incest, that monogamy is the truth of marriage, that filial piety is a sacred duty, etc., a moral shudder would come over him at the idea that one may touch his own sister also as a wife, etc. And whence this shudder? Because he believes in those moral commandments. This moral faith is deeply rooted in his chest. As much as he rails against pious Christians, he himself still remains as much a Christian, namely a moral Christian. In the form of morality, Christianity holds him captive, and indeed a captive under faith. Monogamy is supposed to be something sacred, and whoever lives in bigamy gets punished as a criminal, whoever commits incest suffers as a criminal. Those who are always shouting that religion should not be seen in the state, and that the Jew should be a citizen equally with the Christian, show themselves to be in agreement with this. Isn't this perspective on monogamy and incest a dogma? Touch it, and you will find out how this moral hero is also a hero of faith, despite a Krummacher, despite a Philip II. These fight for the faith of the Church, he for the faith of the state, or the state's moral laws, for articles of faith. Both condemn anyone who acts differently than what their faith will allow. The stigma of crime is stamped upon him, and he may languish in houses of correction, in prisons. Moral faith is as fanatical as religious faith. It is called freedom of belief then, when a brother and sister are thrown into prison for a relationship that they had settled with their own conscience, but they set a pernicious example. Yes, indeed, others could also come to think that the state does not have to interfere in their relationship, and from this, moral purity would collapse. So the religious heroes of faith crusade for the sacred God, the moral ones for the sacred good. The zealots for some sacred thing often don't look very much like each other. How the strict orthodox or old believers differ from the fighters for truth, light and justice, from the Philalethees, the friends of light, the rationalists, etc., and yet how utterly unessential this difference is. If one calls single traditional truths, for example, miracles, the absolute princely power, etc., into question, the rationalists also call them into question, and only the old believers wail. But if one calls truth itself into question, he immediately has both, as believers, for opponents. So with moralities, strict believers are severe, clearer heads are more tolerant. But anyone who attacks morality itself gets to deal with both. Truth, morality, right, light, etc., are supposed to be and remain sacred. What one finds to reproach in Christianity is simply supposed to be unchristian in the view of these rationalists, but Christianity must remain the pillar, and to call it into question is outrageous, it is an outrage. To be sure, the heretic against pure faith is no longer exposed to the earlier fury of persecution, but now it is applied all the more to the heretic against pure morals. For a century, piety has received so many blows, and has had to hear its superhuman essence berated as inhuman so often, that one can't feel tempted to expound against it again. And yet it has almost always only been moral opponents who have appeared in the arena to contest the highest essence in favor of another highest essence. So Proudhon boldly says, humanity is destined to live without religion, but the moral law, la loi morale, is eternal and absolute. Who today would dare to attack morality? The moral people skimmed off the best fat from religion, enjoyed it themselves, and are now having a hard time getting rid of the resulting scrofula. So if we point out that religion is a long way from being hurt at its heart as long as one reproaches it only for its superhuman essence, and that it ultimately appeals to the spirit alone, for God is spirit, then we have sufficiently indicated its ultimate harmony with morality, and we can leave its stubborn battle with the latter behind us. It's a question of a supreme essence for both, and whether this is superhuman or human matters little to me, since it is in any case an essence over me, and over mine one, so to speak. In the end, the demeanor of the human essence or humanity, as soon as it has shed the snake skin of the old religion, will yet again wear a religious snake skin. So Feuerbach instructs us that, if one only reverses speculative philosophy, i.e., always makes the predicate into the subject, and so makes the subject into the object and principle, one has the undisguised, the pure, naked truth. With this, indeed, we lose the narrow religious standpoint, lose God, who is the subject from this standpoint, but we only exchange it for the other side of the religious standpoint, the moral standpoint. For example, we no longer say God is love, but rather love is divine. If we further replace the predicate divine with the synonymous sacred, then the matter returns again to all the old ways. According to this, love is supposed to be the good in the human being, his divinity, that which does him honor, his true humanity. It makes him human for the first time makes a human being out of him. So it would be said more precisely that love is the human in the human being, the inhuman is the loveless egoist. But everything that Christianity, along with speculative philosophy, i.e. theology, offers as the good, as the absolute, is, in self-ownership, simply not the good, or to say the same thing, is merely the good. Therefore, by changing the predicate into the subject, the Christian essence, and indeed, the predicate contains the essence, is only more oppressively fixed. God and the divine would thus entwine themselves more inextricably with me. To expel God from his heaven and rob him of his transcendence cannot yet establish a claim to complete victory, if with this it is only chased into the human breast and endowed with indelible immanence. Now it is said, the divine is truly human. The same people who oppose Christianity as the foundation of the state, i.e., who oppose the Christian state, don't get tired of repeating that morality is the cornerstone of social life and of the state. As if the rule of morality were not completely a rule of the sacred, a hierarchy. So here one can mention the enlightening movement that, after theologians had long insisted that faith alone was able to grasp religious truths, that God only revealed himself to believers, etc., and therefore that only the heart, the feelings, the believing imagination were religious, burst out with the assertion that the natural understanding, human reason, was also able to recognize God. What else does this mean but that reason laid claim to being just as much a dreamer as the imagination? In this sense Reimarus wrote his noblest truths of natural religion. It had to happen that the whole human being with all his abilities turned out to be religious, heart and soul, understanding and reason, feeling, knowledge and will, in short, everything in the human being appeared religious. Hegel has shown that philosophy itself is religious. And what today is not called religion? The religion of love, the religion of freedom, political religion, in short, every enthusiasm. So indeed it is, too. Even today we use the Latin word religion, which expresses the concept of bondage. Indeed, we remain bound, to the extent that religion occupies our inner self, but is the spirit also bound? On the contrary, it is free, it is the sole master, it is not our spirit, but absolute. So the correct affirmative translation of the word religion would be spiritual freedom. With anyone whose spirit is free, he is religious in the same way as anyone in whom the senses have free rein is called a sensual person. The spirit binds the former, desires the latter. Religion is thus bondage or religio in relation to me, I am bound, freedom in relation to the spirit is free or has spiritual freedom. Many have experienced how bad it gets for us when desires pass through us free and unbridled, but that the free spirit, glorious spirituality, enthusiasm for spiritual pursuits, or whatever one may call this jewel in the most varied phrases, brings us into a still worse jam than even the wildest misbehavior. People don't want to notice this, nor can they notice it without consciously being an egoist. Reimarus and all who have shown that also our reason, our heart, etc., lead to God, have shown in this way that we are possessed through and through. Certainly, they offended the theologians from whom they took the privilege of religious exaltation, but through this they conquered still more territory for religion and spiritual freedom. Because if the spirit is no longer confined to feeling or belief, but also, as understanding, reason and thought in general, belongs to itself, the spirit, and so also may take part in spiritual and heavenly truths in the form of understanding, etc., then the whole spirit is concerned only with the spiritual, i.e., with itself, and so is free. Now we are so thoroughly religious that sworn-in jurors condemn us to death, and every policeman, as a good Christian, takes us to the slammer by oath of office. Morality could only come into conflict with piety anyway, where thundering hatred of everything that looked like an order, ordinances, commandments, etc., was given vent in revolt, and the personal absolute Lord was mocked and persecuted. It could therefore achieve independence only through liberalism, whose first form acquired importance in world history as bourgeois citizenship, and the actual religious authorities weakened, see liberalism below. Because the principle of the morality that doesn't just go side by side with piety, but rather stands on its own 2 feet, no longer lies in divine commandments, but rather in the law of reason, from which the former, if they are to remain valid, must first await the authorization of their validity. In the law of reason, the human being determines himself out of himself, because the human being is rational, and those laws arise of necessity out of the human essence. Piety and morality part company here, that the former makes God and the latter makes the human being the lawgiver. From a certain standpoint of morality, one argues approximately this: either the human being's sensuality drives him, and in following it, he is immoral, or he is driven by the good, which, when taken up into the will, is called moral conviction and partiality for the good, then he proves himself to be moral. From this point of view, for example, can Sand's act against Kotzebue be called immoral? It most certainly was what people commonly understand as unselfish, to the same extent as, among other things, St. Crispin's robberies in favor of the poor. He shouldn't have killed, for it is written, "Thou shalt not kill." So to serve the good, the welfare of the people, as Sand at least intended, or the welfare of the poor, like Crispin, is moral, but murder and theft are immoral, the aim moral, the means immoral. Why? Because murder, assassination, is something absolutely wrong. When the guerrillas drew their country's enemies into ravines and shot them down from the bushes, unseen, wasn't that assassination? Based on the principle of morality, which commands you to serve the good, you could only ask whether murder could never under any circumstance be a realization of the good, and would have to approve that murder which realized the good. You can't condemn Sand's deed at all. It was moral because it was in the service of the good, because it was unselfish, it was an act of punishment that the individual carried out, an execution carried out at the risk of his own life. What else had his undertaking been in the end, but that he wanted to suppress writings with brute force? Aren't you familiar with the same procedure as a legal and sanctioned one? And what can you argue against it from your principle of morality? But it was an illegal execution. So the immoral aspect in this was the illegality, the disobedience to the law? So you admit that the good is nothing other than the law, morality nothing other than loyalty. Your morality must also sink down to this outward appearance of loyalty, to this sacred work of fulfillment of the law, except that the latter is both more tyrannical and more revolting than the old-time sacred work. Because this only required the act, but you require the attitude as well, one is supposed to carry the law, the statute, within himself. Whoever is most legally minded is the most moral. Even the final serenity of Catholic life must perish in Protestant legality. Here finally the rule of law is complete for the first time. Not I live, but the law lives in me. So I have really come so far, only to be the vessel of its, the law's, glory. Every Prussian carries his gendarme in his breast, says a high Prussian officer. Why don't certain opposition movements flourish? Merely for the reason that they don't want to leave the path of morality or legality. Thus the excessive hypocrisy of devotion, love, etc., from whose repulsiveness one can daily get the most thorough disgust for this corrupt and hypocritical relationship of legal opposition. In the moral relationship of love and faithfulness a conflicting, an opposing will cannot occur. The lovely relationship is disturbed when one wills this and the other wills the opposite. But now, according to the existing practice and the old prejudice of the opposition, the moral relationship is to be preserved above all. What then is left to the opposition? Perhaps this, the will to have a freedom, when the beloved decides to refuse it. By no means. It must not will to have a freedom, it can only wish, and thus petition, for it, mumble a please, please. What would come of it, if the opposition actually willed with the full energy of the will? No. It must sacrifice will, to live through love, sacrifice freedom, for the love of morality. It must never claim as a right what it is only allowed to request as a favor. Love, devotion, etc., require with inescapable determination that there will be only one will, to which the others devote themselves, which they serve, follow, love. Whether this will is considered reasonable or unreasonable, One acts morally in either case if one follows it, and immorally if one defies it. The will that orders censorship seems unreasonable to many, but in a land of censorship, one who keeps his book from the censors acts immorally, and one who submits it to them acts morally. If someone lays aside his moral judgment and sets up a secret press, for example, one would have to call him immoral, and unwise as well, if he let himself get caught, but would such a one claim to have a value in the eyes of the moral? Perhaps. If he in fact imagined that he was serving a higher morality. The web of present-day hypocrisy is attached to the edges of two realms, between which our time swings back and forth, attaching its fine threads of deception and self-deception, no longer firm enough to serve morality without doubting of weakening, not yet reckless enough to live entirely through egoism. It dithers now toward one side and now toward the other in the spider web of hypocrisy, and, paralyzed by the curse of half measures, catches only stupid, wretched gnats. If one has dared once to make a free petition, one immediately waters it down again with loving assurances, and feigns resignation. On the other hand, if one has had the nerve to fight back against the free petition with moral references to trust, the moral courage also immediately declines, and one assures the petitioner that they hear the free words with special pleasure. One feigns appreciation. In short, one wants to have the one, but not do without the other. One would like to have a free will, but would not for his life go without the moral will. Just get together with a servile loyalist, you liberals. You will sweeten every word of freedom with a gaze of the most loyal trust, and he will clothe his civility in the most flattering phrases of freedom, and then you go your separate ways, and he like you thinks, I know you fox. He smells the devil in you as much as you do the gloomy old Lord God in him. A Nero is only a bad person in the eyes of the good. In my eyes he is only a possessed person, as are the good too. The good see in him an arch-villain, and relegate him to hell. Why did nothing hinder him in his arbitrary acts? Why did people put up with so much? Were the docile Romans, who let all of their wills be bound by such a tyrant, perhaps a hair better? In old Rome they would have immediately executed him, would never have become his slaves. But the contemporary good among the Romans only opposed moral demands to him, not their wills. They sighed that their emperor did not pay homage to morality like they did. They themselves remained moral subjects until one finally found the courage to abandon moral, obedient subjection. And then these same good Romans, who as obedient subjects had endured all the shame of a lack of will, cheered over the outrageous, immoral act of the rebel. So where in the good was the courage for revolution, which they now praised, after someone else had grasped it? The good couldn't have this courage, because a revolution, and even an insurrection, is always something immoral, which one can only decide upon when one ceases to be good and becomes either bad or neither of the two. Nero was no worse than his time, when one could only be one of the two, good or bad. His time had to judge him. He was bad, and indeed to the highest degree, not a milksop, but an arch-scoundrel. All moral people can only pass this judgment on him. Rogues, like him, are still living today, here and there. See, for example, the memoirs of Ritter von Lang, in the midst of moral people. But it isn't comfortable living among them, since one is not sure of his life for a moment. But does one live any more comfortably among moral people? One is no more sure of his life there. It's just that one is hanged in the legal way, but at least one is sure of one's honor, and the national cockade flies away in a flash. The rough fist of morality treats the noble nature of egoism utterly ruthlessly. But still, you can't put a rogue and an honest man on the same level. Now, no one does this more often than you judges of morals. Yes, even more than that, you lock up an honest man who talks openly against the existing state constitution, against the sanctified institutions, etc., as a criminal, and you leave your portfolios and even more important things with a mischievous rogue. So in practice you have nothing to reproach me for. But in theory. Now, there I indeed put both on the same level as two opposite poles, namely both on the level of moral law. They have meaning only in the moral world, just as in the pre-Christian era, a law-abiding Jew and a law-breaking Jew had meaning and significance only with regard to the Jewish law. For it, before Jesus Christ, the Pharisee was no more than the publican and sinner. So also before self-ownership, The moral Pharisee counts for as much as the immoral sinner. Nero became very unpleasant through being possessed. But a self-owning person would not stupidly oppose the sacred to him, so as to whine when the tyrant doesn't pay attention to the sacred, but rather his will. How often the sacredness of the inalienable rights of man has been held up before their enemies, and some liberty or other proven and demonstrated to be a sacred human right. Those who do this deserve to be laughed at, as they actually are, if they did not truly still follow the path that leads to the goal, even if unconsciously. They have guessed that if only the majority is won over to that liberty, it will also will it, and will take what it wills to have. The sacredness of the liberty and every possible proof of this sacredness will never obtain it. Whining and petition only show beggars. The moral person is necessarily narrow-minded in that he knows no other enemy than the immoral person. Whoever is not moral is immoral, consequently degenerate, contemptible, etc. Therefore, the moralist can never understand the egoist. Isn't sexual intercourse outside of wedlock an immorality? The moral person may turn as he pleases, he will have to stand by this statement. Emilia Galotti gave up her life for this moral truth. And it's true, it is an immorality. A virtuous girl may become an old maid, a virtuous man may pass the time grappling with his natural impulses until he has perhaps evaporated them, he may castrate himself for the sake of virtue as Saint Origen did for the sake of heaven, he thereby honors sacred marriage, sacred chastity, as inviolable. He is moral. Unchastity can never become a moral act. However leniently the moral person may judge and pardon the one who committed it, it is still an offense, a sin against the moral order. There is still an indelible stigma attached to it. As chastity once belonged to the monastic vow, so now it belongs to the moral way of life. Chastity is a good. For the egoist, on the contrary, chastity likewise is not a good without which he could not get by. He couldn't care less about it. Now what follows from this for the moral person's judgment? This, that he throws the egoist into the only class of people that he knows other than moral people, into that of the immoral people. He can do nothing else, he must find the egoist immoral in everything in which the egoist pays no regard to morality. If he didn't find him so, he would have already become an apostate to morality without admitting it, he would not longer be a truly moral person. Nevertheless, one should not let himself be led astray by such phenomena, which today certainly no longer belong among the rare, and remember that one who relents on any point of morality can as little be counted among the truly moral, since Lessing, who in the well-known parable compares the Christian religion, as well as the Muslim and Jewish religions, to a counterfeit ring, was a Christian. People are often already further than they dare to admit to themselves. Because in culture Socrates stood on the level of morality, it would have been an immorality if he had been willing to follow Crichton's seductive advice and escape from the dungeon. Staying was the only moral thing, but it was solely because Socrates was a moral person. The immoral, ruthless men of the Revolution, on the other hand, had sworn loyalty to Louis XVI, and decreed his ouster and indeed his death, but the act was an immoral one, at which moral people will be horrified for all eternity. But all this, more or less, only hits on bourgeois morality, on which the freer people look down with contempt. It is, to be exact, like its native ground, the bourgeois way of life in general, still too little removed and free from the religious heaven not to transplant the laws of the latter without criticism or further considerations over here in its domain instead of generating its own independent teachings. Morality looks quite different when it achieves consciousness of dignity, and raises its principle, the human essence, or humanity, to be the only authoritative power. Those who have worked their way through to such a resolute consciousness break completely with religion, whose God no longer finds any place beside its humanity, and, as they scuttle the ship of state itself, see below, they also crumble the morality that thrives only in the state, and consistently shouldn't make further use even of its name. For what these critical ones call morality is quite conclusively distinguished from so-called bourgeois or political morality, and must appear to the citizen as a senseless and unbridled freedom. But basically, it only has the advantage of the purity of principle, which, freed from its contamination by the religious, has come to omnipotence now in its refined determination as humanity. Therefore, One shouldn't wonder that the name morality is also retained alongside others, like freedom, humanitarianism, self-consciousness, etc., and will only occasionally be provided with the addition, a free morality, just as also, although the bourgeois state is disparaged, still the state is supposed to arise again as a free state, or even if not in this way, still as a free society. Because this morality perfected into humanity has fully dealt with the religion out of which it historically developed, nothing prevents it from becoming a religion on its own account. Because a difference prevails between religion and morality only so long as our relationships with the human world are governed and sanctified by our relationship to a superhuman essence, or as long as our doing is doing for God's sake. But if it comes to this, that to the human being the human is the highest essence, then this difference vanishes, and morality, removed from its subordinate position, is perfected into religion. For then the higher essence that had up to now been subordinated to the highest essence has climbed to the absolute height, and we behave toward it as toward the highest essence, i.e., religiously. Morality and piety are now just as synonymous as in the beginning of Christianity, and it is only because the highest essence has become something else that a sacred way of life is no longer called sacred, but human. If morality has conquered, then a complete change of masters has occurred. After the annihilation of faith, Feuerbach imagines entering into the supposedly safe harbor of love. The first and highest law must be the love of man for man. Homo homini deus est, this is the supreme practical principle, this is the turning point of world history. But actually only that God has changed, the deus, the love has remained, their love for the superhuman God, here love for the human God, for homo as deus, thus the human being is to me, sacred. And everything truly human is to me, sacred. Marriage is sacred of itself. And so it is with all moral relationships. Friendship is, and must be sacred for you, and property, and marriage, and the welfare of every human being, but sacred in and of themselves. Don't we have the priest there again? Who is his God? The human being. What is the divine? The human. So the predicate has indeed only changed into the subject, and instead of the phrase God is love, one says love is divine, instead of God has become human, the human being has become God, etc. It is just a new religion. All moral relationships are ethical, are cultivated with moral sense, only where they count in themselves, without the religious consecration of the priest's blessing, as religious. Feuerbach's proposition, theology is anthropology, only means religion must be ethics, ethics alone is religion. Altogether Feuerbach only brings about a transposition of subject and predicate, a preferential treatment of the latter, but, since he himself says, love is not sacred, and has never been considered sacred by human beings, by being an attribute of God, but it is an attribute of God because it is divine in and of itself, thus, he could find that the fight against the attributes themselves, against love and all sacredness, must be opened. How could he hope to turn people away from God, when he left them the divine? But if, as Feuerbach says, God himself has never been the main issue to them, but only his attributes, then he could have at least left them the bauble a bit longer, since the doll, the real kernel, nonetheless still remained. He also recognizes that with him it is only about the destruction of an illusion, but he thinks that it has utterly ruinous effects on people, because even love, in itself the innermost, truest disposition, becomes, through religiosity, an insignificant, illusory one, since religious love only loves the human being for God's sake, thus only apparently loves the human being, but in truth loves only God. Is this different with moral love? Does it love the human being, this human being, for this human being's sake, or for the sake of morality, for the human being's sake, and so, for homo homini deus, for God's sake? The belfry bat has a lot of other formal aspects, some of which it might be useful to briefly mention here. Thus self-denial is common to the holy along with the unholy, the pure and the impure. The impure person denies all better feelings, all shame, even natural timidity, and follows only the desire that rules him. The pure person denies his natural relationship to the world, denies the world, and follows only the aspiration that rules him. Driven by the thirst for money, the greedy person denies all warnings of the conscience, all feelings of honor, all gentleness and all compassion, He puts every consideration out of sight, the desire carries him away. The holy person desires in the same way. He makes himself the laughing stock of the world, is hard-hearted and strictly righteous, because the aspiration carries him away. As the unholy person denies himself before mammon, so the holy person denies himself before God and the divine laws. We now live in a time when the shamelessness of the holy people is felt and revealed more and more every day, due to which it is at the same time forced to reveal itself, and lay itself bare, more and more as well. Haven't the shamelessness and stupidity of the reasons with which people counteract the progress of the times long exceeded all measure and all expectations? But it has to happen this way. The self-deniers must take the same path as holy people as they do as unholy people, and as the latter sink little by little to the fullest measure of self-denying meanness and lowness, so the former must ascend to the most humiliating loftiness. The earthly mammon and the heavenly God both demand exactly the same degree of self-denial. The lowly, like the lofty, reach out for a good, the former for the material good, the latter for the ideal, the so-called highest good, and in the end, both also complete each other again, since the materially minded person sacrifices everything to an ideal spectre, his vanity, and the spiritually minded person to a material enjoyment, good living. Those who call people to altruism believe that they are saying something quite uncommon. What do they understand by this? Probably something similar to what they understand by self-denial. But who is this self that is supposed to be denied and to have no benefit? It seems that you yourself are supposed to be it. And for whose benefit do they recommend altruistic self-denial to you? Again for your good, except that you obtain your true benefit through altruism. You are supposed to benefit yourself and yet you are not to seek your benefit. People regard the benefactor of humanity as altruistic, a Franca who founded an orphanage, an O'Connell who works tirelessly for his Irish people, but also the fanatic, who, like Saint Boniface, risks his life for the conversion of the heathen, or like Robespierre, sacrifices everything to virtue, like Kerner, dies for God, King, and fatherland. Therefore, O'Connell's enemies, among others, try to attribute some selfishness or profit-seeking to him, for which the O'Connell Fund seemed to give them a basis, because if they succeeded in casting suspicion on his altruism, they would easily separate him from his followers. But what more could they show than that O'Connell was working toward another goal than the professed one? But whether he aims to make money or to liberate the people, that he is striving for a goal, and indeed his goal, still remains certain, self-interest here as there, but his national self-interest would be good for others too, and so would be the common interest. Now is altruism perhaps unreal and existent nowhere? On the contrary, nothing is more common. One could even call it a fashion accessory of the civilized world, that people take to be so indispensable that, if it costs too much in solid substance, they will at least dip themselves out with its tinsel imitation and feign it. Where does altruism start? Precisely where a goal ceases to be our goal and our property, which, as owner, we can deal with as we like, where it becomes a fixed goal or a fixed idea, where it begins to enthrall, enthuse, fanaticize us, in short, where it comes out as our dogmatism and becomes our master. A person is not altruistic so long as he keeps the goal in his power, one becomes so only through that here I stand, I can do no other, the basic maxim of all the possessed, one becomes so, with a sacred goal, through the corresponding sacred zeal. I am not altruistic so long as the goal remains my own, and instead of stooping to being the blind means of its fulfillment, I always leave it open to question. My zeal doesn't, therefore, have to be less than the most fanatical, but at the same time I remain frosty cold against it, unbelieving, and its most implacable enemy, I remain its judge, because I am its owner. Altruism grows excessively rampant as far as possessedness extends, as much on the possessions by the devil as on those by a good spirit, there, vice, folly, etc., here, humility, devotion, etc. Where can one look without meeting victims of self-denial? There's a girl sitting across from me, who has perhaps been making bloody sacrifices to her soul for 10 years already. A dead tired head droops over the voluptuous form, and pale cheeks betray the slow bleeding away of her youth. Poor child, how often have passions beaten at your heart, and the rich forces of youth demanded their right? When your head burrowed into the soft pillows, How awakening nature quivered through your limbs, blood swelled your veins, and fiery fantasies poured the radiance of lust into your eyes. Then the spectre of the soul and its salvation appeared. You were frightened, your hands folded, your tormented eye turned its gaze upward, you prayed. Nature's storms were silenced, quiet glided over the ocean of your desires. Slowly the weary eyelids sank over the life extinguished under them, the tension crept unnoticed from the exuberant limbs, the boisterous waves dried up in the heart, the folded hands themselves laid an exhausted weight on the unresisting bosom, one last faint sigh moaned itself away, and the soul was tranquil. You fell asleep, to awaken in the morning to a new battle and a new prayer. Now the habit of renunciation cools the heat of your desire, and the roses of your youth grow pale in the anemia of your salvation. The soul is saved, let the body perish. O Lais, O Ninon, you did so well to despise this pale virtue. One free grisette against thousands of virgins grown grey in virtue. The fixed idea may also be perceived as axiom, principle, standpoint, and the like. Archimedes asked for a standpoint outside the earth from which to move it. People continually sought for this standpoint, and everyone seized upon it as best he could. This alien standpoint is the world of the spirit, of ideas, thoughts, concepts, essences, etc. It is heaven. Heaven is the standpoint from which the earth is moved, earthly activities monitored and despised. To assure themselves of heaven, to firmly and eternally hold to the heavenly standpoint, how painfully and tirelessly humanity has struggled for this. Thus Christianity has aimed to redeem us from a life determined by nature, from desires as our driving force, and so has wanted the human being to not let himself be determined by his desires. It's not that he should have no desires, but that the desires should not have him, that they should not become fixed, untamable, indissoluble. Now, couldn't we apply what Christianity, religion, contrived against desires to aid its own precept that spirit, thoughts, conceptions, ideas, beliefs, etc., should determine us? Couldn't we require that the spirit, or the conception, the idea may also not determine us, not become fixed and inviolable or sacred? Then it would work out as the dissolution of the spirit, the dissolution of all thoughts, of all conceptions. As then we had to say, we are indeed supposed to have desires, but the desires are not to have us, so now we say, we are indeed supposed to have spirit, but spirit is not supposed to have us. If the latter seems to lack good sense, consider, for example, that for many a person a thought becomes a maxim so that he himself becomes its prisoner, so that he doesn't have the maxim, but rather it has him. And with the maxim, he again has a firm standpoint. The doctrines of the Catechism inadvertently become our principles and no longer tolerate rejection. Their thought, or spirit, has the sole power, and no objection of the flesh is heard any more. Nevertheless, I can only break the tyranny of the spirit through the flesh, because it's only when a person also perceives his flesh that he perceives himself completely, and it is only when he perceives himself completely that he is a perceiving or reasonable being. The Christian doesn't perceive the misery of his enslaved nature, but lives in humility. He therefore doesn't grumble against the hardships that befall his person. He believes himself to be satisfied with freedom of the spirit. But once the flesh makes itself heard, and its tone is passionate, rude, not well-intentioned, spiteful, etc., as it cannot be otherwise, then he believes he hears devil's voices, voices against the spirit, because good manners, passionlessness, good intentions and the like are precisely spirit, and rightly rails against them. He would have to not be a Christian, if he wanted to tolerate them. He listens only to morality and slaps immorality in the mouth. He listens only to legality and gags the lawless word. The spirit of morality and legality holds him captive, a rigid, unbending master. They call that the rule of the spirit. It is at the same time the standpoint of the spirit. And now whom do the usual liberal gentlemen want to set free? Whose freedom do they cry out and thirst for? The spirits. The spirit of morality, legality, piety, the fear of God, etc. The anti-liberal gentlemen also want that, and the whole dispute between the two turns on the advantage, whether the latter alone should have a say, or the former should receive a share in the enjoyment of the same advantage. For both, the spirit remains the absolute master, and they only quarrel over who should occupy the hierarchical throne to which the Lord's appointed governor is entitled. The best of it is that one can watch the goings-on, calm in the certainty that the wild beasts of history will tear each other to pieces, as is their nature. Their decomposing carcasses fertilize the soil for our crops. We'll come back later to many other belfry bats, like those of the calling, truthfulness, love, etc. When one's own is contrasted with what is imparted, you take away nothing with the objection that we cannot have anything isolated, but receive everything in global connection, therefore through the impression of what is around us, and thus have it as something imparted, because there is a great gap between the feelings and thoughts that are aroused in me by something else, and those which are given to me. God, immortality, freedom, humanity, etc., get impressed on us from childhood as thoughts and feelings that move our inner being more or less strongly, and either rule us without our knowing, or in richer natures can demonstrate themselves through systems and works of art, but are always not aroused, but imparted feelings, because we must believe in them and hang on to them. That an absolute existed and that we had to take in, feel and think this absolute, was established as a faith by those who devoted all the force of their mind to recognizing and depicting it. The feeling for the absolute exists then as an imparted one, and henceforth brings only the most diverse revelations of itself. So in Klopstock the religious feeling was an imparted one, which he only expressed artistically in Der Messias. On the other hand, if the religion that he discovered had been only a stimulus to feeling and thought, and if he had known how to completely oppose his own to it, then, instead of religious enthusiasm, it would have resulted in a dissolution and consumption of the object. Instead he sustained in mature years his childish feelings received in childhood and squandered the forces of his manhood in sprucing up his childish nonsense. So the difference is, whether feelings are imparted to me or only aroused in me. The latter are my own, egoistic, because as feelings they don't get stamped into me, recited to me, imposed on me, but I open myself to the former, foster them in myself as a heritage, cultivate them, and am possessed by them. Who would never have noticed, more or less consciously, that our entire upbringing is aimed at producing feelings in us, i.e., imparting them to us, instead of leaving the production to ourselves however they may turn out. When we hear God's name, we're supposed to feel the fear of God. When we hear that of the Prince's Majesty, he's supposed to be received with awe, deference, submission. When we hear that of morality, we are supposed to think we hear something inviolable. When we hear that of the evil one or evil ones, we are supposed to shudder. And so on. If there are those who abandon these feelings, and who, for example, hear the actions of evil people with pleasure, they would have to be chastised and educated with the rod. Thus stuffed with imparted feelings, we appear at the gates of maturity and are declared of age. Our equipment consists of elevated feelings, lofty thoughts, inspiring precepts, eternal principles, etc. Young people are mature then when they twitter like the old, they get rushed through school to learn the same old song, and, when they have taken this in, they are declared of age. We are not allowed to feel what we could and would like to feel at the time toward everything and every name that occurs to us. For example, toward God's name we are allowed to think of nothing comical, to feel nothing disrespectful, but rather it is prescribed and imparted to us what and how we should feel and think in this instance. This is the meaning of spiritual guidance, that my soul or my spirit would be tuned as others think right, not as I myself would like it. How much effort does it not cost one to at least ensure oneself a feeling of one's own about one name or another, and to laugh in the face of many who expect from us a holy face and an ungrinning expression at their speeches. What is imparted is alien to us, is not our own, and therefore it is sacred, and it's a heavy thing to cast aside the sacred awe before it. Nowadays we hear again the praise of seriousness about highly important topics and debates. German seriousness, etc. This kind of seriousness clearly expresses how old and serious lunacy and possessedness have already become, because there's nothing more serious than a lunatic when he comes to the core of his lunacy, then due to his great zeal he cannot take a joke. See Madhouses. 1, 2, 3. The hierarchy. I'm not giving the historical reflections on our Mongolism, which I will occasionally insert at this point, with the claim of thoroughness or even merely of reliability, but solely because it seems to me that they could contribute to making the rest clear. The history of the world, whose structuring in fact belongs entirely to the Caucasian race, seems to have gone through 2 Caucasian world ages up to now, in the first of which we had to work out and work off our innate Negroidity, which was followed in the second by Mongoloidity, Chineseness, to which likewise a horrifying end must be made. Negroidity represents antiquity, the time of dependence on things, on rooster feeding, birds' flight, on sneezing, on thunder and lightning, on the rustling of sacred trees, etc. Mongoloidity represents the time of dependence on thoughts, the Christian time. These words are reserved for the future. I am owner of the world of things, and I am owner of the world of spirit. In the Negroid world age, the campaigns of Sesostris and the greatness of Egypt and North Africa in general took place. The Hun and Mongolian invasions, up to the Russians, belong to the Mongolian world age. My worth cannot possibly be estimated highly so long as the hard diamond of the not I has such an enormous price, as was the case with both God and the world. The not I is still too gritty and indomitable to be consumed and absorbed by me. Instead, people only crawl about with extraordinary busyness on this immovable entity, on the substance, like parasitic animals on a body from whose juices they draw nourishment, but without consuming it. It is the busyness of vermin, the active nature of Mongols. Among the Chinese, indeed, everything remains as of old, and nothing essential or substantial is subject to change. They work all the more actively on what remains, which bears the name of the elderly, ancestors, etc. Consequently, in our Mongolian world age all change has been only reformatory or corrective, not destructive or consuming and annihilating. The substance, the object, remains. All our busyness was only the activity of ants and the jumping of fleas, jugglers' tricks on the immovable tight-rope of the objective, forced labor under the rule of the immutable or eternal. The Chinese are most likely the most positive people, because totally buried in statutes, but the Christian world age has also not come out from the positive, i.e., from restricted freedom, freedom within certain limits. At the most advanced level of education, this activity earns the name of scientific activity, as work on an unmoving premise, an irrefutable hypothesis. In its first and most incomprehensible form, morality presents itself as habit. Acting according to the custom and habit of one's country is to be moral there. That is why pure moral action, sincere, genuine morality, is practiced most plainly in China. They stick to the old habit and custom and hate every innovation as a crime worthy of death, because innovation is the mortal enemy of habit, of the old, of permanence. In fact, it is also not open to any doubt that the human being, through habit, secures himself against the intrusiveness of things, of the world, and establishes his own world in which he alone is, and feels, at home, i.e., builds himself a heaven. Indeed, heaven has no other meaning than this, that it is the true home of the human being, in which nothing alien any longer determines and rules him, no earthly influence any longer alienates him from himself, in short, in which the dross of earthly things is thrown off and the struggle against the world has come to an end, thus, in which nothing is any longer denied him. Heaven is the end of renunciation, it is free enjoyment. There the human being no longer denies himself anything, because nothing is any longer alien and hostile to him. But now habit is an other nature, which removes and releases human beings from their first and original natural condition, in that it secures them against all of its contingencies. The constructed habit of the Chinese has provided for all occurrences, and everything is planned. Whatever happens, the Chinese person always knows how he has to behave, and he doesn't first need to decide for himself according to the circumstances. No unforeseen event throws him down from the heaven of his rest. The morally acclimated and settled Chinese person is not surprised and caught off guard. He behaves with equanimity, i.e., with equal heart or temper, toward everything, because his temper, protected by the caution of his ancestral custom, doesn't lose its composure. Thus, on the ladder of culture or civilization, humanity mounts the first rung through habit, and it imagines that, in climbing to civilization, it is at the same time climbing to heaven, the realm of civilization or second nature, so it is really mounting the first rung of the ladder to heaven. If Mongolism has established the existence of spiritual essences, has created a spirit world, a heaven, The Caucasians have wrestled for thousands of years with these spiritual essences, in order to get to the bottom of them. What else did they do then but build on Mongolian foundations? They haven't built on sand, but in the air. They have wrestled with Mongolian things, stormed the Mongolian heaven, Tian. When will they finally destroy this heaven? When will they finally become actual Caucasians, and find themselves? When will the immortality of the soul, which believed itself more secure in these latter days if it presented itself as the immortality of the spirit, finally change to the mortality of the spirit? If in the industrious struggle of the Mongolian race, people had built a heaven, those of the Caucasian tribe, so long as they in their Mongolian tone have to do with heaven, took up the opposite task, the task of storming that heaven of custom, heaven-storming activity. To undermine all human regulation, in order to create a new and better one on the cleared site, to ruin all customs in order to put new and better customs in their place, etc., their activity is limited to this. But is it then already purely and actually what it strives to be, and does it reach its final goal? No, in this creation of something better, it is still afflicted with Mongolism. It storms heaven only to make a heaven again, it overthrows an old power only to legitimate a new power, it only improves. Nonetheless, the target, as often as it may vanish from before the eyes at every new approach, is the actual, complete downfall of heaven, customs, etc., in short, of human being secured only against the world, of the isolation or inwardness of the human being. Through the heaven of civilization, the human being seeks to isolate himself from the world, to break its hostile power. But this heavenly isolation must also be broken, and the true end of heaven's storming is the downfall of heaven, the destruction of heaven. Improving and reforming is the Mongolism of the Caucasian, because through them he again sets up what was already there before, namely, a precept, a universal, a heaven. He harbors the most irreconcilable hostility toward heaven, and yet builds a new heaven daily, piling heaven upon heaven. He only crushes one with another. The Jewish heaven destroyed the Greek heaven, the Christian heaven destroyed the Jewish heaven, the Protestant heaven destroyed the Catholic heaven, etc. If the heaven-storming people of Caucasian blood throw off their Mongolian skin, they will bury the sentimentalist under the ruins of the immense world of sentimentality, the isolated person under his isolated world, the glorified person under his heaven. And heaven is the spirit realm, the realm of spiritual freedom. The heavenly realm, the realm of spirits and ghosts, has found its proper system in speculative philosophy. Here it was expressed as the realm of thoughts, concepts and ideas. Heaven is populated with thoughts and ideas, and this spiritual realm is then the true reality. To want to gain freedom of the spirit is Mongolism, spiritual freedom is Mongolian freedom, sentimental freedom, moral freedom, ethical freedom, etc. People may take the word morality as synonymous with self-activity, self-determination. But that is not in it, and the Caucasian has rather shown himself self-acting only despite his Mongolian morality. The Mongolian heaven, or custom, remained the mighty fortress, and only by ceaselessly storming this fortress did the Caucasian prove himself moral. If he'd had no more to do with custom at all, if he hadn't had it as his indomitable, continual enemy, then the relation to custom would end, and therefore also to morality. That his self-activity is still a moral self-activity is just the Mongolianness of it, is a sign that he has not come to himself in it. Moral self-activity corresponds entirely to religious and orthodox philosophy, constitutional monarchy, the Christian state, freedom within certain limits, limited freedom of the press, or, in a picture, to the hero tied to a sickbed. The human being has only actually overcome shamanism and its phantasms when he possesses the strength to lay aside not only the belief in ghosts but also the belief in the spirit, not only supernatural belief, but spiritual belief. The person who believes in a phantasm no more assumes the intrusion of a higher world than the one who believes in the spirit, and both seek behind the sensual world an extrasensory one. In short, they generate and believe in another world, and this other world, the product of their mind, is a spiritual world. Indeed, their senses grasp and know nothing of another non-sensual world, only their mind lives in it, progressing from this Mongolian belief in the existence of spiritual essences to where the genuine essence of the human being is also his spirit, and that all care should be directed toward this alone, toward the salvation of his soul, is not hard. With this, the effect on the spirit, so-called moral influence, is assured. Thus it is blatantly obvious that Mongolism represents the complete lack of rights of sensory nature, represents non-sensory nature, the unnatural, and that sin and the consciousness of sin was our millennia-long Mongolian plague. But who will dissolve the spirit into its nothing? He, who by means of the spirit portrayed nature as the null, finite, ephemeral, he alone can also bring the spirit down to the same nullity. I can do it. Any one of you, who prevails and creates as a sovereign I, can do it. In a word, the egoist can do it. Before the sacred, people lose all sense of power and all courage, they behave powerlessly and humbly toward it. And yet nothing is sacred through itself, but through my beatification, my judgment, my decision, my bending the knee, in short, through my conscience, everything that is supposed to be, for the egoist, unapproachable, untouchable, outside his power, i.e., over him, is sacred. In short, every matter of conscience is sacred, because this is a matter of conscience to me simply means I hold this sacred. For little children, as for animals, there is nothing sacred, because, in order to make room for this conception, one has to have already come so far in his understanding that he can make distinctions like good and evil, justifiable and unjustifiable, etc. Only by such a degree of reflection or reasonableness, the genuine standpoint of religion, can unnatural, i.e., brought into existence by thinking, reverence, sacred awe, take the place of natural fear. Considering anything outside oneself to be more powerful, greater, more justifiable, better, etc., i.e., respecting the power of something alien, not merely feeling it, but expressly respecting it, i.e., conceding it, yielding to it, surrendering to it, letting oneself be bound to it, devotion, humility, servility, submission, etc., belongs to this sacred awe. Here the whole ghostly host of Christian virtues haunts. Everything for which you harbor any respect or reverence deserves the name of sacred. You yourselves also say that you would feel a sacred awe of touching it. And you even give this tint to the unholy, gallows, crime, etc. You dread touching it. There is something uncanny, i.e., unfamiliar or not your own, about it. If something didn't count as sacred for people, indeed the floodgates would open to willfulness, to boundless subjectivity. Fear makes the beginning, and one can make oneself fearful to the rudest people, so already they are a dam against one's impudence. But in fear there is always still the attempt to free oneself from what is feared through cunning, deceit, catcalls, etc. In contrast, it's another thing altogether with reverence. Here something is not only feared but also honored. What is feared has become an inner power that I can no longer get away from. I honor it, am captured by it, devoted to it, and belong to it. Through the honor that I pay it, I am completely in its power and no longer even attempt freeing myself. Now I cling to it with all the strength of belief. I believe. I and what I fear are one. Not I live, but the respected lives in me. Because the Spirit, the infinite, doesn't allow for coming to an end, it is therefore stationary, it's afraid of dying, it can't let go of its baby Jesus, it's blinded. I can no longer recognize the greatness of the finite. The object of fear, now raised to reverence, must no longer be touched. Reverence is immortalized, the respected is deified. The human being is now no longer creating, but learning, knowing, inquiring, etc., i.e., occupied with a fixed object, engrossing himself in it, without coming back to himself. The relationship with the object is that of knowledge, discovery, validation, etc., not that of dissolution, abolition, etc. The human being is supposed to be religious, that's for sure, therefore people only deal with the question of how to achieve this, what is the correct meaning of religiosity, etc. Something else occurs altogether when one makes the axiom itself doubtful and calls it into question, and it should also collapse in a heap. Morality is also such a sacred conception. One must be moral, and must seek out the right method, the right way to be so. One doesn't dare to go at morality itself with the question of whether it isn't itself a delusion. It continues to be elevated above all doubt, unchangeable. And so it goes on with the sacred, step by step, from the holy to the holy of holies. Sometimes people divide human beings into two classes, the cultured and the uncultured. The former, insofar as they are worthy of the name, concerned themselves with thoughts, with the spirit, and because they were the rulers in the time after Christ, in which the principle is thought, they demanded a servile respect for the thoughts that they recognized. State, emperor, God, morality, order, etc., are such thoughts or spirits, which are only for the mind. A mere living being, an animal, cares as little for them as a child. But the uncultured are actually nothing but children, and anyone who only dwells on his life's needs is indifferent to those spirits, but because he is also weak before them, he is subject to their power, and is ruled by thoughts. This is the meaning of hierarchy. Hierarchy is the rule of thoughts, the rule of the spirit. We are hierarchical to the present day, put down by those who are backed up by thoughts. Thoughts are the sacred. But the two are always clashing with each other, the cultured against the uncultured and vice versa, and indeed attacking each other not just in two people, but in one and the same person. Because no cultured person is so cultured that he can't also find enjoyment in things, and so be uncultured, and no uncultured person is completely thoughtless. With Hegel it finally comes to light what a longing for things even the most cultured person has, and what disgust he harbors for every hollow theory. For him, actuality, the world of things, is supposed to conform completely to thought, and no concept is to be without reality. This gave Hegel's system the reputation of being the most objective, as if in it thought and things celebrated their unification. But this was just thought's most extreme violence, its highest despotism and absolute dictatorship, the triumph of the spirit, and with it the triumph of philosophy. Hereafter, philosophy can achieve nothing higher, because its highest form is the omnipotence of the spirit, the almightiness of the mind. Spiritual people have something they've planted in their head that is supposed to be realized. They have concepts of love, goodness, and the like, which they would like to see actualized, therefore they want to build a kingdom of love on earth, in which no one any longer acts from self-interest, but everyone acts from love. Love is supposed to rule. What they've planted in their head, what is one supposed to call it other than a fixed idea? Indeed, it haunts their heads. The most oppressive phantasm is the human being. Just think of the proverb, the road to ruin is paved with good intentions. The intention to completely actualize humanity in oneself, to completely become human, is of such a ruinous sort, such are the intentions to become good, noble, loving, etc. In the sixth part of the Dinquardikeiten, page 7, Bruno Bauer says, quote, that bourgeois class, which was to be given such terrible importance in recent history, is capable of no self-sacrificial action, no enthusiasm for an idea, no exaltation, it devotes itself to nothing but the interests of its mediocrity, i.e., it remains forever limited to itself and wins in the end only through its hugeness, with which it was able to exhaust the efforts of passion, enthusiasm, consistency, through its surface, into which it sucks a portion of the new ideas. And on page 6, it has turned the revolutionary ideas, for which not it, but unselfish or impassioned men sacrificed themselves, solely to its own advantage, has transformed spirit into money. Of course, after it had removed from those ideas their point, their consistency, their destructive seriousness, fanatical against all egoism. Unquote. These people are, thus, not self-sacrificing, not enthusiastic, not idealistic, not consistent, not zealots, they are egoists in the usual sense, selfish people, mindful of their advantage, level-headed, calculating. Who then is self-sacrificing? In the full sense, certainly one who risks everything else for one thing, one goal, one desire, one passion. Isn't the lover, who abandons father and mother, endures all dangers and hardships, to reach his goal, self-sacrificing? Or the ambitious person, who offers up all desires, wishes, and satisfactions to the single passion, or the miser who denies himself everything to gather treasures, or the pleasure-seeker, etc. He is ruled by a passion to which he brings the others as sacrifices. And are these self-sacrificing people perhaps not selfish, not egoists? Since they have only one ruling passion, they provide only for one satisfaction, but for this one all the more eagerly, they're completely absorbed in it. All that they do is egoistic, But it is one-sided, close-minded, bigoted egoism, it is being possessed. Well, those are petty passions, by which, in contrast, the human being should not let himself be enslaved. The human being must make sacrifices for a great idea, a great cause. A great idea, a good cause, might be the glory of God, for which countless people went to their death, Christianity, which has found its willing martyrs, the one true church, which has greedily demanded the sacrifice of heretics, liberty and equality, which had the bloody guillotine in their service. Anyone who lives for a great idea, a good cause, a doctrine, a system, a lofty calling, may not let any worldly desires, any self-seeking interests, arise in himself. Here we have the concept of priestliness, or as it can also be called in its pedagogic activity, schoolmasterliness, because ideals act as schoolmasters over us. The clergyman is quite specifically called to live the idea and to work for the idea, the truly good cause. Therefore, people feel how little it befits him to show any worldly arrogance, to desire a life of luxury, to take part in pleasures like dancing and playing, in short, to have anything other than a sacred interest. From this most likely also comes the meager salary of teachers who are supposed to feel rewarded solely by the sacredness of their calling and renounce other enjoyments. There is even no lack of a rank list of sacred ideas, one or more of which a human being is supposed to look upon as his calling. Family, fatherland, science, etc., may find in me a servant faithful to his calling. Here we come upon the age-old madness of the world, which has not yet learned to do without priestliness, to live and to create for an idea, that is the human being's calling, and his human worth is measured by the faithfulness of his compliance. This is the rule of the idea, or priestliness. Robespierre, for example, Saint Just, etc., were priests through and through, inspired by the idea, enthusiasts, consistent tools of this idea, ideal human beings. So Saint Just proclaims in a speech, quote, "There is something terrible in the sacred love of country, it is so exclusive that it sacrifices everything to the public interest without mercy, without fear, without human consideration. It hurls Manlius into the abyss, it sacrifices its private inclinations, it leads Regulus to Carthage, throws a Roman into the chasm, and sets Mara, as a victim of his devotion, in the Pantheon." Unquote. A world of countless personal profane interests now stands against these representatives of ideal or sacred interests. No idea, no system, no sacred cause is so great as to never be outpaced and modified by personal interests. Even if they momentarily, and in times of rage and fanaticism, remain silent, they still soon come out on top again through the sound sense of the people. Those ideas only win completely when they are no longer hostile to personal interests, i.e., when they satisfy egoism. The man who's crying kippers just outside my window has a personal interest in good sales, and when his wife or anyone else wishes him the like, it remains a personal interest nonetheless. On the other hand, if a thief stole his basket from him, then there would immediately arise an interest of the many, of the whole city, of the whole country, or, in a word, of all who abhor theft, an interest in which the kipper seller's person would become indifferent, and in its place the category of the robbery victim would come to the fore. But even here it could all come down to a personal interest, as each participant thinks that he must agree to the punishment of the thief, because otherwise unpunished stealing might become general and he too might be robbed of his own. But such a calculation can hardly be assumed for the many, and one will instead hear the cry, "The thief is a criminal." Here we have a judgment before us, as the thief's action receives its expression in the concept crime. Now the matter is posed like this: even if a crime didn't cause the least bit of damage either to me or to any of those in whom I take an interest, I would still condemn it. Why? Because I am enthusiastic for morality, I am filled with the idea of morality, I persecute what is hostile to it. Proudhon, for example, because for him theft counts as unquestionably despicable, believes that with the sentence property is theft he has already denounced property. In the priestly sense, theft is always a crime, or at least an offense. Here personal interest is at an end. This particular person who has stolen the basket is completely indifferent to my person, I take an interest only in the thief, this concept of which that person portrays a specimen. The thief and the human being are in my mind irreconcilable opposites, because one is not truly human when one is a thief, one degrades the human being or humanity in himself when he steals. Falling outside of personal concern, one gets into philanthropy, human kindness, which is usually misunderstood, as if it were a love for human beings, for each individual, whereas it is nothing but a love for the human being, the fictitious concept, the phantasm. It is not two anthropos, human beings, but tana anthropon, the human being, that the philanthropist carries in his heart. Of course he is concerned about every individual, but only because he wants to see his beloved ideal actualized everywhere. So there's no question here of concern for me, you, us, that would be personal interest, and belongs under the heading of worldly love. Philanthropy is a heavenly, spiritual, priestly love. The human must be established in us, and even if we poor devils were to come to ruin because of it. It is the same priestly principle as that famous fiat iustitia, periot mundus, in English let justice be done, though the world perish. Human being and justice are ideas, ghosts, for the love of which everything is sacrificed, therefore, the priestly spirits are the self-sacrificing ones. Whoever goes into raptures over the human leaves persons out of consideration so far as that rapture extends, and floats in an ideal, sacred interest. The human is indeed not a person, but an ideal, a phantasm. Now, a whole variety of things can belong to and be reckoned as the human. If one finds the human being's main requirement in piety, religious priestliness arises. If one sees it in morality, then moral priestliness raises its head. The priestly spirits of our times would therefore like to make everything a religion of liberty, a religion of equality, etc., and for them all ideas become a sacred thing, for example, even citizenship, politics, the public, freedom of the press, trial by jury, and so on. Now what does altruism mean in this sense? To have only an ideal interest, in which no respect of persons is allowed. The headstrong attitude of the worldly person opposes this, but for thousands of years has always succumbed at least to the extent of having to bend the unruly neck and honor the higher power. The priesthood pressed it down. When the worldly egoist had shaken off one higher power, such as the Old Testament, the Roman Pope, etc., then immediately there was one 7 times higher over him again, such as faith in place of the law, the transformation of all laypeople into priests in place of the limited body of clergy, etc. He was like the possessed man whom 7 devils entered when he thought he had freed himself of one. In the passage quoted above, all capacity to idealize is denied to the bourgeois class. It certainly plotted against the ideal rigorousness with which Robespierre wanted to carry out the principle. The instinct of its interests told it that this rigorousness harmonized too little with what appealed to it, and that it would be acting against itself if it were willing to encourage the enthusiasm for principles. Was it then to behave so unselfishly as to abandon all its aims in order to bring an austere theory to triumph? It appeals to the priests splendidly, to be sure, when people give ear to their call, cast everything away from you, and follow me, or, sell all that you have and give it to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me. Some staunch idealists obey this call, but most people act like Ananias and Sapphira, in that they behave in a half-priestly or religious way and in a half-worldly way, serving God and mammon. I don't blame the bourgeois class for not wanting to let Robespierre rob it of its aims, i.e., for inquiring of its egoism how far it could facilitate the revolutionary idea. But one could blame, if blame were at all appropriate here, those who let the interests of the bourgeois class rob them of their own interests. However, won't they likewise sooner or later learn to understand what is to their advantage? August Becker says, to win over the producers, proletarians, a negation of the traditional conception of rights is by no means enough. The people unfortunately care little for the theoretical victory of the idea. One must demonstrate to them ad oculus how this victory can be used practically in life. And on page 32, you must get hold of the people with their actual interests if you want to act upon them. He then shows how a rather agreeable amorality has gained ground among our peasants, because they'd rather pursue their actual interests than the commandments of morality. Because the revolutionary priests and schoolmasters serve the human being, they cut off the head of human beings. The revolutionary laymen or the profane ones had no more inhibitions about cutting off heads, but were less concerned about human rights, i.e. the rights of man, than about their own. How does it come about, though, that the egoism of those who assert a personal interest, and inquire of it all the time, still always succumbs to a priestly or schoolmasterly, i.e., an ideal interest? Their person seems to them too small, too insignificant, and in fact it is, to lay claim to everything and to be able to completely carry it through. There's a sure sign of this in the fact that they divide themselves into two persons, one eternal and one temporal, and every time care either only for the one or only for the other, on Sunday for the eternal, on the work-day for the temporal, in prayer for the former, in work for the latter. They have the priest within themselves, and therefore don't get rid of him, and hear themselves getting a tongue-lashing inwardly every Sunday. How people have struggled and calculated to determine these dualistic essences. Idea followed upon idea, principle upon principle, system upon system, and none were able to hold down the contradiction of the worldly person, the so-called egoist, for long. Doesn't this prove that all those ideas were too powerless to take up my whole will into themselves and satisfy it? They were and remained hostile to me, even if the hostility lay concealed for a long time. Will it be like this with oneness? Is it also just an attempt at mediation? Every principle to which I turned, such as to reason, I always had to turn away from again. Or can I always be rational, setting everything up in my life according to reason? I can certainly strive for rationality, I can love it, just as I can also love God and every other idea. I can be a philosopher, a lover of wisdom, as I love God. But what I love, what I strive for, is only in my idea, my conception, my thoughts. It is in my heart, in my head. It is in me like the heart, but it is not I am not it. To the activity of priestly spirits belongs particularly what one often hears being called moral influence. Moral influence takes its start where humiliation begins. Indeed, it is nothing more than this humiliation itself, the breaking and bending of courage down into humility. If I shout to someone to get out of there when a rock is about to be blasted, I'm exerting no moral influence with this demand. If I say to a child, "You'll go hungry if you don't eat what is put on the table," this is not moral influence. But if I tell him, "You're going to pray, honor your parents, respect the crucifix, speak the truth, etc., because this belongs to the human being and is the human calling," or even, "This is God's will," then moral influence is complete. A person should bend to the human calling, should be obedient, become humble, should give up his will to an alien one which is set up as rule and law. He should abase himself before something higher, self-abasement. He who abases himself shall be exalted. Yes, in time children must be required to practice piety, godliness, and respectability. A person of good upbringing is one into whom good principles have been instilled and impressed, drummed, rammed, and preached. If one shrugs his shoulders about it, the good immediately wring their hands and cry, "But for heaven's sake," if one should give children no good teachings, then they would run straight away into the jaws of sin and become good-for-nothing brats. Not so fast, you prophets of doom. They'll certainly become good-for-nothing in your sense, but your sense is simply quite a good-for-nothing sense. The cheeky rascals will no longer let you cajole and whine anything into them, and will have no sympathy for all the follies for which you've raved and babbled since time immemorial. They will annul the law of inheritance, i.e., they will not be willing to inherit your stupidities as you've inherited them from your fathers. They destroy original sin. If you command them, "Bow down before the Most High," they will answer, "If he wants to bow us down, let him come and do it himself. We at least will not bow down of our own free will." And if you threaten them with his wrath and his punishment, they will take it like being threatened with the bow-wow. If you no longer succeed in making them afraid of ghosts, then the rule of ghosts is at an end, and old wives' tales find no belief. And isn't it precisely the liberals again who press for a good education and improvement of the educational system? For how could their liberalism, their freedom within the limits of the law, come about without discipline? Even if they don't exactly train them in the fear of God, they demand the fear of the human all the more strictly, and arouse enthusiasm for the true human calling through discipline. A long time went by, in which people were content with the illusion of having the truth, without seriously wondering whether perhaps they themselves must be true in order to possess the truth. This time was the Middle Ages. With the common, i.e., the material consciousness, the consciousness that is receptive only to things, or to what is sensuous and obvious, they thought to grasp the immaterial and the non-sensuous. As one certainly strains his eye to see what is distant, or laboriously exercises his hand until the fingers press the keys skillfully, so they mortified themselves in the most diverse ways, so that they would be able to take the supernatural completely into themselves. However, what they mortified was still only the sensual human being, the common consciousness, so-called finite or objective thinking. But because this thinking, this understanding, which Luther raspberries under the name of reason, is incapable of perceiving the divine, its mortification contributed just as much to understanding the truth as if one exercised the feet year in and year out and hoped in this way that they would finally learn to play the flute. Luther, with whom the Middle Ages ended, was the first to realize that the human being himself must become something other, if he wanted to perceive the truth, namely, just as true as the truth itself. Only those who already have the truth on faith, only those who believe in it, can become partakers of it. In other words, only the believer finds it accessible and sounds its depths. Only the human organ that is able to blow out of the lungs can also achieve flute playing, and only the person who has the right organ for it can become a partaker of truth. One who is able to think only of sensuous, objective, material things, also imagines only material things in truth. But truth is spirit, utterly non-sensuous, therefore only for the higher consciousness, not for the earthly minded. Therefore, with Luther, the realization arises that truth, since it is a thought, is only for the thinking person. And this means that the human being must from now on take an utterly different standpoint, namely, the heavenly, believing, scientific standpoint, or the standpoint of thinking in relation to its object, the thought, the standpoint of the spirit in relation to the spirit. Thus, only like recognizes like, you are like the spirit you understand. Because Protestantism broke the medieval hierarchy, the opinion could take root that hierarchy in general was crushed by it, and one might completely overlook that it was precisely a reformation, and so a revitalization, of the outdated hierarchy. The medieval one had only been a weak hierarchy, because it had to let every possible barbarity of the profane go on unvanquished beside it, and it was the Reformation that first hardened the force of the hierarchy. If Bruno Bauer thinks, quote, as the Reformation was mainly the abstract tearing away of the religious principle from art, state, and science, and so was its liberation from those powers with which it had been linked in the antiquity of the Church and in the hierarchy of the Middle Ages, so too the theological and ecclesiastical tendencies that emerged from the Reformation are only the consistent carrying out of this abstraction of the religious principle from the other powers of humanity. Unquote. I see precisely the opposite as correct, and think that the rule of spirits or spiritual freedom, which come down to one thing, has never before been so all-embracing and all-powerful, because the current one, rather than tearing away the religious principle from art, state, and science, lifted the latter entirely out of worldliness into the realm of the spirit and made them religious. People appropriately placed Luther and Descartes together in their he who believes is a god and I think, therefore I am, cogito, ergo sum. The heaven of the human being is thought, spirit. Everything can be snatched away from him, except thought, except belief. Specific beliefs, such as the belief in Zeus, Astarte, Jehovah, Allah, etc., can be destroyed, but belief is indestructible. In thought is freedom. What I need and what I hunger for is no longer granted to me by grace, by the Virgin Mary, by the intercession of the saints, or by the loosening and binding church, but rather I acquire it for myself. In short, my being, the sum, is a life in the heaven of thought, of spirit, a cogitaire. I myself am nothing but a spirit, a thinking one, according to Descartes, a believing one, according to Luther. My body, that I am not, my flesh may suffer from lust or torment. I am not my flesh, but rather I am spirit, only spirit. This thought runs through the history of the Reformation to the present day. Only the more modern philosophy since Descartes has made a serious effort to bring Christianity to complete effectiveness by raising the scientific consciousness to be the only true and valid one. Therefore, it begins with absolute doubt, the dubitaire, with the contrition of the common consciousness, with the rejection of that spirit, thought does not legitimate. Nature counts for nothing to it, the opinion of people, their human institutions for nothing, and it does not rest until it has brought reason into everything and can say, the actual is the rational, and only the rational is the actual, so it has finally brought the spirit, reason, to victory, and everything is spirit because everything is rational, all nature, as well as even the most preposterous opinions of human beings, contains reason, because it all indeed must serve for the best, i.e., lead to the victory of reason. Descartes' dubitaire contains the firm statement that only cogitaire, thought, spirit, is. A complete break with that common consciousness which ascribes actuality to irrational things. Only the rational is, only spirit is. This is the principle of modern philosophy, the genuine Christian principle. Already Descartes sharply separated the body from the spirit, and it is the spirit that builds itself a body, says Goethe. But this philosophy itself, Christian philosophy, still does not get rid of the rational, and therefore still rails against the merely subjective, against whims, contingencies, capriciousness, etc. It desires that the divine shall become visible in everything, and all consciousness become a knowledge of the divine, and the human beings see God everywhere, but God simply never is, without the devil. This is precisely why one is not to give the name of philosopher to a person who indeed has open eyes for the things of the world, a clear and unobstructed view, an accurate judgment about the world, but who sees in the world only the world, in objects only objects, in short, everything prosaically as it is, but the philosopher is only the one who sees, and demonstrates or shows heaven in the world, the supernatural in the earthly, the divine in the mundane. The former may be ever so wise, but the fact remains. What no wisdom of the wise can see. A childlike heart practices in simplicity. This childlike heart, this eye for the divine, is what it takes to make a philosopher. The first person mentioned above only has a common consciousness, but the one who knows the divine and knows how to talk about it, has a scientific consciousness. For this reason Bacon was expelled from the realm of philosophers. And further, what people call English philosophy certainly seems to have not produced anything beyond the discoveries of so-called clear heads, such as Bacon and Hume. The English didn't know how to raise the simplicity of the childlike heart to philosophical significance, didn't know how to make philosophers out of childlike hearts. This is as much as to say, their philosophy was not able to become theological or theology, and yet it is only as theology that philosophy can actually realize itself, complete itself. The battlefield of its death struggle is in theology. Bacon didn't trouble himself with theological questions and cardinal points. Cognition has its object in life. German thought seeks, more than any other thought, to reach the beginnings and the fountainheads of life, and only sees life in cognition itself. Descartes' cogito, ergo sum has the meaning, a person only lives, when he thinks. Thinking life is called spiritual life. Only spirit lives, its life is the true life. So just as in nature only the eternal laws, the spirit or reason of nature, are its true life, in the human being, as in nature, only thought lives, everything else is dead. With the history of the spirit, it had to come to this abstraction, to the life of universalities or of the lifeless, solely God, who is spirit, lives. Nothing lives but the ghost. How can one try to maintain that modern philosophy or modern times have brought freedom, since they haven't freed us from the power of objectivity? Or am I perhaps free from despots when I am indeed not afraid of the personal ruler, but of every offense against the reverence which I imagine I owe him? It is no different with modern times. They only changed existing objects, the actual ruler, etc., into imagined objects, i.e., into concepts, before which the old respect was not only not lost, but increased in intensity. Even if people outsmarted God and the devil in their former crass actuality, it was just to devote greater attention to their concepts. They are rid of the evil one, evil remains. People felt few reservations about revolting against the existing state or overturning existing laws, once they had decided to no longer let what exists and is tangible impose itself on them, but to sin against the concept of the state, to not submit to the concept of law, Who would have dared that? So one remained a state citizen, a law-abiding, loyal person. Indeed, one seemed to himself only to be so much more law-abiding, the more rationalistically he did away with the former defective law in order to honor the spirit of the law. In all of this, the object had only suffered a transformation, but had remained in their supremacy and sovereignty. In short, people were still stuck in obedience and in being possessed, lived in reflection, and had an object on which they reflected, that they respected, and before which they felt reverence and fear. They had done nothing more than to transform things into conceptions of things, into thoughts and concepts, and their dependence thus became more intimate and indissoluble. So it isn't hard, for example, to emancipate oneself from the commands of parents, or to evade the admonitions of one's uncle and aunt, the entreaties of one's brother and sister, but the revoked obedience easily gets into one's conscience, and the less one gives in to individual demands, because rationalistically, through his own reason, he recognizes them as unreasonable, the more conscientiously he holds fast to filial piety and family love, and the harder it is for him to forgive himself for a trespass against the conception that he has formed of family love and filial duty. Released from dependence on the existing family, one falls into the more binding dependence on the concept of the family. One is ruled by the family spirit. The existing family of Hans, Greta, etc., whose rule has become powerless, is only internalized, while it is left as family in general, to which one simply applies the old saying, one must obey God rather than men, whose meaning here is, I certainly can't follow your senseless demands, but, as my family, you remain the object of my love and care, because the family is a sacred concept, which the individual is never allowed to offend. And this family, internalized and desensualized into a thought, a conception, now counts as the sacred, whose despotism is 10 times worse because it rumbles in my conscience. This despotism only gets broken when the family as conception also becomes nothing to me. The Christian sentences, woman, what have I to do with you? I have come to stir up a man against his father and a daughter against her mother, and others, are accompanied by references to the heavenly or true family, and mean nothing more than the state's demand, in a collision between it and the family, to obey its commands. It is with morality like it is with the family. Many people break with morals, but with the conception of morality it's more difficult. Morality is the idea of morals, their spiritual power, their power over the conscience. Morals, on the other hand, are too material to rule over the spirit, and do not hold captive a spiritual man, a so-called independent, a free thinker. Let the Protestant do with it what he will, the sacred scriptures, the word of God, still remains sacred for him. Anyone for whom this is no longer sacred has ceased to be a Protestant. But with this, what is ordained in it, the divinely established authorities, etc., also remain sacred to him. These things remain for him indissoluble, unapproachable, raised beyond all doubts, and since doubt, which in practice becomes a shaking up, is what is most the person's own, these things remain raised above himself. Whoever cannot get free of them will believe, because to believe in them means to be bound by them. Because faith in Protestantism became a more inward faith, the enslavement has also become a more inward enslavement. The person has taken these sanctities into himself, intertwined them with all his hopes and endeavors, made them into a matter of conscience, prepared from them a sacred duty for himself. Therefore, what the Protestant's conscience cannot get away from is sacred to him, and conscientiousness most clearly defines his character. Protestantism has actually made the human being into a secret police state. The spy and lookout, conscience, monitors every movement of the mind, and every thought and action is a matter of conscience, i.e., a police matter. The Protestant consists in this fragmentation of the human being into natural desire and conscience, inner populace and inner police. Biblical reason, in the place of the Catholic Church reason, is considered sacred, and this feeling and consciousness that the biblical word is sacred is called conscience. With this, then, sacredness gets shoved into one's conscience. If one doesn't free himself from conscience, the consciousness of the sacred, he can indeed act unconscientiously, but never without conscience. The Catholic finds himself satisfied when he fulfills the command, the Protestant acts to the best of his knowledge and conscience. The Catholic is in fact only a layman, the Protestant is himself a clergyman. This is precisely the progress of the Reformation period over the Middle Ages, and also its curse, that the spiritual became complete. What was the Jesuitical morality other than a continuation of the indulgence rummage sale, except that the person who was relieved of his sins now also gained insight into the remission of sins and convinced himself that his sin was actually taken away from him, since in this or that particular case, casuists, what he committed was no sin at all. The rummage sale of indulgences had made all sins and transgressions permissible and silenced every conscientious impulse. All sensuality could prevail, if it was only purchased from the Church. The Jesuits continued this favoring of sensuality, whereas the puritanical, dark, fanatical, repentant, contrite, praying Protestants, on the other hand, as the true perfecters of Christianity, accepted only the intellectual and spiritual person. Catholicism, particularly the Jesuits, in this way helped to advance egoism, found an involuntary and unconscious following within Protestantism itself, and saved us from the degeneration and destruction of sensuality. Nevertheless, the Protestant spirit spread its rule further and further, and since, compared with it, the divine, the Jesuit spirit represents only the diabolical, which is inseparable from everything divine, this Jesuit spirit can never assert itself alone, but must watch as, for example, in France, the Philistinism of Protestantism finally wins, and spirit is on top. People keep on complimenting Protestantism for having brought the worldly back into honor, for example, marriage, the state, etc. But the worldly in itself, as worldly, the profane, is of far less importance to Protestantism than to Catholicism, which lets the profane world exist, indeed, savors its pleasures, whereas the rational, consistent Protestant prepares to annihilate the worldly altogether, and that simply by making it sacred. So marriage has been robbed of its naturalness by becoming sacred, not in the sense of the Catholic sacrament, where it only receives its consecration from the Church and so is basically unholy, but in the sense of being something sacred in itself from the start, a sacred relationship. The same for the state, etc. Formerly the Pope gave it and its princes his blessing and consecration. Now the state is inherently sacred, majesty is sacred without needing the priestly blessing. The natural order or natural law was made absolutely sacred as the divine order. Thus it is said, for example, in the Augsburg Confession, Article 2, so now we reasonably abide by the saying, as the masters of jurisprudence have wisely and rightly said, that man and wife should be together is a natural law. Now if it is natural law, then it is God's order, therefore implanted in nature, and therefore also a divine law. And is it anything more than enlightened Protestantism, when Feuerbach declares moral relations sacred, indeed not as God's order, but rather for the spirit that dwells in them? Quote, but marriage, we mean of course marriage as the free bond of love, is sacred in itself, by the nature of the union which is formed here. The only marriage that is a religious one is that marriage which is a true marriage, which corresponds to the essence of marriage, of love. And so it is with all moral relations. They are then only moral, they are then only cultivated in the moral sense, when they are regarded as sacred in themselves. True friendship exists only when the limits of friendship are preserved with religious conscientiousness, with the same conscientiousness with which the believer protects the dignity of his God. Let friendship be sacred, property sacred, marriage sacred, the well-being of every human being sacred, for you, but sacred in and of themselves. Unquote. This is a very essential moment. In Catholicism the worldly can indeed be consecrated or made sacred, but it is not sacred without this priestly blessing. Contrarily, in Protestantism worldly relations are sacred in themselves, sacred by their mere existence. The Jesuit maxim, the aim makes the means sacred, is precisely connected to the consecration through which sacredness is awarded. No means are holy or unholy in themselves, but their relationship to the Church, their usefulness to the Church, makes the means sacred. Regicide was declared to be such. If it was done for the benefit of the Church, then its sanctification by the Church would be certain, even if not openly expressed. For the Protestant, majesty counts as sacred; for the Catholic, only the majesty consecrated by the pontiff could count as such, and it counts as such only because the Pope, even when it is without a special act, grants this sacredness to it once and for all. If he withdrew his consecration, the king would be left for the Catholic as just a man of the world or layman, an unconsecrated man. If the Protestant seeks to discover sacredness in the sensual itself, so that he is then connected only to what is sacred, the Catholic instead strives to expel the sensual from himself into a specific region, where it, like the rest of nature, keeps its value for itself. The Catholic Church eliminated worldly marriage from its consecrated orders, and withdrew its own from the worldly family. The Protestant Church declared marriage and the family bond sacred, and therefore not unsuitable for its clergy. A Jesuit may, as a good Catholic, make everything sacred. He need only say to himself, for example, I as a priest am necessary to the Church, but I serve it more zealously when I satisfy my desires properly, therefore, I will seduce this girl, have my enemy poisoned, etc. My end is sacred, because it is a priest's, and therefore makes the means sacred. Indeed, in the end, it is still done for the benefit of the Church. Why should the Catholic priest shrink from handing Emperor Heinrich VII the poisoned wafer for the Church's well-being? The properly churchly Protestants railed against every innocent pleasure, because only the sacred, the spiritual, could be innocent. What they couldn't verify the Holy Spirit in, the Protestants had to reject: dancing, theatre, pageantry, in the Church, for example, and the like. Compared to this puritanical Calvinism, Lutheranism is again more on the religious, i.e., spiritual path, is more radical. That is, the former immediately excludes a lot of things as sensual and worldly and purifies the Church. Lutheranism, on the other hand, tries to bring spirit into all things as much as possible, to recognize the Holy Spirit as the essence in everything, and so to make everything worldly sacred. No one can resist an honorable kiss. The spirit of the honorable makes it sacred, therefore the Lutheran Hegel, he explains this in some place or other, he will remain a Lutheran, succeeded in the complete realization of the concept in everything. Reason, i.e., the Holy Spirit, is in everything, or the actual is rational. Which is to say, the actual is in fact everything, therefore in each thing. For example, the truth can be detected in each lie, there is no absolute lie, no absolute evil, and the like. Great spiritual works were created almost exclusively by Protestants, because they alone were the true followers and perfecters of spirit. How little the human being is able to conquer. He must let the sun run its course, the sea swell its waves, the mountains rise to the sky. So he stands powerless before the unconquerable. Can he resist the impression that he is helpless against this gigantic world? It is a fixed law to which he must submit, it determines his fate. Now what did pre-Christian humanity work toward? Toward getting rid of the bombardments of fortune, not letting themselves be upset by them. The Stoics achieved this through apathy, declaring nature's attacks indifferent, and not letting themselves be affected by them. Horace utters the famous Nihil ad mirari, in which he likewise announces the indifference of the other, the world. It is not supposed to influence us or arouse our astonishment. And that impavidum ferient ruini expresses the very same unshakability as Psalm 46:3, we do not fear though the earth should perish. In all this the space is opened for the Christian principle that the world is vanity, for the Christian contempt of the world, the unshakable spirit of the wise, with which the old world worked toward its end, now experienced an inner shaking against which no emotional tranquility, no stoic courage, was able to protect it. The spirit, safe against all the world's influences, impervious to its shocks, raised above its attacks, admiring nothing, not to be disconcerted by any collapse of the world, inexorably frothed over again, because in its inner being gases, spirits, developed, and, after the mechanical shock which comes from outside became ineffective, chemical tensions, which agitate from inside began to carry out their wonderful play. In fact, ancient history ends with this, that I have won my ownership of the world. All things have been handed over to me by my Father. It has stopped being overpowering, unapproachable, sacred, divine, etc. To me, it is godless, and now I treat it so utterly as I please that, if it mattered to me, I could exercise every miraculous power, that is, power of the Spirit, over it, remove mountains, command mulberry trees to rip themselves up and plant themselves in the sea, and do all that is possible, thinkable, all things are possible to him who believes. I am the Lord of the world, mine is the glory. The world has become prosaic, because the divine has vanished from it. It is my property, which I manage as I, that is, the Spirit, see fit. When I had raised myself to being the owner of the world, egoism had won its first complete victory, had overcome the world, had become worldless, and had put the acquisitions of a long world era under lock and key. The first property, the first glory, has been acquired. But the Lord of the world is not yet Lord of his thoughts, his feelings, his will. He is not the Lord and owner of the Spirit, because the Spirit is still sacred, the Holy Spirit, and the worldless Christian is not able to become godless. If the ancient struggle was a struggle against the world, the medieval, Christian, struggle is a struggle against oneself, the Spirit, the former against the outer world, the latter against the inner world. The medieval person is the inward, looking person, the thoughtful, meditative person. Thus it came about that it could finally be understood as the spirit of humanity, and under various expressions, like idea of humanity, humanness, humanitarianism, universal love of humanity, etc., appeared more appealing, more familiar, more accessible. Wouldn't you think that now everybody could possess the Holy Spirit, take the idea of humanity up into himself, bring humanness to form and existence in himself? No, the Spirit is not stripped of its sacredness and robbed of its inaccessibility. It is not within our reach, not our property, because the spirit of humanity is not my spirit. It can be my ideal, and as a thought I call it mine. The thought of humanity is my property, and I prove this well enough by putting it forward completely according to my viewpoint, and laying it out this way today, and tomorrow differently. We imagine it in the most varied ways. But it is at the same time a restricted inheritance, which I can neither sell off nor get rid of. Under many transformations, in time the Holy Spirit became the absolute idea, which again, in various mutations, broke apart into the different ideas of love of humanity, rationality, civic virtue, etc. But can I call the idea my property if it is the idea of humanity, and can I consider the Spirit to be overcome if I am supposed to serve it, to sacrifice myself to it? Antiquity, when it came to an end, had gained its ownership over the world only when it had broken the world's supremacy and divinity, recognized its powerlessness and vanity. The situation with the Spirit corresponds. When I have degraded it to a phantasm and its power over me to bats in the belfry, then I can view it as profaned, desecrated, godless, and then I can use it as one uses nature at his pleasure without scruples. The nature of the matter, the concept of the relationship, is supposed to guide me in my treatment of the matter or consummation of the relationship. As if a concept of the matter existed in itself, and was not rather the concept one forms of the matter. As if a relationship which we enter into was not itself unique, because of the uniqueness of those who enter into it. As if it depended on how others categorize it. But as people separated the essence of the human being from actual human beings, and judged the latter according to the former, so they also separate his action from him, and assess it according to human value. Concepts are to decide everywhere, concepts are to regulate life, concepts are to rule. This is the religious world, to which Hegel gave a systematic expression, by bringing method into the nonsense, and by perfecting the conceptual rules into a rounded, firmly established dogmatic theology. Everything is cranked out according to concepts, and the actual human being, i.e., I, am forced to live according to these conceptual rules. Could there be a more terrible rule of law, and didn't Christianity admit right from the start that it intended only to apply the rule of law of Judaism more strictly? Not one letter of the law shall be lost. Liberalism only brought up other concepts, human instead of divine, governmental instead of ecclesiastical, scientific instead of religious, or more generally, actual concepts and eternal laws instead of crude propositions and rules. Now nothing but spirit rules in the world. A countless multitude of concepts buzz about in people's heads, and what are those who strive to get further doing? They negate these concepts to put new ones in their place. They say, you're making a false concept of right, of the state, of the human being, of freedom, of the truth, of marriage, etc. The concept of right, etc., is rather the one which we now establish. So the conceptual confusion moves forward. World history has dealt cruelly with us, and the spirit has gained an almighty power. You must have regard for my miserable shoes, which could protect your naked foot, my salt, which could make your potatoes palatable, and my state carriage, whose possession would appease all of your needs at once. You are not allowed to reach out for them. The human being is supposed to recognize the independence of all these and countless other things. He is supposed to count them as something that cannot be seized or approached, as something of which he is deprived. He must have regard for it, respect it. Woe to him if he stretches out his fingers with desire. We call that being light-fingered. How abjectly little is left us, indeed, nothing at all. Everything has been removed. We are not allowed to venture on anything unless it has been given to us. We live only by the grace of the giver. You aren't even allowed to pick up a needle, unless you have gotten permission to do it. And got it from whom? From respect. Only when it lets you have it as property, only when you can respect it as property, only then are you allowed to take it. And again, you are supposed to form no thought, speak no syllable, commit no action, that would have their guarantee solely in you, instead of receiving it from morality or reason or humanity. Happy lack of inhibition of the desirous human being, how mercilessly they have tried to slaughter you on the altar of inhibition. But around the altar a church bulges its arches, and its walls are moving further and further out. What they enclose is sacred. You can no longer reach out for it, no longer touch it. Howling with the devouring hunger you wander round about these walls, searching for the little that is profane, and the circles of your path keep on extending further and further. Soon that church will embrace the whole world, and you'll be driven out to the furthest edge. One more step, and the world of the sacred has triumphed. You sink into the abyss. So take courage while there is still time, stray no longer in the overgrazed profane, dare the leap, and rush in through the gates into the sanctuary itself. When you devour the sacred, you have made it your own. Digest the sacramental wafer, and you are rid of it. 1-3. The free. Since the ancients and moderns were presented above in 2 sections, it might seem that the free were to be passed off here in a 3rd section as independent and separate. This is not so. The free are only the more modern and most modern among the moderns, and are put in a separate section merely because they belong to the present, and what is present, above all, claims our attention here. I give the free only as a translation of the liberals, but with regard to the concept of freedom, as with generally so many other things whose anticipatory mention I can't avoid, I must refer to what comes later. 131. Political liberalism. After people had drained the goblet of so-called absolute monarchy pretty much down to the dregs, they became too clearly aware that their drink didn't taste human not to begin craving a different glass. Since our fathers were after all human beings, they finally demanded also to be regarded as such. Whoever sees something other than human beings in us, in him we will likewise not see a human being, but an inhuman monster, and will meet him as an inhuman monster. On the other hand, whoever recognizes us as human beings and protects us against the danger of being treated inhumanly, we will honor as our true protector and patron. So let's stick together and protect the human being in each other. Then we find the necessary protection in our sticking together, and in ourselves, the ones who stick together, a community of those who know their human dignity and stick together as human beings. Our sticking together is the state, we who stick together are the nation. In our coming together as nation or state we are only human beings. How we behave in other ways as individuals and what self-seeking impulses we may succumb to there belongs solely to our private life. Our public or state life is a purely human one. Anything inhuman or egoistic that clings to us is degraded to a private matter, and we meticulously distinguish the state from civil society where egoism pursues its essence. The true human being is the nation, but the individual is always an egoist. Therefore cast off your individuality or separation in which egoistic inequality and discord dwell, and devote yourself entirely to the true human being, the nation, or the state. Then you will count as human beings and have all that is the human beings. The state, the true human being, will entitle you to all that belongs to it, and give you human rights. The human being gives you its rights. Such is the speech of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is nothing other than the thought that the state is all in all, the true human being, and that the human value of the individual consists of being a citizen of the state. He seeks his highest honor in being a good citizen, beyond which he knows nothing higher than, at the highest, the antiquated being a good Christian. The bourgeoisie developed itself in the struggle against the privileged classes, by which it was cavalierly treated as the third estate and thrown together with the canaille. In other words, up to now the state had recognized the inequality of persons. The nobleman's son was selected for positions to which the most distinguished bourgeois citizen aspired in vain. The bourgeois sensibility revolted against this. No more distinction, no preferential treatment of persons, no class difference. Let all be alike. No special interest should be pursued any more, but rather the general interest of all. The state should be a community of free and equal human beings, and everyone should devote himself to the good of the whole, merge into the state, make the state his aim and ideal. State. State. Such was the universal call, and from then on people sought for the right state form, the best constitution, and so the state in its best formulation. The thought of the state penetrated into every heart and awakened enthusiasm. To serve it, this worldly God, became the new divine service and worship. The genuine political epoch had dawned. To serve the state or the nation became the highest ideal, state interest the highest interest, state service, for which one does not by any means need to be an official, the highest honor. So private interests and personalities were then chased away, and sacrifice to the state became the shibboleth. One must give up himself, and live only for the state. One must act with disinterest, must not seek to benefit himself, but rather the state. Through this, it has become the true person, before which the individual personality vanishes. Not I live, but it lives in me. Therefore, if one compared this to the earlier self-seeking, it was selflessness and impersonality itself. Before this God, state, all egoism vanished, and before it all were equal, they lacked any other distinction, human beings, nothing but human beings. The revolution was ignited from the flammable material of property. The government needed money. Now it has to prove the proposition that it is absolute, and so the master of all property, the sole property owner, it has to take for itself its money, which was only in the possession of the subjects, not their property. Instead of this, it calls the Estates General, to let this money be granted to it. The fear of the final consequence destroyed the illusion of an absolute government. One who must let something be granted to him cannot be regarded as absolute. The subjects recognized that they were the actual property owners, and that was their money the government demanded. The former subjects acquired the awareness that they were property owners. Bally describes this in a few words: if you can't dispose of my property without my agreement, how much less can you dispose of my person, of all that concerns my mental and social standing? All this is my property, like the piece of land that I till, and I have a right, an interest, to make the laws myself. Bally's words certainly sound as if everyone was now a property owner. However, instead of the government, instead of the prince, the property owner and master was now the nation. From now on the ideal is called popular freedom, a free people, etc. As early as July 8, 1789, the declaration of the Bishop of Autun and Bayeux destroyed the pretense of the importance of each one, the individual. In legislation, it showed the complete powerlessness of the delegates. The majority of the representatives had become master. As on July 9 the plan for working on the Constitution is carried forward, Mirabeau remarks, the government has only power, not rights. The source of all right is to be found only in the people. On July 16, the very same Mirabeau cries out, is not the people the source of all power? So the source of all right and the source of all power. By the way, here the substance of right comes to light, it is power. The one who has power has right. The bourgeoisie is the heir of the privileged classes. In fact, the rights of the barons, which were taken from them as usurpations, only passed over to the bourgeoisie, because the bourgeoisie was now called the nation. All prerogatives were given back into the hands of the nation. As a result, they ceased to be prerogatives, they became rights. From this time on the nation demands tithes, compulsory service, it has inherited the Lord's court, the rights of the hunt, the serfs. The night of August 4th was the death night of privileges or prerogatives. Cities, municipalities, local authorities were also privileged, provided with prerogatives and the rights of lordship, and ended with the new morning of rights, state rights, the rights of the nation. The monarch in the person of the royal master was a pathetic monarch compared to this new monarch, the sovereign nation. This monarchy was 1,000 times tougher, stricter, and more rigorous. Against the new monarch there was no longer any right, any privilege at all. How limited the absolute king of the ancien regime looks in comparison. The revolution achieved the transformation of limited monarchy into absolute monarchy. From this time on, every right that this monarch doesn't confer becomes a presumption, but every prerogative that it grants becomes a right. The times demanded absolute kingship, absolute monarchy. This is why that so-called absolute monarchy, which had so little understood how to become absolute that it remained limited by 1,000 little lords, fell. What was longed for and striven for over thousands of years, namely to find the absolute lord next to whom there were no longer any other lords and masters to cut back his power, the bourgeoisie has created. It has revealed the lord who alone confers legal titles, and without whose permission nothing is authorized. So we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is no other God but one. Against right one can no longer, as against a right, come forward with the claim that it is a wrong. One can only say that it is nonsense, an illusion. If one called it wrong, one would have to put up another right against it, and measure it by that. If, on the other hand, one rejects right as such, right in and of itself, completely, then one also rejects the concept of wrong, and eliminates the whole concept of right, to which the concept of wrong belongs. What does it mean to say that we all enjoy equality of political rights? Just this, that the state shows no consideration for my person, that to it I am, like everyone else, just a human being, without having any other significance to impress it. I don't impress it as an aristocrat, as a nobleman's son, or even as an official whose office belongs to me by inheritance, as did the countships, etc., in the Middle Ages, and later under absolute kingship, where hereditary offices occurred. Now the state has a countless number of rights to award, for example, the right to lead a battalion, a company, etc., the right to lecture at a university, etc. It has them to award because they are its own, i.e., state rights or political rights. In this regard, the state doesn't care who receives them, so long as the recipient fulfills the duties that arise from the rights that were accorded. Before it, we are all right and equal, one worth no more nor less than another. It's all equal to me who receives the command of the army, says the sovereign state, so long as the grantee duly understands the matter. Equality of political rights therefore has the meaning that anyone may acquire every right that the state has to grant, if he just fulfills the conditions attached to it, conditions which are to be sought only in the nature of each right, not in a preference for the person, persona grata. The nature of the right to become an officer, for example, brings with it the necessity that one possess healthy limbs and an appropriate level of knowledge, but it doesn't have noble birth as a condition. If, on the other hand, even the most deserving commoner could not attain this rank, then an inequality of political rights would occur. Among the present-day states, some have carried out the principle of equality more, others less. The monarchy of estates, this is what I'll call absolute kingship, the time of the kings before the revolution, kept the individual dependent on a lot of little monarchies. These were cooperatives, societies, like the guilds, the nobility, the priesthood, the bourgeoisie, cities, municipalities, etc. Everywhere the individual had to look upon himself first as a member of this little society, and render unquestioning obedience to its spirit, the esprit de corps, as his monarch. His family, the honor of his clan, must be worth more to the individual nobleman than he himself. Only by means of his corporation, his estate, did the individual relate to the greater corporation, the state. As in Catholicism, the individual only deals with God through the priest. The third estate, now showing the courage to negate itself as an estate, put an end to this. It decided to no longer be and call itself an estate beside other estates, but to glorify and generalize itself into the nation. Thus it created a much more complete and absolute monarchy, and the whole previously ruling principle of estates, the principle of little monarchies within the big one, perished. One cannot say that the revolution had taken aim at the first two privileged estates, rather it took aim at the little monarchies of the estates in general. But if the estates and their tyranny were broken, the king too was only a king of estates, not a citizen king. The individuals freed from the inequality of the estates were left. Were they now supposed to be without estate and going wild, no longer bound by any estate, status, without a common bond? No, because the third estate had declared itself a nation only in order not to remain an estate beside other estates, but to become the sole estate. This sole estate is the nation, the state, status. What had the individual now become? A political Protestant, because he had come into direct connection with his God, the state. He was no longer, as an aristocrat, in the monarchy of the nobility, as a craftsman, in the monarchy of the guild, but like all, he acknowledged and recognized only one Lord, the state, as whose servants they received the equalizing title of honor, citizen. The bourgeoisie is the aristocracy of merit, its motto, for merit, its crowns. It fought against the idle aristocracy, because according to it, the hard-working aristocracy acquired by diligent effort and merit, it isn't the born who is free, nor even I who am free, but the deserving one, the honest servant, of his king, of the state, of the people in constitutional states. One acquires freedom through service, in other words, and acquires merit, even if one serves, mammon. One must render outstanding services to the state, i.e., to the principle of the state, to its moral spirit. The one who serves this spirit of the state is a good bourgeois citizen, let him live by whatever legal line of business he will. In its eyes, innovators pursue an unprofitable art. Only the shopkeeper is practical, and the shopkeeper's spirit is as much the one that pursues public office as the one that in commerce seeks to shear its sheep or in some other way become useful to itself and others. But if the deserving count as the free, because what does the comfortable bourgeois, the loyal official, lack of that freedom which his heart desires? Then servants are the free. The obedient servant is the free man. What a load of nonsense! Yet this is the sense of the bourgeoisie, and its poet, Goethe, like its philosopher, Hegel, have known how to glamorize the dependence of the subject on the object, obedience to the objective world. The one who only serves the cause, devotes himself entirely to it, has true freedom. And the cause among thinkers was reason, that which, like church and state, gives universal laws, and through the thought of humanity puts the individual human being in chains. It determines what is true, which one then has to follow. No more rational people than the honest servants, who are for the moment called good bourgeois citizens as servants of the state. Whether you're filthy rich or dirt poor, the state of the bourgeoisie leaves that up to you. All you must do is have a good attitude. It demands this of you and considers its most urgent task to be to establish this in all. This is why it will protect you from evil enticements, by keeping the evil-minded in check and silencing their thrilling speeches under the censors or press penalties and behind prison walls, and, on the other hand, will appoint people of good attitude to be censors, and in every way try to exert a moral influence on you, the well-disposed and well-meaning people. If it has made you deaf to evil enticements, it then opens your ears again all the more diligently to good enticements. With the time of the bourgeoisie that of liberalism begins. People want to see the rational, the timely, established everywhere. The following definition of liberalism, which is supposed to be said in its honor, describes it perfectly. Liberalism is nothing other than rational knowledge applied to our current conditions. Its goal is a rational order, a moral behavior, a limited freedom, not anarchy, lawlessness, ownness. But if reason rules, then the person is defeated. For a long time, art has not only taken the ugly into account, but considered it necessary to art's existence, and taken it up into itself, it needs the villain, etc. Also in the religious realm, the most extreme liberals go so far that they want to see the most religious person regarded as a citizen, i.e., the religious villain. They want to hear nothing more of heresy trials. But no one is to rebel against the rational law, otherwise he faces the harshest punishment. They do not want a free movement and currency of the person or of me, but of reason, i.e., a rulership of reason, a rulership. The liberals are zealots, not exactly for the faith, for God, but for reason, their master. They'll tolerate no impertinence, and therefore no self-development and self-determination. They impose their will despite the most absolute rulers. Political freedom, what is one to understand by this? Perhaps the freedom of the individual from the state and its laws? No, on the contrary, it is the bondage of the individual in the state and to the state's laws. But why freedom? Because one is no longer separated from the state by intermediaries, but stands in direct and immediate relationship to it, because one is a citizen, not the subject of another, not even the king as a person, but only in his capacity as head of state. Political freedom, this fundamental doctrine of liberalism, is nothing other than a second phase of Protestantism, and runs quite parallel to religious freedom. Or could one maybe understand the latter as a freedom from religion? Anything but that. Only the freedom from intermediaries is supposed to be expressed in this, the freedom from mediating priests, the abolition of the laity, and so, the direct and unmediated relationship to religion or God. Only on the condition that one has religion can one enjoy freedom of religion. Freedom of religion doesn't mean being without religion, but religious intimacy, unmediated intercourse with God. For anyone who's religiously free, religion is an affair of the heart, it is to him his own affair, it is to him a matter of sacred earnestness. So too for one who's politically free, the state is a matter of sacred earnestness, it is his heart's affair, his chief affair, his own affair. Political freedom means this, that the polis, the state, is free, religious freedom this, that religion is free, just as freedom of conscience indicates that conscience is free. Thus, it does not mean that I am free from state, from religion, from conscience, or that I am rid of them. It does not mean my freedom, but the freedom of a power that rules and vanquishes me. It means that one of my oppressors, like state, religion, conscience, is free. State, religion, conscience, these oppressors, make me a slave, and their freedom is my slavery. That in this they necessarily follow the principle, the end sanctifies the means, goes without saying. If the welfare of the state is the end, then war is a sanctified means. If justice is the state's end, murder is a sanctified means, and is called by its sacred name execution. The sacred state makes sacred everything that is useful to it. The individual freedom over which bourgeois liberalism keeps a jealous watch, does not at all mean a completely free self-determination, through which actions become completely mine, but independence from persons. One is individually free who is responsible to no human being. Taken in this sense, and one is not allowed to understand it in any other way, not only the ruler is individually free, that is, irresponsible toward human beings, before God he indeed acknowledges he is responsible, but all who are responsible only to the law. This kind of freedom was won by the revolutionary movement of the century, namely, independence from personal taste, from tel est notre plaisir. Therefore, the constitutional prince had to be stripped of all personality, deprived of all individual decision, so that as a person, as an individual human being, he does not violate the individual freedom of others. The personal will of the ruler has disappeared in the constitutional prince, so it is with appropriate feeling that absolute princes resist this. Nonetheless, these very ones want to be Christian princes in the best sense. But for this they would have to become a purely spiritual power, since the Christian is subject only to the Spirit, God is Spirit. The purely spiritual power is consistently represented only by the constitutional prince, he who stands there spiritualized, without any personal significance, to the degree that he can count as a perfect, unearthly spirit, as an idea. The constitutional king is the truly Christian king, the genuine consequence of Christian principles. In constitutional monarchy, individual rulership, that is, the actual ruler who wills, has found its end. Therefore here individual freedom prevails, independence from every individual master, from everyone who could command me with a tel est notre plaisir. It is the consummate Christian life of the state, a spiritualized life. The bourgeoisie's behavior is liberal through and through. Every personal intrusion into another's sphere outrages the bourgeois sense. If the bourgeois citizen sees that one is dependent on the mood, the pleasure, the will of a human being as individual, i.e., not as authorized by a higher power, he immediately makes a show of his liberalism and shrieks about arbitrariness. In short, the bourgeois citizen asserts his freedom from what people call orders, ordonnance, no one has any business giving me orders. Order has the significance that what I am supposed to do is another human being's will, whereas law does not express a personal authority of another. The freedom of the bourgeoisie is the freedom or independence from the will of another person, so-called personal or individual freedom, because being personally free means being only so free that no other person can dispose of what's mine, or that what I may or may not do does not depend on the personal decision of another. Among others, freedom of the press is one such freedom of liberalism only fighting against the constraint of censorship as personal caprice, but otherwise showing itself extremely inclined and willing to tyrannize through press laws. In other words, the bourgeois liberals want freedom to write for themselves, because, since they are law-abiding, they will not through their writings be forfeited to the law. Only liberal, i.e., legal, material should be allowed to get printed, otherwise the press laws threaten press penalties. If one sees personal freedom ensured, one doesn't notice at all how, if it comes to anything beyond this, the most glaring lack of freedom becomes dominant. Because one is indeed rid of orders, and no one has any business giving us orders, but one has become all the more submissive to the law. Now one is enslaved in due legal form. In the bourgeois state there are only free people who are forced into thousands of things, for example, into deference, into a confession of faith, and the like. But what does that matter? It's only the state, the law, not any human being, that forces them. What does the bourgeoisie want from its railing against every personal order, every order not founded on the cause, on reason, etc.? It simply fights in the interest of the cause against the rule of persons. But the cause of the spirit is the rational, the good, the lawful, etc., that is the good cause. The bourgeoisie wants an impersonal ruler. Furthermore, if the principle is this, that only the cause should rule the human being, namely, the cause of morality, the cause of legality, etc., then no personal cutting off of one by another may be authorized either, as formerly, for example, the bourgeois was cut off from aristocratic offices, the nobleman from the bourgeois trades, etc. In other words, free competition must occur. Only through the thing can one cut another off, the rich, for example, cutting off the penniless through money, a thing, not as a person. From now on only one lordship counts, the lordship of the state. Personally no one is any longer lord of another. Even at birth the children belong to the state, and to the parents only in the name of the state, which, for example, does not tolerate infanticide, requires the christening of the child, etc. But all the state's children count as completely equal to it, bourgeois or political equality, and they may see to it themselves to deal with each other, they may compete. Free competition means nothing other than that every man can show himself, assert himself, fight against the others. Of course the feudal party obstructed this, since its existence depended on non-competition. The struggles during the Restoration period in France had no other content than this, that the bourgeoisie was fighting for free competition, and the feudalists were trying to bring back the guild system. Now free competition has won, and it had to win against the guild system. For more on this, see below. If the revolution lost its way in a reaction, this only brought to light what the revolution actually was. Because every pursuit passes into reaction when it has time to reflect, and storms forward in the original action only so long as it is a frenzy, an unreflecting impetuosity. Reflection will always be the cue of the reaction, because reflection sets limits, and liberates what's actually wanted, that is, the principle, from the initial lack of restraint and lack of restrictions. Wild lads, bragging students, who set aside all considerations, are genuine Philistines, since with them, as with the Philistines, considerations form the content of their activities. It's just that as braggarts they rebel and relate negatively to the considerations, but later, as Philistines, they surrender themselves to these considerations and relate positively to them. In both cases, all their thought and action revolves around considerations, but the Philistine is reactionary against the lads. He's the wild fellow who's had time to reflect, as the latter is the unreflecting Philistine. Everyday experience confirms the truth of this transformation, and shows how the blowhards age into grey-haired Philistines. So also the so-called reaction in Germany proves that it was only the reflective continuation of the warlike jubilation of freedom. The revolution was not directed against the existent, but against this existent, against a particular existence. It did away with this ruler, not the ruler. On the contrary, the French were most relentlessly ruled. It killed the old vicious rulers, but wanted to grant the new virtuous rulers a secure existence, i.e., it merely replaced vice with virtue. Vice and virtue, for their part, again only differ like a wild lad from a Philistine, and so on. Up to the present day, the revolutionary principle has gone no further than to fight against this or that existent, to be reformative. As much as is improved, as strongly as reflective progress may be held to, there is always a new master set up in the old one's place, and the overthrow is a reconstruction. It remains at the distinction of the young Philistine from the old one. The revolution began in a bourgeois way, with the uprising of the third estate, the middle class. In a bourgeois way it dries up. The individual human being, and this alone is the human being, does not become free, but the bourgeois, the citoyen, the political human being, who for that very reason is not the human being, but a specimen of the human species, and more particularly a specimen of the bourgeois species, a free bourgeois citizen. In the revolution, it was not the individual who acted in world history, but a people, the nation, the sovereign nation, wanted to bring everything about. An imaginary I, which the nation is, appears active, i.e., the individuals hand themselves over as tools of this idea and act as bourgeois citizens. The bourgeoisie has its power, and at the same time its limits, in state constitutional law, in a charter, in a legal or legitimate prince, who is himself guided by, and rules according to, rational laws, in short, in legality. The period of the bourgeoisie is ruled by the British spirit of legality. An assembly of feudal estates is always recalling that its authority goes only so far, and that it is called at all only through favor and can get thrown out again through disfavor. It always reminds itself of its calling. One certainly can't deny that my father begot me, but now that I have been begotten, surely his intentions in begetting don't concern me at all, and whatever he may have called me to, I do what I myself will. So even a called assembly of estates, the French assembly at the beginning of the revolution, quite rightly recognized that it was independent from the caller. It existed, and it would have been stupid if it did not assert the right of existence, but rather imagined it was dependent, as on a father. The called one no longer has to ask what did the caller want when he created me? But rather what do I want once I have followed the call? Not the caller, not the delegates, not the charter according to which their meeting was called together, nothing will be a sacred inviolable power to him. He is entitled to everything that is in his power, he will know no restrictive entitlement, will not want to be loyal. If one could ever expect such a thing of chambers at all, this would bring about a completely egoistic chamber, separated from all umbilical cords and ruthless. But chambers are always submissive, and so one cannot be surprised if so much halfway or undecided, i.e., hypocritical, egoism spreads in them. The members of the estates are to remain within the limits that are mapped out for them by the charter, by the king's will, and the like. If they will not or cannot do that, they are supposed to withdraw. What dutiful person could act otherwise, could put himself, his conviction, and his will first, who could be so immoral as to want to assert himself, even if the corporate body and everything were to go to ruin because of it? One carefully keeps within the limits of one's authority. Of course one must stay within the limits of his power in any case, because no one can do more than he can. My power, or more precisely my powerlessness, would be my sole limit, but authority would be only obligatory statutes? Should I profess this view that overthrows all? No, I'm a law-abiding citizen. The bourgeoisie professes a morality that is most closely connected with its essence. Its first demand in this regard is that one should carry on a solid business, an honest trade, and lead a moral life. Because there are also intellectual vagabonds to whom the ancestral home of their fathers seems too cramped and oppressive for them to be willing to content themselves with the limited space anymore, instead of staying within the bounds of a moderate way of thinking, and taking as inviolable truth what grants consolation and reassurance to thousands, they leap over all boundaries of tradition and run wild with their impudent criticism and untamed skepticism, these extravagant vagabonds. They form the class of the vagrant, restless, changeable, i.e., the proletariat, and when they give voice to their unsettled essence, they are called unruly guys. The so-called proletariat, or pauperism, has that wide of a sense. How mistaken one would be if one credited the bourgeoisie with desiring to do away with poverty, pauperism, to the best of its abilities. On the contrary, the good bourgeois citizen helps himself with the incomparably comforting conviction that the goods of fortune are unequally distributed now and will always remain so, according to God's wise decision. The poverty that surrounds him in every alley doesn't disturb the true bourgeois any further than that at most he compensates for it by throwing alms, or provides work and food for an honest and useful lad. But he feels his quiet enjoyment clouded so much the more by discontented poverty, seeking for innovation, by those poor people who no longer behave quietly and endure, but begin to run wild and get restless. Lock up the vagabond, throw the troublemaker into the darkest dungeon. He wants to arouse discontent and stir people up against existing regulations in the state. Stone him, stone him. But from these malcontents, in particular, a reasoning comes out somewhat as follows: it need not matter to the good bourgeois citizens who protects them and their principles, whether an absolute or a constitutional king, a republic, etc., so long as they are protected. And what is their principle whose protector they always love? Not that of work, nor that of birth, but that of mediocrity, of the happy medium, a bit of birth and a bit of work, i.e., an interest-yielding possession. Possession here is the fixed, the given, the inherited, birth; the interest is the exertion on it, work, thus working capital. Only no excess, no ultra, no radicalism. Birthright, certainly, but only hereditary possessions; work, certainly, but little or none of one's own, but rather the work of capital and of the submissive workers. If an age lies under an error, some always gain an advantage from this, while the others suffer from it. In the Middle Ages, it was the general error among Christians to think that the Church must have all power or supremacy on earth. The hierarchs believed no less in this truth than the laypeople, and both were spellbound in the same error. But from it the hierarchs had the advantage of power, and the laypeople had the suffering of submission. But as the saying goes, in suffering, one grows smart, so finally the laypeople grew smart, and no longer believed in the medieval truth. A similar relationship is found between the bourgeoisie and the working class. The bourgeois and the worker believe in the truth of money; those who don't possess it believe in it no less than those who possess it. Thus, the laypeople like the priests. Money rules the world is the cornerstone of the bourgeois era. A dispossessed aristocrat and a dispossessed worker are, as starving wretches, of no significance for political advantage. Birth and work don't do it, but money gives advantage. The possessors rule, but from among the dispossessed, the state trains up its servants, to whom it gives money, a salary, in proportion to how much they rule, govern, in its name. I receive everything from the state. Do I have anything without the state's approval? What I have without this approval, it takes away from me as soon as it discovers the lack of a legal title. So don't I have everything by its grace, its approval? The bourgeoisie is based on this alone, the legal title. The bourgeois is what he is through state protection, through the grace of the state. He would have to be afraid of losing everything if the power of the state were broken. But how is it with one who has nothing to lose? How is it with the proletarian? Since he has nothing to lose, he doesn't need state protection for his nothing. On the contrary, he could gain if that state protection were taken away from the protégés. Therefore, the non-possessor would view the state as the protector of the possessor, that privileges the latter, but only sucks the non-possessor dry. The state is a bourgeois state; it is the status of the bourgeoisie. It protects the human being not according to his work, but according to his obedience, loyalty, namely, according to whether he enjoys and administers the rights that the state entrusts to him in accordance with the will, i.e., the laws, of the state. Under the regime of the bourgeoisie, the workers always fall into the hands of the possessors, i.e., of those who have any bit of state property, and everything that can be possessed is state property, belongs to the state, and is only a fief of the individual, at their disposal, especially money and land, therefore, into the hands of the capitalists, The worker can't utilize his work according to the measure of the value it has for the one enjoying its result. Work is badly paid. The capitalist has the greatest profit from it. Only the work of those who enhance the glory and the power of the state, the work of high state servants, is well, and more than well, paid. The state pays well so that its good bourgeois citizens, the possessors, can pay badly without danger. Through good pay, it secures for itself its servants, from which it forms a protecting power, a police. To the police belong soldiers, officials of all kinds, i.e., of justice, education, etc., in short, the whole machinery of state, for the good bourgeois citizens, and the good bourgeois citizens gladly pay high taxes to it in order to pay so much lower wages to their workers. But the class of workers, because they are unprotected in what they essentially are, since they don't enjoy state protection as workers, but as subjects of the state they have a share in the enjoyment of the police, a so-called legal protection, remains a hostile power against this state of possessors, this bourgeois monarchy. Its principle, work, is not recognized according to its value, it is exploited, a spoil of war of the possessors, the enemy. The workers have the most enormous power in their hands, and if one day they became truly aware of it and used it, then nothing could resist them. They would only have to stop work and look upon the products of work as their own and enjoy them. This is the meaning of the labor unrest that is looming here and there. The state is founded on the slavery of labor. If labor becomes free, the state is lost. 132. Social liberalism. We are freeborn human beings, and wherever we look we see ourselves made into servants of egoists. Shall we therefore also become egoists? Heaven forbid. We would prefer to make egoists impossible. We want to make them all into paupers, all will have nothing, so that all may have. So say the socialists. Who is this person that you call all? It is society. But then is it a bodily being? We are its body. You all? You all are not yourselves a body. You, Mr., are certainly a bodily being, you too, Madam, and you, but you all together are only bodies, not a body. Therefore, society would certainly have bodies at its service, but not any body of its own. Like the nation of the politicians, it will turn out to be nothing but a spirit, its body only a sham. In political liberalism, human freedom is freedom from persons, from personal rule, from the master, the safeguarding of each individual person against other persons, personal freedom. No one has any orders to give, the law alone gives orders. But though the persons have become equal, their possessions still haven't. And the poor person still needs the rich person still needs the poor person, the former needs the rich person's money, as the latter needs the poor person's work. So no one needs the other as a person, but rather he needs him as a giver, thus as one who has something to give, as holder or possessor. So what he has makes the man. And in having, or in possessions, people are not equal. Consequently, social liberalism concludes that no one must have, as according to political liberalism no one was supposed to give orders, in other words, as in that instance the state alone got the command, so now society alone gets the possessions. By protecting each one's person and property against the other, the state separates them from one another, each is his part for himself and has his part for himself. The one for whom what he is and has is enough, finds this state of things to be worth his while, but one who wants to be and have more looks around for this more, and finds it in the power of other persons. Here he comes upon a contradiction. As a person, no one takes second place to another, and yet one person has, what another doesn't have, but would like to have. So he concludes that the one person is more than the other, because the former has what he needs, and the latter doesn't have it. The former is a rich person, the latter is a poor person. Now he asks himself further, should we let what we rightly buried come back to life again? Should we let this inequality that was restored in a roundabout way hold? No, on the contrary, we must thoroughly bring to an end what was only half accomplished. Our freedom from another's person still lacks the freedom from the things the other's person can command, from the things he has in his personal power, in short, from personal property. So let's do away with personal property. Let no one have anything anymore, let everyone be a pauper. Let property be impersonal, let it belong to society. Now he asks himself further, should we let what we rightly buried come back to life again? Should we let this inequality that was restored in a roundabout way hold? No, on the contrary, we must thoroughly bring to an end what was only half accomplished. Our freedom from another's person still lacks the freedom from the things the other's person can command, from the things he has in his personal power, in short, from personal property. So let's do away with personal property. Let no one have anything anymore, let everyone be a pauper. Let property be impersonal, let it belong to society. Before the supreme ruler, the sole commander, we had all become equal persons, i.e., zeros. Before the supreme proprietor we all become equal paupers. For now, one is still in another's estimation a pauper, a have not, but then this estimation ceases, we are all paupers, and as the overall mass of communist society we could call ourselves ragged rabble. When the proletarian will have actually established his intended society where the gap between rich and poor is to be eliminated, then he'll be a pauper, because then he'll think it's something to be a pauper, and might raise pauper up enough to be an honorable form of address, as the revolution did with the word citizen. Pauper is his ideal, we are all to become paupers. This is the second robbery of the personal in the interest of humanity. Neither command nor property is left to the individual, the state took the former, society the latter. Because in society, the most oppressive evils make themselves felt to the oppressed in particular, and so the members of the lower regions of society think they've found the fault in society, and make it their task to discover the right society. It's just the old phenomenon, that one first seeks the fault in everything but oneself, thus, in the state, in the self-seeking of the rich, etc., who, nonetheless, have our fault to thank for their existence. The reflections and conclusions of communism look very simple. As things lie at this time, under current state relations, some, and they are the majority, stand at a disadvantage to others, the minority. In this state of affairs that latter are in a state of prosperity, and the former in a state of need. Thus the present state of affairs, the state itself, must be done away with. And what in its place? Instead of scattered prosperity, a general prosperity, a prosperity for all. Through the revolution, the bourgeoisie became almighty, and all inequality was abolished by raising or lowering everyone to the dignity of a bourgeois citizen, the common man, raised, the aristocrat, lowered, the third estate became the sole estate, namely, the estate of state citizens. Now communism replies, our dignity and our essence do not consist in our all being, the equal children of our mother, the state, all born with an equal claim to her love and protection, but in all of us being for each other. This is our equality, or in this we are the same, that I as well as you and all of you, are active and working for each other, thus in that each of us is a worker. In this, what matters is not what we are for the state, namely citizens, thus not our bourgeois citizenship, but what we are for each other, that each of us only exists through the other, who, since he takes care of my needs, at the same time sees his own satisfied by me. He works, for example, for my clothing, tailor, I for his amusement, comedy writer, rope dancer, he for my food, farmer, I for his instruction, scholar, etc. So our being of the working class is our dignity and our equality. What advantage does being of the middle classes bring us? Burdens. And how highly is our work estimated? As low as possible. But all the same, work is our sole value, the best thing about us is that we are workers, that is our meaning in the world, and this is why it must also become our advantage and show itself to advantage. What can you show us as an alternative? Surely only, work as well. Only for work or services do we owe you a recompense, not for your mere existence, also not for what you are for yourselves, but only for what you are for us. How do you have claims on us? Perhaps through your high birth, etc.? No, only by what you do that is desirable or useful to us. So then let it be this way, we are willing to be worth to you only so much as we do for you, but you are to be held likewise by us. Services determine worth, those services that are worth something to us, thus, the work for each other, the work for the common good. Let each one be in the other's eyes a worker. The one who does something useful is second to none, Or, all workers, workers, of course, in the sense of workers for the common good, i.e., communistic workers, are equal. But, since the worker is worthy of his hire, let wages be equal too. As long as faith was enough for the honor and dignity of human beings, no objection could be made against any work, however strenuous, if it only did not hinder a person in his faith. However, now that everyone is supposed to develop himself into a human being, relegating human beings to machine-like work amounts to the same thing as slavery. If a factory worker has to make himself dead tired for 12 hours and more, he is kept from becoming a human being. All work should have the aim of satisfying the person. Therefore, he must also become a master in it, i.e., be able to create it as a totality. One who only puts on the heads, only draws the wire, etc., in a pin factory, works mechanically, like a machine, he remains a dabbler, doesn't become a master, his work cannot satisfy him, it can only tire him out. Taken for itself, his work is nothing, has no purpose in itself, is nothing complete in itself, he only works into another's hand, and is used, exploited, by this other. For this worker in another's service there is no enjoyment of a cultivated spirit, at most, crude amusements, indeed, culture is closed off to him. To be a good Christian, one needs only to believe, and that can be done under the most oppressive conditions. Thus the Christian-minded are only concerned with the piety of the oppressed workers, their patience, submission, etc. The downtrodden classes could endure all their miseries only so long as they were Christians, because Christianity does not let their grumbling and their outrage arise. Now the pacifying of desires is no longer enough, but their satiation is demanded. The bourgeoisie has proclaimed the gospel of the enjoyment of the world, of material enjoyment, and is now surprised that this doctrine finds adherents among us poor people. It has shown that not faith and poverty, but culture and possessions, make one blessed. We proletarians also understand this. The bourgeoisie liberated us from the command and arbitrariness of individuals. But the arbitrariness that springs from the conjuncture of conditions, and which could be called the contingency of circumstances, remained, favoring fortune, and those favored by fortune still remain. For example, when a branch of industry goes under and thousands of workers lose their livelihood, people are fair-minded enough to acknowledge that the individual isn't to blame, but that the evil lies in the conditions. Let's change the conditions then, but let's change them thoroughly, and in such a way that their contingency becomes powerless and a law. Let us no longer be slaves of chance. Let's create a new order that puts an end to fluctuations. Then let this order be sacred. Earlier one had to please the lords to come to something. After the revolution the word was grab fortune. Fortune hunting or games of chance, bourgeois life began in this. Along with that then, the requirement that anyone who gains something doesn't recklessly put it at stake again. A strange and yet utterly natural contradiction. Competition, in which bourgeois or political life solely operates, is a game of chance through and through, from stock market speculation all the way down to applications for official positions, the hunt for customers, the job search, the pursuit of promotions and decorations, the rummaging of the haggling junkman, etc. If one succeeds in pushing out and outbidding his rivals, then the lucky throw is made, because it must already be taken as a stroke of luck that the winner feels himself gifted with an ability, even if cultivated with the most careful diligence, against which the others don't know how to rise, so that none more gifted are found. And now those who pursue their daily lives in the midst of these changing fortunes without doing badly from it are seized with the most moral indignation when their own principle appears in its most naked form and wreaks misfortune as a game of chance. The game of chance is just too clear, too unveiled a competition, and, like any definite nakedness, offends the honorable sense of shame. The socialists want to put an end to this activity of chance, and to form a society in which people are not longer dependent on fortune, but free. In the most natural way this aspiration expresses itself first as hatred of the unfortunate toward the fortunate, i.e., of those for whom fortune has done little or nothing toward those for whom it has done everything. But actually the resentment is not aimed at the fortunate, but at fortune, this rotten spot of the bourgeoisie. Since the communists first declare free activity as the human essence, they, like all workday ways of thinking, need a Sunday, Like all material aspirations, they need a God, an uplifting and edification alongside their mindless work. That the communist sees the human being, the brother, in you is only the Sunday side of communism. According to the workday side, he doesn't by any means take you as a human being as such, but as a human worker, as a working person. The liberal principle is there in the first view, illiberality is hidden in the second. If you were a lazybones, he would certainly not fail to recognize the human being in you, but would strive to cleanse it, as a lazy human being, from laziness, and to convert you to the faith that work is the human being's destiny and calling. Therefore he shows a double face, with the one he takes care that the spiritual human being is satisfied, with the other he looks around for means for the material of bodily human being. He gives the human being a twofold job, one task of material and one of spiritual acquisition. The bourgeoisie had openly laid out spiritual and material goods, and left it to each one to reach out for them if he wanted to. Communism actually provides them to each one, imposes them on him, and forces him to acquire them. It takes seriously the idea that, because only spiritual and material goods make us human beings, we must acquire these goods without protest in order to be a human being. The bourgeoisie made acquisition open, communism forces acquisition, and recognizes only the acquirer, the tradesperson. It's not enough that the trade is open, you must take it up. So the only thing left to criticism is to show that the acquisition of these goods by no means makes us human beings. With the liberal commandment that everyone should make a human being of himself, or make himself a human being, the need was posited that everyone must gain time for this work of humanization, i.e., that it would become possible for everyone to work on himself. The bourgeoisie believed it had arranged this if it gave everything human over to competition, but entitled the individual to everything human. Each may strive after everything. Social liberalism finds that the matter isn't settled with the may, because may means only that it is forbidden to no one, but not that it is made possible for everyone. It, therefore, claims that the bourgeoisie is liberal only with the mouth and in words, highly illiberal indeed. On its part, it wants to give all of the means to be able to work on ourselves. The principle of fortune or competition is certainly outdone by the principle of work. But at the same time the worker, in his awareness that the essential thing about him is the worker, keeps himself away from egoism and submits to the supremacy of a workers' society, as the bourgeois citizen clung with devotion to the competition state. The lovely dream of social duty is still being dreamed. People think again that society gives what we need, and we are therefore obligated to it, owe it everything. They still remain at the point of wanting to serve a supreme giver of all good. That society is no I at all, which could give, lend, or grant, but an instrument or means from which we might draw benefit, that we have no social obligations, but merely interests in pursuit of which society has to serve us, that we owe society no sacrifice, but if we sacrifice anything, sacrifice it to ourselves. The socialists don't think about this, because they, as liberals, are trapped in the religious principle and zealously strive after a sacred society, as the state was up to now. Society, from which we have everything, is a new master, a new phantasm, a new supreme being, which takes us into its service and duty. A more detailed assessment of political as well as social liberalism can only find its place further on. For now we skip this in order to bring them before the tribunal of humane or critical liberalism. 133. Humane liberalism. Since liberalism completes itself in self-criticizing, critical liberalism, in which the critic remains a liberal and doesn't go beyond the principle of liberalism, the human being, this liberalism may preferably be named after the human being and called humane. The worker is counted as the most materialistic and egoistic human being. He does nothing at all for humanity, he does everything for himself for his welfare. The bourgeoisie, because it passed the human being off as free only by birth, had to leave him in the claws of the inhuman monster, the egoist, for the rest of his life. Therefore, under the regime of political liberalism, egoism is an immense field for free utilization. The worker will use society for his egoistic aims as the bourgeois uses the state. You still only have an egoistic aim, your welfare. So the humane liberal accuses the socialist. Take up a purely human interest, then I will be your companion. But to this belongs a stronger, more comprehensive consciousness than a worker's consciousness. The worker makes nothing, therefore he has nothing, but he makes nothing, because his work is always one that remains individual, calculated according to his very own wants, day by day. In opposition to this, one might consider the following: Gutenberg's work did not remain individual, but brought forth numberless children, and still lives today. It was calculated for the wants of humanity and was an eternal, imperishable work. Humane consciousness despises both the bourgeois and the worker's consciousness, because the bourgeois is only outraged at vagabonds, at all who have no definite employment, and their immorality. The worker is disgusted by the idler, lazybones, and his immoral, because mooching and unsocial, principles. To this the humane liberal replies, the unsettled life of many is only your product, Philistine. But that you, proletarian, demand the grind for all, and want to make drudgery universal, is a part of the pack mule life you've lived up to now still clinging to you. Certainly you want to ease the drudgery itself by all having to drudge equally hard, but only for this reason, that all may gain leisure to an equal extent. But what are they supposed to do with their leisure? What does your society do so that they'll spend this leisure humanly? It must again leave the leisure gain to egoistic taste, and the very gain that your society promotes falls to the egoist, as the gain of the bourgeoisie, the masterlessness of human beings, could not be filled with human content by the state, and was therefore left to arbitrary choice. It is certainly necessary that the human being be masterless, but therefore the egoist should not become master over the human being again, but rather the human being master over the egoist. Certainly the human being must find leisure, but if the egoist takes advantage of it, it will be lost to the human being, therefore you would have to give leisure a human meaning. But you workers also undertake your work from an egoistic impulse, because you want to eat, drink, live. How are you supposed to be less egoistic in your leisure? You only work, because after a day's work is done, revelry, loafing about, is good, and how you while away your leisure time is left to chance. But if every door is to be locked to egoism, one must strive for completely disinterested action, total disinterestedness. This alone is human, because only the human being is disinterested, the egoist is always interested. If we let disinterestedness stand for the time being, we ask, will you take no interest in anything, not get enthusiastic for anything, not for freedom, for humanity, etc.? Oh, yes, but that is no egoistic interest, no interestedness, but a human, i.e., a theoretical interest, namely, an interest not for an individual or individuals, all, but for the idea, for the human being. And you don't notice that you are also only enthusiastic for your idea of freedom? And further, don't you notice that your disinterestedness is again, like religious disinterestedness, a heavenly interestedness? The benefit of the individual certainly leaves you cold, and abstractly you could cry fiat libertas, periot mundus. You don't worry about the coming day either, and have no serious concerns at all for the individual's desires, neither for your own good living nor that of others, but you just make nothing from all of this, because you are a dreamer. Would the humane liberal perhaps be so liberal as to pass everything possible to human beings off as human? On the contrary. Indeed, he doesn't share the Philistine's moral prejudice about the whore, but that this woman makes her body into a money-making machine makes her despicable to him as a human being. He judges, the whore is not a human being, or, so far as a woman is a whore, that far she is inhuman, dehumanized. Further, the Jew, the Christian, the privileged person, the theologian, etc., is not a human being, so far as you are a Jew, etc., you are not a human being. Again the imperious postulate, cast everything distinctive away from you, criticize it away. Don't be a Jew, a Christian, etc., but be a human being, nothing but a human being. Assert your humanity against every limiting designation, by means of it, make yourself a human being, and free from those limitations, make yourself a free human being, i.e., recognize humanity as your all-determining essence. I say, you are certainly more than a Jew, more than a Christian, etc., but you are also more than a human being. Those are all ideas, but you exist in the flesh. Do you then think that you can ever become a human being as such? Do you think that our descendants will not find any prejudices and limits to get rid of for which our forces were not enough? Or do you perhaps believe that in your 40th or 50th year you'll have come so far that the following days would have nothing more to clear away in you, and that you would be a human being? The people of the future will yet win many freedoms that we don't even miss. What do you need these later freedoms for? If you want to regard yourself as nothing before you've become a human being, you would have to wait until the last judgment, until the day that the human being, or humanity, will have attained perfection. But since you'll surely die before that, where is your victory prize? So rather, turn the matter around, and tell yourself, I am a human being. I don't need to first produce the human being in me, because it already belongs to me, like all my qualities. But, the critic asks, how can one be a Jew and a human being at the same time? In the first place, I answer, one cannot be either a Jew or a human being at all. If one and Jew or human being are to mean the same thing, one always reaches beyond those designations, and let Isaacs be ever so Jewish, a Jew, nothing but a Jew, he can never be, simply because he is this Jew. In the second place, as a Jew, one certainly can't be a human being, if being a human being means not being anything special. But in the third place, and this is what matters, as a Jew, I can be entirely what I can be. From Samuel or Moses and others, you hardly expect that they were supposed to have raised themselves above Judaism, although you must say that they were not yet human beings. They simply were what they could be. Is it different with present-day Jews? Because you have discovered the idea of humanity, does it follow from this that every Jew can become a convert to it? If he can, he doesn't fail to do so, and if he fails to, then, he can't. What does your unreasonable demand, what does the call to be a human being which you issue to him, concern him? In the human society that the humane liberal promises, nothing special which one or the other has should ever find recognition, nothing that has the character of private should ever have value. In this way the circle of liberalism, which has its good principle in the human being and human freedom, and its evil principle in egoism and everything private, its God in the former, its devil in the latter, rounds itself out completely, and if the special or private person lost his value in the state, no personal prerogative, if special, private, property ceased to be recognized in the workers' or paupers' society, so in the human society everything special or private will be taken out of consideration, and when pure criticism will have completed its hard work, then one will know what everything private is, and what one pierced with the sense of his nothingness will have to let stand, because state and society are not enough for humane liberalism, it negates them both and at the same time keeps them both. So at one time it says that the task of the day is not a political, but a social task, and then again, the free state is promised for the future. In truth, human society is both the most universal state and the most universal society. Only against the limited state is it claimed that it makes too much fuss about spiritual private interests, for example, people's religious beliefs, and against limited society that it makes too much of material private interests. Both are supposed to leave private interests to private people, and, as human society, concern themselves solely with universal human interests. The politicians, intending to abolish personal will, self-will or arbitrariness, didn't notice that through property our self-will maintained a safe place of refuge. The socialists, also taking away property, fail to observe that this assures itself a continued existence in ownness. Are only money and goods a property then, or is every view my thing, a thing of my own? So every view must be abolished or made impersonal. The person is entitled to no view, but as self-will was transferred to the state, property to society, so the view must also be transferred to something universal, the human being, and thus become a universal human view. If the view goes on existing, then I have my God, indeed God only exists as my God, He is a view or my faith, and so my faith, my religion, my thoughts, my ideals. Therefore, a universal human faith must arise, the fanaticism for freedom. This would indeed be a faith that corresponded to the human essence, and because only the human being is reasonable, you and I can be very unreasonable, a reasonable faith. As self-will and property become powerless, so must ownness or egoism in general. In this supreme development of the free human being, egoism, ownness, is fought on principle, and such subordinate aims as the social welfare of the socialists, etc., vanish before the sublime idea of humanity. Everything that is not a universal human thing is something distinct, satisfies only some or one, or if it satisfies all, it does this to them only as individuals, not as human beings, and is therefore called an egoistic thing. For the socialists, welfare is still the highest goal, as free contention was the agreeable thing to the political liberals. Now welfare is also free, and whoever wants to have it may get it, just as whoever wanted to enter into contention, competition, could choose to do so. But to take part in contention you need only be bourgeois, to take part in welfare you need only be workers. Neither is synonymous with human being. It is only truly well with the human being when he is also intellectually free. Because the human being is mind, therefore all powers that are alien to him, the mind, all superhuman, heavenly, inhuman powers, must be overthrown, and the name human must be above every name. So at this end of the modern age, the age of the moderns, there returns as the main point, what had been the main point at its beginning, intellectual freedom. To the communist in particular the humane liberal says, if society prescribes your activity to you, this is indeed free from the influence of the individual, i.e., the egoist, but it doesn't therefore need to be a purely human activity, nor do you need to be a complete organ of humanity. What sort of activity society demands of you indeed still remains contingent. It could hire you to work on a temple and the like, or, even if not this, you might still be active on your own impulse for some foolishness, and so in humanity, even more, you actually only work to nourish yourself, in general to live, for dear life's sake, not for the glorification of humanity. Consequently, free activity is achieved only when you make yourself free from all stupidity, from everything non-human, i.e., egoistic, belonging to the individual, not to the human being in the individual, eliminate all untrue thoughts that darken the human or the idea of humanity, in short, when you are not merely unhampered in your activity, but also the content of your activity is only human, and you live and work only for humanity. But this is not the case so long as the goal of your striving is only your welfare and that of all. What you do for the society of paupers is not yet anything done for human society. Work alone doesn't make you a human being, because it is something formal and its object is contingent, but it depends on who you, the one working, are. After all, you can work from an egoistic, material, impulse, merely to provide yourself with nourishment and the like. It must be a work that promotes humanity, calculated for the good of humanity, serving historical, i.e., human, development, in short, a humane work. This includes two things: one, that it does good for humanity, the other, that it comes from a human being. The first alone could be the case with any work, as even the work of nature, for example, of animals, is used by humanity for the advancement of science, etc. The second requires that the person working knows the human aim of his work, and he can have this consciousness only when he knows himself as a human being, so the crucial condition is self-consciousness. Certainly much is already achieved when you stop being fragment workers, but with this, you only get a view of the whole of your work, and gain a consciousness about it, which is still far removed from a self-consciousness, a consciousness about your true self or essence, the human being. The worker continues to have the desire for a higher consciousness, which he satisfies in a time of revelry, because work activity is unable to quench it. Therefore, revelry stands by the side of his work, and he feels compelled to proclaim work and idleness human in one breath, indeed, to attribute true elevation to the idler, the reveler. He works only to get away from work, he wants to make labor free, only so that he can be free from labor. Enough, his work has no satisfying content, because it is only assigned by society, is only a stint, a task, an occupation, and, conversely, his society doesn't satisfy him, because it gives only work. Work ought to satisfy him as a human being, instead it satisfies society. Society ought to treat him as a human being, and it treats him as a paltry worker, or a working pauper. Work and society are only of use to him, not as he needs them as a human being, but as an egoist. This is the attitude of criticism toward labor. It points to the mind, leads the battle of the mind with the masses, and declares communist work to be mindless mass labor. Work-shy as they are, the masses love to make work easy for themselves. In literature, which is furnished in mass nowadays, this aversion to work produces the universally known superficiality, which spurns the effort of research. Therefore, humane liberalism says, you want work, well then, we want it as well, but we want it in the fullest measure. We don't want it to gain leisure, but to find all satisfaction in the work itself. We want work because it is our self-development. But then work must also be adapted to that. The human being is honored only by human, self-conscious work, only the work that has no egoistic intention, but only the human being for its goal, and is the self-revelation of the human being, so that it must say, laborer, ergo sum, I work, therefore I'm a human being. The humane liberal wants that work of the mind which works over all matter, the mind that leaves no thing at rest or in its existing condition, that reassures in nothing, that clears away everything, criticizes anew every result that has been won. This restless mind is the true worker. It polishes off prejudices, blasts barriers and boundedness, and raises the human being above all that would want to rule over him, whereas the communist only works for himself, and not even freely, but from necessity. In short, he signifies one condemned to hard labor. The worker of such a type is not egoistic, because he doesn't work for individuals, neither for himself not for other individuals, and so not for private human beings, but for humanity and its advance. He doesn't ease individual pains, doesn't provide for individual needs, but clears away barriers which press in on humanity, dispels prejudices that rule a whole era, overcomes obstacles that obstruct the path of all, eliminates errors in which people entangle themselves, discovers truths which are found through him for all and for all time. In short, he lives and works for humanity. Now, in the first place, the discoverer of a great truth doubtless knows that it could be useful to other human beings, and since a jealous withholding brings him no enjoyment, he informs them of it. But even though he has the consciousness that his message is highly valuable to the others, still he has in no way sought and found his truth for the sake of the others, but for his own sake, because he himself yearned for it, because darkness and delusion left him no peace until he had gained light and enlightenment for himself to the best of his powers. So he works for his own sake and for the satisfaction of his need. That in this he was also useful to others, indeed, to future generations, does not take the egoistic character from his work. In the next place, if he still also only worked for his own sake, why would his act be human, those of the others inhuman, i.e., egoistic? Perhaps because this book, painting, symphony, etc., is the work of his whole being, because he has done his best in it, he has laid himself out completely and is to be completely known in it, while the work of a craftsperson reflects only the craftsperson, i.e., the skill in the craft, not the human being? In his poems we have the whole Schiller, in so many hundred stoves. On the other hand, we have before us only the stove maker, not the human being. But does this mean any more than, in the one work you see me as completely as possible, in the other only my skill? Am I not again what the act expresses? And isn't it more egoistic to present oneself to the world in a work, to work out and shape oneself, than to remain hidden behind one's work? Of course, you say that you are revealing the human being. But the human being that you reveal is you reveal only yourself, but with this distinction from the craftsperson, that he doesn't understand how to compress himself into a single work, but to be recognized as himself, must be visited in his other life relationships, and that your need, through whose satisfaction this work came into being, was a theoretical need. But you will reply that you reveal quite another human being, a worthier, higher, greater human being, a human being that is more human than that other. I will assume that you perform the humanly possible, that you bring to pass what no one else succeeds in. In what then does your greatness consist? Precisely in this, that you are more than other human beings, the masses, than human beings ordinarily are, more than ordinary human beings, precisely in your elevation above human beings. You distinguish yourself before other human beings not by being a human being, but because you are a unique human being. You show very well what a human being can achieve, but because you, a human being, achieve it, therefore others, also human beings, are in no way able to achieve it, You have carried it out only as a unique human being, and are unique in it. The human being doesn't determine your greatness, but rather you create it, because you are more than the human being, and more powerful than other human beings. People believe that one cannot be more than human. Rather, one cannot be less. People also believe that whatever one achieves is good for the human being, insofar as I remain at all times a human being, or like Schiller, a Swabian, like Kant, a Prussian, like Gustavus Adolphus, a short-sighted person. Through my merits I certainly become an outstanding human being, Swabian, Prussian, or short-sighted person. But it isn't much better with that than with Frederick the Great's cane, which became famous for Frederick's sake. To give God the glory corresponds the modern give the human being the glory. But I intend to keep it for myself. Criticism, in issuing the demand to human beings to be human, declares the necessary condition for sociability, because only as a human being among human beings is one companionable. With this it makes its social aim known, the establishment of human society. Among social theories, criticism is indisputably the most complete, because it removes and undermines everything that separates human being from human being, all prerogatives down to the prerogative of faith. In it, the love principle of Christianity, the true social principle, comes to its purest implementation, and the last possible experiment is made to take away exclusivity and repugnance from human beings, a struggle against egoism in its simplest, and therefore hardest form, in the form of uniqueness, exclusivity, itself. How can you truly live socially so long as even just one exclusivity still exists between you? I ask the opposite, how can you be truly unique so long as one connection still exists between you? If you are connected, then you can't leave each other. If a tie encompasses you, then you are only something with another, and 12 of you make a dozen, thousands of you are people, millions of you humanity. Only when you are human can you treat each other as human beings, just as you can understand each other as patriots only when you are patriotic. Well then, I reply, only when you are unique can you have intercourse with each other as what you are. Precisely the sharpest critic gets hit hardest by the curse of his principle. Shaking off one exclusive thing after another, religiosity, patriotism, etc., he dissolves one tie after another, and separates himself from the religious person, the patriot, etc., until at last, after all the ties have burst apart, he stands alone. He must indeed exclude all of those who have anything exclusive or private, and in the end what can be more exclusive than the exclusive, unique person itself? Or does he perhaps mean that it would be better if all became human beings and gave up exclusivity? Indeed, precisely because all means every individual, the most glaring contradiction remains, because the individual is exclusivity itself. If the humane liberal no longer allows anything private, anything exclusive, any private thoughts, any private follies to the individual, if he criticizes everything in front of his face away, because his hatred of the private is an absolute and fanatical hatred, if he knows no tolerance toward the private, because everything private is inhuman, he can still not criticize the private person itself away, because the hardness of the individual person resists his criticism, and he must be satisfied with declaring this person a private person and actually let him have everything private again. What will the society that no longer concerns itself with anything private do? Make the private impossible? No, but subordinate it to the interests of society, and, for example, leave it to the private will to establish holidays, as many as it wants, so long as it doesn't come into collision with the universal interest. Everything private is left free, i.e., it has no interest for society. Quote, by raising their barrier against science, the Church and religiosity have declared that they are what they always were, but what was hidden under another appearance when they were given out as the basis and necessary foundation of the state, a purely private matter. Even when they were connected to the state and made it Christian, they were only the proof that the state had not yet developed its universal political idea, that it was only establishing private rights. They were only the highest expression of the fact that the state was a private matter and only dealt with private matters. When the state will finally have the courage and the force to fulfill its universal purpose and to be free, thus when it is also able to give special interests and private concerns their true position, then religion and the church will be free as they have never been before. As the most purely private matter, and a satisfaction of purely personal needs, they will be left to themselves, and every individual, every congregation and church community, will be able to care for the salvation of the soul as they want and as they deem necessary. Everyone will care for his soul's salvation and will accept and pay as the soul's caretaker the one who seems to him to best guarantee the satisfaction of his need. Science is finally left completely out of the game. Unquote. But what is supposed to happen? Is social life supposed to come to an end, and all cordiality, all fraternization, everything that is created by the love or society principle, to disappear? As if one is not always looking for the other, because he needs him, as if one must not join together with the other when he needs him. But the difference is that then the individual actually joins forces with the individual, whereas formerly they were bound together by a tie. Before he comes of age, the son is attached to the father by a tie. After this, they can come together independently. Before this, they belonged together as family members, they were the bondsmen of the family. After this, they join forces as egoists. Sonship and fatherhood remain, but son and father no longer bind each other to them. The last privilege is, in truth, the human being. All are privileged or invested with it. Because, as Bruno Bauer himself says, privilege remains even when it is extended to all. So liberalism proceeds in the following changes. First, the individual is not the human being, therefore his individual personality counts for nothing, no personal will, no capriciousness, no orders or decrees. Second, the individual has nothing human, therefore no mine and thine, or property, counts. Third, since the individual neither is a human being nor has anything human, he is not to be at all, he is, as an egoist with his egoistic things, to get annihilated by criticism, to make room for the human being only now discovered. But although the individual is not the human being is still present in the individual, and, like every phantasm and everything divine, has its existence in him. Thus political liberalism awards to the individual everything that is due to him as a human being by birth, as a born human being, among which are included freedom of conscience, possession, etc. In short, human rights. Socialism grants the individual what comes to him as an active human being, as a working human being. Finally, humane liberalism gives the individual what he has as a human being, i.e., everything that belongs to humanity. Consequently, the unique has nothing at all, humanity everything, and the necessity of rebirth preached in Christianity is demanded without ambiguity and to the fullest degree. Become a new creature, become human. One might even feel himself reminded of the close of the Lord's Prayer. To the human being belongs the lordship, the power or dynamis, therefore no individual is allowed to be lord, but the human being is the lord of individuals, the human beings is the kingdom, i.e., the world, therefore the individual should not be the property owner, but rather the human being. All have command over the world as property. From all, the human being deserves praise, glorification, or glory, doxa, because the human being or humanity is the individual's end, for which he works, thinks, lives, and for whose glorification he must become human. Up to now human beings have always striven to discover a community in which their inequalities in other respects would become non-essential. They strove for equalization, and consequently for equality, and wanted to all come under one hat, which means nothing less than that they were seeking for one Lord, one tie, one faith, we all believe in one God. There can be nothing more communal or equal for human beings than the human being itself, and in this community the love impulse had found its satisfaction. It didn't rest until it had brought about this last equalization, leveled all inequality, laid human being on the breast of human being. But under this community decay and ruin become most glaring. In a more limited community, the Frenchman still stood against the German, the Christian against the Muslim, etc. Now, in contrast, the human being stands against human beings, or since human beings are not the human being stands against the inhuman monster. The sentence God has become the human being is now followed by the human being has become I. This is the human I. But we turn this upside down and say, I wasn't able to find myself so long as I sought myself as a human being. But now that it appears that the human being is striving to become I and to gain a bodily existence in me, I note well that everything really depends on me, and the human being is lost without me. But I don't want to give myself up to the shrine of this most holy thing, and from now on won't ask whether I am a human being or an inhuman monster in my pursuits. Let this spirit keep off my neck. Humane liberalism goes to work radically. If on just one point you want to be or have something special, if you want to keep even one prerogative for yourself above other, to lay claim to even one right that is not a universal human right, you are an egoist. All right then. I don't want to have or be anything special above others, I don't want to claim any prerogatives against them, but I also don't measure myself by others, and don't want to have any right whatsoever. I want to be and have everything that I can be and have. If others are and have something similar, what do I care? Something equal, the same, they can neither be nor have. I do them no harm, as I also do the rock no harm by having the advantage of motion over it. If they could have it, they would have it. To do other people no harm, this is what the demand to possess no prerogative boils down to renounce all having the advantage, the strictest theory of renunciation. One is not supposed to think of himself as anything special, for example, a Jew or a Christian. Now I don't think of myself as anything special, but as unique. Without a doubt, I am similar to others, however, this holds good only for comparison or reflection. In fact, I am incomparable, unique. My flesh is not their flesh, my mind is not their mind. If you bring them under the generalities flesh, mind, those are your thoughts, which have nothing to do with my flesh, my mind, and can least of all put out a call to what is mine. I don't intend to recognize or respect anything in you, neither the property owner nor the pauper, nor even just the human being, but rather to use you. I find that salt makes food delicious to me, so I dissolve it. I recognize fish as food, so I eat it. I discover in you the gift of making my life brighter, so I choose you for a companion. Or I study crystallization in salt, animality and fish, human beings in you, etc., but to me you are only what you are for me, namely my object, and because my object, therefore my property. In humane liberalism, pauperism is completed. We first have to come down to the most pauperish, poverty-stricken condition if we want to attain ownness, because we have to strip away everything alien. But nothing seems more pauperish than the naked, human being. It is more than pauperism, however, when I cast off the human being as well, because I feel that it too is alien to me and that I can make no pretensions on it. This is no longer mere pauperism, because even the last rag has fallen off. Here stands actual nakedness, the laying bare of everything alien. The pauper has stripped away pauperism itself, and with this has ceased to be what he was, a pauper. I am no longer a pauper, but I have been one. So until this time the discord could not erupt, because actually there is only a squabble between modern liberals and outdated liberals, a squabble between those who understand freedom on a small scale and those who want the full measure of freedom, and so between the moderates and the extremists. Everything revolves around the question, how free must the human being be? That the human being must be free, everyone believes in this, therefore all are also liberal. But the inhuman monster that hides inside every individual, how does one repress it? How does one manage not to let the inhuman monster go free at the same time as the human being? Liberalism as a whole has a mortal enemy, an unconquerable opposition, as God has the devil. By the human being's side there always stands the inhuman monster, the individual, the egoist. The state, society, humanity, do not overcome this devil. Humane liberalism has undertaken the task of showing the other liberals that they still don't want freedom. If the other liberals had only isolated egoism in sight and were for the most part blind, radical liberalism has egoism in mass against it, throws all who do not make the cause of freedom their own like it does among the masses, so that now human being and inhuman monster, rigidly separated, stand against each other as enemies, namely the masses and criticism, more specifically, free, human criticism, as it is called, as opposed to crude, for example, religious criticism. Criticism expresses the hope that it will be victorious over all the masses and prove their own universal shortcomings to them. So it wants to finally be in the right, and to represent all squabbles of the faint-hearted and timid as an egoistic dogmatism, as pettiness, paltriness. All strife loses meaning, and petty disputes are abandoned, because in criticism a common enemy comes onto the field. You are all egoists, one no better than the other. Now the egoists stand together against criticism. Actually the egoists? No, they are fighting against criticism precisely because it accuses them of egoism. They do not confess to egoism. Therefore criticism and the masses stand on the same basis, both fight against egoism, both reject it for themselves and shift the blame for it to the other. Criticism and the masses pursue the same goal, freedom from egoism, and only quarrel over who most nearly approaches the goal or even achieves it. The Jews, the Christians, the absolutists, the men of darkness and men of light, politicians, communists, in short, all keep the accusation of egoism away from themselves, and since now criticism makes this accusation against them bluntly and in the broadest sense, they all justify themselves against the accusation of egoism, and fight, egoism, the same enemy against which criticism makes war. Both, criticism and masses, are enemies of egoists, and both seek to free themselves from egoism, as much by purifying or cleansing themselves as by attributing it to the opposing party. The critic is the true spokesperson of the masses who gives them the simple concept and phrase of egoism, whereas the spokespeople to who the triumph is denied were only bunglers. He is their prince and general in their war of liberation against egoism. What he fights against, they also fight against. But at the same time he is also their enemy, only not the enemy before them, but the friendly enemy who wields the whip behind the timid to force courage into them. This reduces the opposition of criticism and masses to the following contradiction: you are egoists. No, we're not. I'll prove it to you. You'll hear our justification. Let's take them both for what they claim to be, non-egoists, and for what they take each other for, egoists. They are and are not egoists. Criticism actually says, you must free your I, so completely from all limitations that it becomes a human I. I say, free yourself as far as you can, and you have done your part, because it is not given to everyone to break through all limits, or more eloquently, that is not a limit for everyone which is one to the others. Consequently, don't exhaust yourself on the limits of others, it's enough if you tear down your own. Who has ever been able to break down even one limit for all people? Aren't countless people today, as at all times, running around with all the limitations of humanity? One who overturns one of his limits may have shown others the way and the means, the overturning of their limits remains their affair. No one does anything else either. Asking people to become fully human is to call on them to cast down all human limits. That is impossible, because the human being has no limits. I certainly have some, but only mine are of any concern to me, and only they can be overcome by me. I cannot become a human I, because I am simply I, and not a mere human being. But let's still see whether criticism hasn't taught us something that we can take to heart. Am I not free if I am not without interests, not human if I am not disinterested? Now, even if I'm not much enthused to be free or human, I still don't want to miss any opportunity to put myself forward or assert myself. Criticism offers me this opportunity by teaching that, if something takes root in me and becomes indissoluble, I become its prisoner and slave, i.e., a possessed person. An interest, whatever it may be for, has captured a slave in me if I cannot get rid of it, and is no longer my property, but I am its. Let's therefore accept the lesson of criticism to let no part of our property become stable, and to feel happy only in dissolving it. So if criticism says, you are only human when you are restlessly criticizing and dissolving, then we say, I am human in any case, and I am I as well, therefore I only want to take care to secure my property to myself, and to secure it, I continually take it back into myself, destroy in it every movement toward independence, and consume it before it can fix itself and become a fixed idea or an obsession. But I don't do it for the sake of my human calling, but because I call myself to it. I don't strut about dissolving everything that it's possible for a human being to dissolve, and, for example, while not yet 10 years old, I don't criticize the nonsense of the commandments, but I am nevertheless a human being, and act humanly precisely in this, that I still leave them uncriticized. In short, I have no calling, and follow none, not even the calling to be human. Do I now reject what liberalism has gained in its various efforts? May it never be that anything gained should be lost. Only, after the human being has become free through liberalism, I turn my look back at myself and tell myself frankly, what the human being seems to have gained, only I have gained. The human being is free when the human being is to the human being the supreme being. So it is part of the completion of liberalism that every supreme being gets destroyed, theology overturned by anthropology, God and His grace laughed at, atheism made universal. The egoism of property has lost its last thing when even the my God has become meaningless, because God only exists when He has the individual's salvation at heart, as the latter seeks his salvation in Him. Political liberalism abolished the inequality of masters and servants. It made people masterless, anarchic. The master was now moved far away from the individual, the egoist, to become a ghost, the law or the state. Social liberalism abolishes the inequality of possession, of the rich and the poor, and makes people possessionless or propertyless. Property is taken away from the individual and handed over to ghostly society. Humane liberalism makes people godless, atheistic. Therefore, the individual's God, my God, must be abolished. Now masterlessness is in fact at the same time freedom from service, possessionlessness is at the same freedom from worry, godlessness is at the same time freedom from prejudice, because with the master, the servant falls away, with possession, the worry about it, with the firmly rooted God, prejudice. But because the master rises again as state, the servant reappears as subject, since possession becomes the property of society, so worry is regenerated as work, and since God as the human being becomes a prejudice, a new faith arises, faith in humanity or liberty. In place of the individual's God, now the God of all, namely, the human being, has been raised up. It is indeed the highest thing in all of us to be human, but since no one can quite be what the idea human being implies, the human being remains for the individual a lofty beyond, an unattained supreme being, a God. But at the same time, this is the true God, because it is fully adequate for us, in other words is our own self, we ourselves, but separated from us and raised over us. 134. Postscript. The foregoing appraisal of free human criticism, along with what appears elsewhere with regard to writings of this tendency, was written in bits and pieces immediately after the appearance of the relevant books, and I did little more than bring the fragments together. But criticism is restlessly pressing forward, and in this way makes it necessary for me to return to it once more, now that my book is finished, and insert this concluding comment. I have before me the latest, the 8th, issue of Bruno Bauer's Allgemeine Literaturzeitung. There again the universal interests of society stand at the top. But criticism has reflected, and given this society a definition by which it is dissociated from a form which had previously still been confused with it. The state, still celebrated in earlier passages as the free state, is abandoned completely because it can in no way fulfill the task of human society. Criticism, in only 1842, felt itself constrained for a moment to identify the human and the political essence, but now it has found that the state, even as a free state, is not human society, or, as it could also say, that the people is not the human being. We saw how it finished with theology and clearly showed how God caves in before the human being. We see them now coming to terms with politics in the same way, and showing that before the human being peoples and nationalities fall. So we see how it explains church and state, by declaring them both inhuman, and we will see, since it already gives this away to us, that it can also bring proof that before the human being the masses, which it even calls a spiritual essence, appear worthless. How are the lesser spiritual essences supposed to be able to hold up before the Supreme Spirit? The human being casts down false idols. So for now what the critic is aiming at is the examination of the masses, which he will place before the human being to combat them from this standpoint. What is now the object of criticism? The masses, a spiritual essence. The critic will get to know them and find that they stand in contradiction to the human being. He will demonstrate that they are inhuman, and will succeed as well in this proof as in the earlier ones, that the divine and the national, or ecclesiastical and state matters, were inhuman. The masses get defined as the most significant product of the revolution, as the deluded mob which the illusions of political enlightenment, and of the whole enlightenment of the 18th century in general, have given over to a boundless resentment. The revolution satisfied some with its results and left others unsatisfied. The satisfied portion is the middle class, bourgeoisie, Philistines, etc. The unsatisfied portion is the masses. Doesn't the critic, so placed, himself belong to the masses? But the unsatisfied are still in great uncertainty, and their dissatisfaction expresses itself only in a boundless resentment. The equally unsatisfied critic now wants to become master of this. He can neither want nor attain more than to bring that spiritual being, the masses, out of its resentment, and uplift those who are just resentful, i.e., give them the right attitude toward those results of the revolution that are to be overcome. He can become the head of the masses, their determined spokesperson. Therefore, he also wants to do away with the deep chasm which separates him from the mob. He is distinguished from those who want to uplift the lower classes of the people by wanting to save not only these from resentment, but also himself. But of course his consciousness also doesn't deceive him, when he thinks of the masses as the natural opponents of theory, and foresees that the more this theory develops itself, the more it will consolidate the masses. Because the critic can neither enlighten nor satisfy the masses with his requirement, the human being. If over against the bourgeoisie they are only the lower classes of the people, a politically insignificant mass, then over against the human being they must be even more a mere mass, a humanly insignificant, indeed an inhuman, mass, or a mob of inhuman monsters. The critic does away with everything human, and starting from the premise that the human is the true, he works against himself, by denying it wherever it has been found. He proves only that the human is to be found nowhere except in his head, but the inhuman is to be found everywhere. The inhuman is the actual, what exists on all sides, and through his proof that it is inhuman the critic only clearly expresses the tautological proposition that it is inhuman. But what if the inhuman, in turning its back on itself with resolute courage, also turned away from the worrisome critic and left him standing, untouched and unaffected by his objections? You call me the inhuman, it might say to him, and I really am so, for you, but I am so only because you bring me into opposition with the human, and I could only despise myself so long as I let myself be bewitched by this opposition. I was despicable because I sought my better self outside myself. I was the inhuman because I dreamed of the human. I was like the pious who hunger after their true eye and always remain poor sinners. I thought of myself only in comparison to another. Enough, I was not all in all, was not unique, but now I cease to appear to myself as inhuman, cease to measure myself and let myself be measured by the human, cease to recognize anything over me, and therefore, God bless, humane critic. I have only been the inhuman, and now I am no longer this, but am the unique, indeed, to your disgust, the egoistic, but the egoistic not as it lets itself be measured by the human, humane and unselfish, but the egoistic as the unique. We have to pay attention to yet another sentence in the same issue. Criticism sets up no dogmas, and wants to get to know nothing but things. The critic is afraid of becoming dogmatic or setting up dogmas. Of course he would thereby indeed become the opposite of the critic, the dogmatist. Since he is good as a critic, he would now become bad, or change from an unselfish person to an egoist, etc. Whatever you do, no dogma. This is his dogma. Because the critic remains on one and the same terrain with the dogmatist, that of thoughts. Like the latter, he always starts from a thought, but he differs in this, that he never ceases to keep the fundamental thought embroiled in the process of thinking, so as not to let it become stable. He only asserts the process of thinking against the orthodoxy of thought, progress in thinking against stagnation of it. No thought is safe before criticism, since it is thinking or the thinking mind itself. Therefore I repeat that the religious world, and this is simply the world of thought, attains its fulfillment in criticism, where thinking encroaches on every thought, none of which is allowed to egoistically establish itself. Where would the purity of criticism, the purity of thought, be left, if even just one thought escaped the process of thinking? This explains why here and there even the critic already gently mocks the thought of the human being, of humanity, of humaneness, because he suspects that here a thought is approaching dogmatic fixedness. But he cannot eliminate this thought until he has found a higher one in which it dissolves, because he moves only in thoughts. This higher thought could be expressed as that of the movement or process of thinking itself, i.e., as the thought of thinking or of criticism. Freedom of thinking is in fact completed in this. Spiritual freedom celebrates its triumph, because the individual, egoistic thoughts have lost their dogmatic violence. There is nothing left but the dogma of free thinking or of criticism. Against everything that belongs to the world of thought, criticism is in the right, i.e., in power, it is the victor. Criticism, and criticism alone, stays up to date. From the standpoint of thought, there is no power that would be able to be superior to its power, and it is a pleasure to see how easily and playfully this dragon devours all other worms of thought. To be sure, each worm writhes, but criticism crushes it in all its twists. I am no opponent of criticism, i.e., I am no dogmatist, and I don't feel struck by the critic's tooth with which he tears the dogmatist to pieces. If I were a dogmatist, then I'd place a dogma, i.e., a thought, an idea, a principle on top, and complete it as a systematist by spinning it out into a system, in other words, into a thought structure. Contrarily, if I were a critic, an opponent of the dogmatist, then I'd lead the battle of free thinking against enslaving thoughts, defend thinking against what was thought. But I am neither the champion of a thought nor of thinking, because I, from which I start, am not a thought, nor do I consist in thinking. Against me, the unnameable, the realm of thoughts, thinking, and spirit shatters. Criticism is the fight of the possessed one against possession as such, against all possession, a fight that is founded in the consciousness that possession, or, as the critic calls it, a religious and theological attitude, exists everywhere. He knows that people behave religiously or devoutly not only toward God, but also toward other ideas, like right, state, law, etc. In other words, he recognizes possession everywhere. So he wants to break up thoughts by thinking, but I say, only thoughtlessness really saves me from thoughts. It isn't thinking, but my thoughtlessness, or I, the unthinkable, inconceivable, that frees me from possession. A jerk does me the service of the most careful thought, a stretching of the limbs shakes off the torment of thoughts, an upward leap hurls the nightmare of the religious world from my breast, a hurrah shouted out with joy throws off years of burdens. But the enormous significance of unthinking jubilation couldn't be recognized in the long night of thinking and believing. What crudeness and frivolity, to want to solve the most difficult problems, to deal with the most comprehensive task, by a breaking off. But do you have tasks if you don't set them for yourself? As long as you set them, you will not let them go, and I certainly have nothing against you thinking, and in thinking, creating 1,000 thoughts. But you who have set yourself the tasks, are you not supposed to be able to throw them over again? Do you have to be bound to these tasks, and do they have to become absolute tasks? To mention only one thing, the government has been belittled because it has taken up violent means against thoughts, has intervened against the press with the police power of censorship, and has made a personal fight out of a literary one, as if it were solely a matter of thoughts, and as if one had to have an unselfish, self-denying, and self-sacrificing attitude toward thoughts. Do those thoughts not attack the ones governing themselves, and so provoke egoism? And don't the thinkers set before those attacked the religious demand to revere the power of thought, of ideas? They are supposed to voluntarily succumb in surrender, because the divine power of thought, Minerva, fights on their enemy's side. That would indeed be an act of possession, a religious sacrifice. To be sure, those who govern are themselves stuck in religious prejudice, and follow the leading power of an idea or a belief, but they are also unadmitted egoists, and right here, against the enemy, their suppressed egoism breaks loose, possessed in their belief, they are at the same time unpossessed by their opponent's belief, i.e., they are egoists against it. If one wants to make an accusation, it could only be the reverse, namely that they are possessed by their ideas. Against thoughts there is to be no egoistic violence, no police violence, and the like. So the believers in thinking believe. But thinking and its thoughts are not sacred to me, and I also defend my skin against them. That may be an unreasonable defense, but if I am obligated to reason, then I, like Abraham, must sacrifice my dearest to it. In the kingdom of thought, which, like that of belief, is the kingdom of heaven, everyone is certainly wrong if he uses unthinking force, just as everyone is wrong if in the kingdom of love he acts unlovingly, or, although he is a Christian, and so lives in the kingdom of love, still acts in an unchristian way. In these kingdoms, to which he feels he belongs and nonetheless evades their laws, he is a sinner or egoist. But he can only escape the rule of these kingdoms when he becomes a criminal against them. Here the result is also this, that the struggle of the thinkers against the government is indeed in the right, namely in power, to the extent that it is waged against the government's thoughts. The government falls silent and has no idea how to make a significant literary objection. On the other hand, it finds itself in the wrong, namely, in powerlessness, to the extent that it knows how to bring nothing but thoughts into the field against a personal power. The egoistic power plugs the thinkers' mouths. The theoretical fight can't complete the victory, and the sacred power of thought is defeated by the force of egoism. Only the egoistic fight, the fight of egoists on both sides, makes everything clear. This last now, making thinking a matter of egoistic taste, a matter of the unique, a mere pastime or hobby as it were, and taking from it the significance of being the last decisive power, this debasement and desecration of thinking, this equalization of the unthinking and thoughtful eye, this crude but actual equality, criticism is not able to produce, because it is itself only the priest of thinking, and sees nothing beyond thinking but the deluge. Criticism indeed claims, for example, that free criticism may triumph over the state, but at the same time it defends itself against the accusation, which is made against it by the state government, that it is caprice and impudence, so it thinks that caprice and impudence may not triumph, only it may. It is rather the reverse, the state can actually be defeated only by impudent caprice. To close with this, it may now be clear that the critic, in his new turn of phrase, has not transformed himself, but has only made good a mistake, sorted out a subject, and says too much when he talks about criticism criticizing itself. It, or rather he, has only criticized its mistakes and cleansed it of its inconsistencies. If he wanted to criticize criticism, he would have to look and see whether there was anything in its assumptions. I, for my part, start from an assumption in assuming myself, but my assumption does not struggle for its perfection, like the human being struggling for its perfection, but only serves me to enjoy and consume it. I consume nothing but my assumption, and exist only by consuming it. But for this reason that assumption is no assumption at all, because since I am the unique, I know nothing of the duality of an assuming and an assumed I, an incomplete and a complete I or human being, but that I consume myself means only that I am. I do not assume myself, because in each moment I am really setting up or creating myself for the first time, and am only I, not by being assumed, but by being set up, and again set up only in the moment when I set myself up, i.e., I am creator and creature in one. If the previous assumptions are to melt away in a complete dissolution, they cannot again be dissolved into a higher assumption, i.e., a thought, or thinking itself, criticism. That dissolution should benefit me, otherwise they only belong to the series of innumerable dissolutions which declared old truths to be falsehoods and did away with long-nurtured assumptions in favor of others, such as precisely the human being, God, the state, pure morality, etc.